Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Student Robotics 2025 Day 2. We have had so much robotic shenanigans over the last Saturday, and now it continues with more league knockouts and finally the knockouts. I am very happy to be joined this morning by Imi. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, I'm good. I am excited to see what today holds for us. So yes, as Anton said, today we should have 13 league matches this morning, followed by the knockouts. So this year at Student Robotics we have slightly updated our knockout rounds, which means that teams will have more chances to progress, which is excellent news. We'll get to see more of our favourite robots for longer. So this year the knockouts will be split into upper and lower rounds, with all teams starting in the upper rounds, and then any teams that sadly come in the bottom two places in the upper rounds will move to the lower rounds. So any team that comes in the top two places will then progress, going down to rounds 2, 3 and 4. And sadly we'll have to say goodbye to any of the teams in the bottom two from the lower round, which is unfortunate. But the real benefit of this system is that we will have more knockouts, which is great. I know they're my favourite part of the day, so I'm very excited.
Does get very dramatic.
And we just get to see the robots more.
Which is always a plus.
Always a plus.
Always a plus.
And then finally, at the end of the day, the best 4 teams will reach our final, hosted at 3:45 this afternoon.
Oh gosh, wow.
I know.
That is so many robot matches to fit in between now and then.
It is so many. So stay tuned for lots and lots of really exciting robot shenanigans.
Absolutely. And once again, as we said yesterday, Student Robotics is a charity, and we cannot do what we do now without the general support of our sponsors. In particular, we want to thank Adventurous Machines, IT Dev, the Electronics and Computer Science Department at the University of Southampton, and finally the UK Electronics Sales Foundation. Every single one of them provide so much support and allow us to host this event that we are at now for the benefit of all competitors and their teams.
Yes. Massive thank you to all of our sponsors.
Fantastic. And also, if you, for those of you who joined us yesterday, and for those of you who join us today, if at any point you were like, hey, you know what, I like the cuts of these guys' gym, and you want to volunteer with us, you can do so. You can head over to studentrobotics.org/volunteer, and you could be in that blue shirt photo that we took yesterday. I mean, look how glorious we all look. It's fantastic.
I'm amazed it's up on this live stream. We took that yesterday.
Well, I mean, it has to be. It has to be.
It has to be, yes. So if you think you've got what it takes to do a fast photo editing, live stream commentary, or helping score the rounds, there's so many roles available. In front of cameras, behind cameras, please get involved.
And we appreciate, a lot of fun. Yeah, absolutely, we appreciate every single one of the people who give up their time to put on this amazing event for everyone involved.
Absolutely.
We get a lot out of it. As you can see, the teams, they get a lot out of it, as we saw in the interviews yesterday. A lot of them were talking about how much they have developed their teamwork skills, how much they've developed their coding skills. You know, this isn't possible without the volunteers.
Absolutely not. I can speak from experience. I was a student at Student Robotics many years ago, and yes, it's really shaped my understanding of everything. It's nice to have something physical to put all the stuff you learn in school in practice. So I recommend getting involved if you're a student, and if you're no longer a student, come help out. It's just as much fun, if not more so, I'd say.
Get a really rare blue shirt.
Yes. Well, every year they're limited edition.
Limited edition blue shirt, yeah.
And logos on them.
Exactly.
So, you know,
and they have
come and start your blue shirt collection.
They have really cool designs. You know,
do.
I've like 5 blue shirts in my collection.
Yeah, I think I've only got 3.
Oh,
got some way to go.
You need to volunteer more.
I know. Get those blue t-shirts. Got to catch them all.
Oh, right.
So,
okay.
should we talk about the schedule of the day?
We should talk about the schedule of the day, so everyone knows what's going on. So, right now, all of the robots are in the arena. Well, not all of them. That would be a bit hectic, really. A subset of the robots are currently in the arena, having a bit of tinker time, refining their strategy, finding any pesky bugs that may have cropped up over the last 24 hours. We're going to start the league matches. The schedule is a bit different. We're starting at 10:25, not 10:20. We're then going to go on to about 12 o'clock until lunch. And then finally, there will be the knockouts and the finals starting from 12:30 all the way up until, I think you said
3:45.
3:45.
The great, and then we'll have the prize giving ceremony.
And we have the
at
prize
4.
giving ceremony at 4.
The great thing, as I said, about this new knockout system, instead of previous years, it was an hour or so of knockouts, and now we have. I mean, my mental math is quite bad, but I think that's about 4 hours of knockouts. So that's a lot of knockouts to look forward to.
Absolutely, and we did mention the prize giving ceremony because, after all, we are a competition, so people here are here for the prizes, and I have here a bit of information as to what prizes are up for grabs this year. So, first of all, we have the main competition prizes. That's the first, second, and third place teams, as is traditional. We then have the Excellence in Engineering Award.
What does that mean?
And this is given to the team that displays the most extraordinary ingenuity in the engineering design of their robot.
Excellent.
Not necessarily the most complex design, but the one that kind of, like, you know, that chef's kiss kind of.
Yes. We want to encourage everyone's engineering, because after all, we are here to help people learn engineering.
Absolutely. We then have the Rookie Award, which is awarded to the highest rookie team.
Yes.
Thank you. That was in the league, and
so we have is that 4? No, 5 rookies.
5
this
rookies
year.
this year, and I think a lot of them are currently at the top of the leaderboard. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah,
That is excellent. And we have Dr. Shannon's Grammar School. Apologies if I said that wrong. We have Midsummer Norton Friends. We have Nowa Hill School, and Nowa Hill School, there's just one student here today.
Really?
Yes.
Wow,
The rest
okay.
of his team couldn't make it, and there's one student, I believe, from year 9.
Oh wow,
which is
okay.
excellent
They're
news.
doing
Normally we have 6th form students, so
Yep.
a massive shout out to
Nowa Hill
Nowa Hill
School. Gosh, wow, they're doing an amazing job.
Yes, it takes a lot of bravery to come and be the only person from your school, so massive props to you.
Absolutely. We then have the School of St. Helen and St. Catherine, which their robot is fantastically designed. They're the Alice in the Wonderland themed robot.
Yes, and they are currently 3rd in the league table.
Oh wow. Oh,
Doing
wow.
excellent for a rookie team. Really
And then
well done.
finally, speaking of people who are at the top of the league table, we have the Highfield School, which again is another rookie team, currently at the top of our league.
I know, it's crazy. Normally we expect rookies, as it's their first time, they don't have as much experience, they've never been here before, you know, they tend to be a little less certain about what's going on, but it's amazing to see these rookies at the top of the league table this year.
Absolutely.
I'm so impressed.
I'm really impressed as well. They've really thrown themselves into it and really shown what you can do, even with not much experience.
So the other people in our league table, in second we have King Edward Grammar School.
Yep.
Then following, in fourth, following School of St Helen and St Catherine, we have Royal Grammar School Guildford.
Oh, but saying that, right, so it's all still to play for. Just because they are at the top of the league doesn't mean they can't be, you know, doesn't mean there can't be a massive upset that occurs. It has happened before.
It has happened.
It might happen again.
Well, there'll be, it's likely something unexpected will happen.
Yeah, as is part of the course.
As is part of the course, yes. So the top 12 teams in the league will get a fast track straight through to upper round 3, which means they will get to play fewer matches to progress to the final. But that does not mean that other teams cannot progress to the final. Absolutely not.
Nope.
Other teams will have many more matches in the upper and lower categories to prove their worth, and eventually make it to the semis and hopefully finals.
Hopefully. And unfortunately, not everyone can be in the finals.
That is true.
Oh.
I wish we could have everyone in the final. But
That would be cool.
I mean, 24 robots in one arena might be a bit much.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe next year we just build a bigger arena? Is that the answer?
Maybe that's it. Bigger arena.
Bigger arena,
Do it outside.
all robots,
Yeah, that's it.
all at the same time. What could go wrong?
What can go wrong?
Surely nothing.
Not a lot can go.
So we have 1 minute.
1 minute
until our next
remaining
match?
until our first league match of day 2 of SR2025. Let's get
So
up. Who's in that round?
In this match, I'm glad you asked.
Yep.
We have, it will be match 60. We
Fantastic.
have Haywood. Hayden, sorry,
Hayden School.
my apologies. Hayden School. We have Brockenhurst. We have Ruthin School, and we also have Hampton and Lady Eleanor Holt.
Well, very exciting. We're going to hand over to our arena side
Yes.
commentators.
And welcome to day 2.
All right, we are 20 seconds away from the start of the first match of Sunday, SR 2025. In the arena, we have Hampton Lady Eleanor School, Hayden School, Brockenhurst College, and Ruthin School. And we will be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, movement from Hampton directly into a wall. Ruth in School heading straight out of their zone. We've had Hayden is on the move as well. Looks like they're looking for a cube. Brockenhurst is also going for a cube. Looks like they're going for their outside token here. They're very nicely lined up. Hopefully they're going to be able to grab it. Ruth in School has already lifted a cube. Very nicely done there. Looks like they're trying to get another one inside of their robot. And a third inside their robot. Very nicely done. They seem to sort of be lifting up and putting down their cube that they've lifted. And they are going for their first scoring zone, where they very nicely deposited 2 tokens. Brockenhurst College has lifted their first token, and they are heading for their middle zone. Looks like Ruth in School is about to put their cube on the middle plinth. Very, very nicely done there. Hayden School has just about left their starting zone, but they're not really going anywhere. Brockenhurst College sort of keeps turning around. I'm not sure if it can't find its plinth that it might be aiming for, or it's just trying to align perfectly. Oh, and it has managed to get there, but it has unfortunately not quite got it on the plinth. I think it was holding it at just the wrong angle, so it caught on the edge. But it is still in the scoring zone. Ruth in School has pushed some of their cubes over into the orange zone, but they haven't actually taken them where I assume they were aiming in the middle of the arena there.
No, they're going for the building in the middle at the moment, which is not... They're not going to be able to move that, and they need to put pallets on it to actually score any kind of points.
They have very thoroughly captured the middle plinth, so if their strategy was to stop other people from putting things there, they have in fact done that.
That's very true. Being able to block other people from getting more points is a valid strategy. It's not about getting it's not about getting loads and loads of points. It's making sure you have more than everyone else, and at the moment, they do.
We'll have to see if in the last 25 seconds Brockenhurst can move any more tokens. Looks like they've not quite managed to find the ones that are directly in front of them, and so they're still turning. Maybe they'll get the ones on the other side of their zone.
Let's see as they sweep around.
Nope, still going. And 5 seconds left now. That is now the end of that round. Very well done, teams.
Pretty nice early scoring round there for our first match of day 2. We're off.
It's happening.
It's happening.
I can't believe it.
Yes!
Oh, I'm excited it's happening, but I'm also sad because it means
that
one more day left.
One more day. That is really sad. It's amazing because we spend all this time, like months before preparing, and for it to all come down.
Spend all this time preparing,
exactly.
building, testing, developing.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's exciting.
It's very exciting.
It's very exciting. So I think we saw there, was it Brockenhurst got a cube in their scoring zone?
Yep.
Very well done.
They did attempt to go for the plinth, and I think they actually caught themselves on it, so it looks as though they were going to pull it off from... Maybe they wanted to take that as their prize, as a memento for SR2025.
It's an interesting strategy, but not a winning one.
No.
As you need to have your cube in that zone, or having your robot there, that doesn't count for anything.
No. So they attempted to put the pallets on top of the high-rise. They weren't quite successful, but the pallet did land within the district, so it still counted for points, which is always good to see for them. We were having a bit of a discussion about Riffin because...
Oh yes, sorry, you're right. I had the wrong team.
All right, that's all right. Riffin, they very nicely managed to get a pallet on top of a high-rise, a pallet in a district in one of the outer ones, but then they did something a bit weird, what we were considering. They went and hugged the central district, the central high-rise.
I don't know if they thought they were putting something there, or... I'm not quite sure what was going on there.
Maybe they wanted to show like love and attention to our arena. They were like, volunteers, we love how much effort we put in. So we're going to give you a hug. Or they're going to, prevent other robots from accessing the high rise. So maybe that is something to watch out for.
Or maybe they were just trying to knock someone else off.
No, exactly.
Valid strategy.
Yeah.
So we have our next round coming up in just under 30 seconds. We will have MAI, we will have Headington Rise School, we will have the School of St Helens and St Cat, and we will have Hills Road. Good luck to all the teams.
Good luck to all the teams.
Match underway in 3, 2, 1. Press start, let's go. Very quick movement off the line from both Headington High School and Hills Road sixth form. Lots of cues being moved there from Headington.
Headington Bright has very nicely shunted these cubes into the middle zone in green. And they're shuffling them out again. So they're taking along a green token with them, which may end up scoring MAI points as long as they're in a zone and not halfway between them. That is smoke coming from the Headington Rye robot. That is not a good sign. That is very not a good sign. Okay, Hills Road has got their first token there on the plinth. Okay, that is very smoke. Okay. Our other two robots who are still functioning and which we have not killed because they are on fire are Hills Road, who have, I think, just knocked their cube off the plinth outside of the zone. And St. Helens and St. Catharines have one on their plinth in the middle and are lifting their second. Hills Road sixth form is also lifting their second. Okay, St. Helens and St. Catharines very nicely lowering their second cube inside their middle zone. Hills Road just missing the plinth in their zone again. I have a feeling that does still count as in the zone.
It does.
So they will get points for being in the zone, but unfortunately they won't get the double points for being highest. St. Helens and St. Catharines is going for their third token there, which they are very nicely lifting. I do like their mechanism. So they've got the sucker and they have the arms just to make sure it's properly secure when they're lifting it. Oh, they're heading for the center.
See, they're lining up. And
Oh,
dropped.
very, very nicely done there. And that is a token in the middle for St. Helens and St. Catharines.
There's 6 game points for them.
Hills Road is going for their third cube. Looks like they are heading for the same zone. Are they going to be able to stack this? Because that will double their points. I don't think that's going to stay there when they let go.
Let's see, the arms slowly lifting up with the pallet still attached. That's unfortunate.
And they've just dropped it outside of the zone.
That is unfortunate.
Okay, and that is now end of the round. Well done,
Very
teams.
well done, teams.
I did.
That was somehow more dramatic.
That was somehow more. I know we.
Smoke.
I know we say we should go out in a blaze of glory, but we don't literally.
No, we're not encouraging you
No,
to fire your robots.
no.
Apparently there was a soldering mishap.
Electrical
Yes,
mishap. They
electrical
soldered
mishap.
2 wires together inadvertently, which
Ah.
caused a short, which isn't particularly going
Yes.
to do you very
that,
well.
That will not help. Oh, I hope they can fix that though.
I really hope
It'll
so.
be a shame. if
They had a
can't.
strong start. They started.
really
They
did,
like
yeah.
thought
They
they were
zoomed
right off the
out,
mark.
They
Yeah.
were heading straight to the right places, and then yes.
They were like, we
Best
need to
luck to the
inject some
team.
heat into this situation.
Best of luck to the team though. We
yeah.
hope you can fix that.
And we've just
So-
been told by our sources it's currently being inspected for damage, so
Yes.
hopefully they can resolve that and
Yes.
they'll be able to come back and compete.
Well, they'll have lots of time between league matches,
Yeah.
and also plenty of time before the knockout starts. So they should be able to get that working again.
Absolutely.
We also saw the lovely strategy from St. Helens and Cats.
Yeah, absolutely. They, you
It
know,
just works.
it just works.
Every time. It's so solid, and I love that theming.
I do love their feeling.
Oh,
I love the
such a
mirror on the
beautiful
back.
robot.
I think there was a question yesterday as to whether the mirror would cause problems with the markers.
Yes, we were wondering if it would reflect a marker, and then another robot would see that reflection and go, oh, that's a flint, that is, and then drive over there and ram into them. But luckily, obviously, when it's a mirror, it's reflected, and
Yeah.
so those tags are not recognised by our robots,
No.
which is good news.
No, that is good news. Although that would
Would have
be.
been a shame to have had to take it off.
That would be. That would have been a really funky sabotage strategy. But I'm glad
Or
that
maybe next year you'll see everyone covered in
yeah.
mirrors and just see what happens. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be great fun.
we'll have to wear sunglasses in the arena to prevent all of the lights.
Sunglasses on
We've
the
been
robots,
dazzled,
yeah.
yeah.
But yes, that was a very dramatic match. Very exciting.
Fantastic. We have match 62 between the Highfield Schools, current leaders in the league.
Harris Westminster in orange.
Yep, St Olave's in purple.
And Peter Simmons College in yellow.
Fantastic. We're going to hand over to our lovely arena, and you'll be able to see everyone competing, and it will be glorious.
It will be. Hopefully no fire this time.
Hopefully.
Yes.
In 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Highfield School is desperately pressing their start button, and the robot does not appear to be moving.
That's unfortunate. We've seen such strong performances from them in the competition yesterday.
St. Olave's is nicely lining up with their first cube. Peter Simmons is not quite as nicely lined up. They seem to be pushing things out of the way rather than collecting them. Okay, St. Olave's is lifting a cube there. Very nicely done by them. Are they going to be able to keep it? Okay, St. Olave's has lifted a cube, but they don't seem to be going anywhere anymore. I'm not sure if they're thinking about it or if that is the sum total of what their robot can do at the moment. Peter Simmons has ditched all of the cubes it moved around, and I think it thinks it still has them because it's heading for the middle zone there, but unfortunately it's not going to leave anything deposited.
Yeah, I suspect that because its strategy seems to be mostly about pushing pallets, they haven't necessarily got the detection in there to actually work out if there are any that it's pushing. It is mostly made of aluminium extrusion on that front.
Yes, it does seem that the arms on the front of the robot are shorter than a cube, which leaves the potential for things to get knocked out if they're not properly aligned. Mind you, the Peter Simmons robot is still moving. It's just, oh, it's reversing now. It was running up on the plinth. I think it might be giving things another go, potentially.
Yeah, there's still 50 seconds. There's ample time for it to do something. It can do whatever they like until that clock hits 0.
They're very nicely lining up with a wall marker, but I don't think that takes them anywhere useful. Oh, they're turning. They're turning. They're still turning.
Lots of spinning. Just under 30 seconds now, Peter Simmons.
I think they might be heading for one of the yellow tokens on the other side of their zone, but they do only have 20 seconds left, so I'm not sure they're going to be able to get it anywhere by the end of the match. And they've just missed it, unfortunately. Going for a green one. They've got a green one.
5 seconds. Is it going to get into a district?
I'm sure Highfield would like that, but no, that is the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
We were just talking, and I think it's very fitting for a robot that is giraffe themed to be able to lift their pallets, lift their neck really tall. They're really playing to their theme there.
Yeah, well, I was talking to the team yesterday, St. Olave's, and they said that it was they built their robot first, and then they thought, our robot has quite a long extent. It's sort of like a neck.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if we made it a giraffe and then...
And they were right.
They were right.
Yeah.
They took that and they ran with it.
Yeah.
I have to say it's one of my favourite designs.
It's
so sweet. Any robot with a face.
Any robot. Or googly eyes. Googly eyes is the other one.
Yeah, it just gives them a little bit of personality.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, they're a touch of a robot. So cute.
I can't. The name isn't coming to me, but the D&D themed robot with all of the eyes on the top. That might. That's a bit of a funky design.
Yes, yeah. We've got some good designs this year.
We do have.
Alison Wonderland, the giraffe.
Yep.
Yes.
Gymnasium Marks Hinsdorf all dressed up in boiler suits.
Yes, excellent. And they have their hard hats just like you do.
Absolutely.
They've attached random things to their hard hats though. I think they had a cube on one of them.
Yes.
Had a... I don't remember. They had some other... a spanner on one of them?
We were talking in the dinner yesterday. Apparently, one of the team members had a marker ID on their hat. That was one of the markers that we had used in the arena. So we asked them to change it.
Yes, we asked them very nicely, and we provided them with markers that were not being used.
Yeah.
We were worried that a robot would look upwards and go,
points!
My cube points, and just drive straight into them, which would not be what we want.
No, they wouldn't have been able to escape our lovely built arena.
Well, they might have destroyed the arena in the process. We haven't seen as much as that.
No, we haven't.
Last year we had some robots. I remember the Hills Road robot had these flails, and it liked to claw at the markers on the arena and pull them straight off.
Yeah.
Which was not helpful. But yes, less destruction this year, which is always good.
Absolutely. Just more robots catching fire, it seems. We'll keep you in touch as to what comes out of that.
What happens with them.
We have match 63. We have King Edward VI Grammar School of Royal Grammar School in Guildford, Wisbech and Tower Hill. Let's go.
4 teams in position, ready to go in 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Okay, we have movement from King Edwards. We have movement from Wisbech Grammar School. Royal Grammar School Guildford is also heading out after raising their crane. I can see that overnight the flag mount on Royal Grammar School Guildford has been very securely duct taped, so hopefully it won't fall off again.
This is good.
Okay, we have an interesting robot interaction over here. Both of the robots trying to head forwards and running into each other. The Wisbech robot is, making some concerning noises.
Yeah, that really does sound unfortunate. Its wheels don't seem to be moving, so whatever the noise is, it's coming from the inside of the robot.
Yes, as I understand, the scissor lift is trying to go down, but it can't go down any further, so it's not having a good time.
That sounds painful. All right, in the meantime, we have Argus Guildford. They have lined up. They have grabbed one set of pallets. They're just outside of a district, though, which means if they do drop it now, they won't get any points, but it's not too far away.
Okay, so Royal Grammar School Guildford, I think they are still holding a token just slightly above the ground, not in any zones.
Yeah, that is definitely outside of a district, unfortunately, but there's still just over a minute left, plenty of time for it to wake up and move. There we go. It's dropped it on the floor, so it is still definitely running. Will it be able to move it?
Okay, the King Edwards robot has been moving around a lot, but it's not really got any cubes.
No, it's lining up. It's moved a couple of the green cubes on the left-hand side of its starting quadrant. However, none of them have quite made their way into a district to score any points. As a reminder, it is pallets within districts that score you points. You have
okay, they have a cube inside of their grabber, but unfortunately it's not quite aligned. It's kind of at 45 degrees. So they've not managed to grab it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They have got a very impressive lifting, grabbing mechanism, but unfortunately it does rely on them being lined up fairly well, which currently they aren't.
They do have they have very interesting sort of attachments on their arms, which look like, I think, laser cut wood.
I think they are, yes. Most of the robot, in fact, is made of laser cut plywood. Right, 5 seconds remaining now of this match.
And that is the end of the round. Well done, teams.
King Edward the Sixth, that's the one that had all the eyes. That's
okay,
it. I couldn't remember it in the last one, but that was it. It's the D&D, Dungeons and Dragons themed robot.
Excellent. Yeah, as I said, many good themes, including the Royal Grammar School. That is a Minecraft themed robot.
Yes.
And they've got all the team members, they all have lovely cardboard heads of Minecraft characters, which is a lot of fun to see them walking around in.
Absolutely, and very personal to this year's game theme, which is building and stacking.
Exactly, yes.
And cubes and blocks.
Cubes and blocks.
That's all that.
We love to see it.
Yep.
So we've, just to clarify, they're throwing lots of terminology at you.
Yep.
But the pallets are the things that the teams are trying to move to build their big towers. The districts are the square zones you see in which pallets score points. And the high rises are the things they're putting the pallets on to get even more points, even more tasty points for our teams.
Absolutely. And there's an extra element to all of this, is in that if a team has the highest pallet in a particular district, they double their points for that district.
Exactly.
So the higher they stack, the more points they get. So stack. With a big K at the end, stacking.
Big K at the end. We've seen some interesting, some people are stacking on top of these high rises, but you do not have to. You can build your own stack from the ground up.
Yep.
And we've seen some teams doing that. I can't remember which team it is, but they have a beautiful mechanism. They lift up one pallet, and then they push the other 2 pallets into their district. They then stack that pallet that they've grabbed on top of the other 2 that just pushed there.
It is a very nice...
Excellent mechanism.
Absolutely. It's good to see that we have that teams think about using 2 different mechanisms in order to achieve the same thing. It just gives them that versatility.
I think the robots this year, we've seen lots of variation. We've seen the cherry picker scissor lift from Hills Road. We've seen quite a few of them have these big long towers that are going up. We had, I can't remember the name of the team now. We've had some excellent grabbing mechanisms though.
Absolutely.
Some of them are having both a suction cup and grabbers that align. Lovely stuff. That's what we like to see.
16 seconds until our next match between Midsummer Norton Friends, Abington, the Ladies College Guernsey, Travis, and Brockenhurst.
Yes, excellent stuff.
We'll be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Ladies College Robot is off. Jankless Stacking Solutions is also off. I've got some slight movement from Brockenhurst, but they've not quite left their starting zone. Looks like Abingdon School is looking for something. They're turning around.
Yeah, we've got the stereotypical wobbling going on from Jankless Stacking Solution here in the green corner.
And they've tipped over.
Oh, that was quite
And that is a not very secure battery at all. Okay, Abingdon School is zooming off towards some cubes. The Ladies College has lifted their first cube. Looks like they're trying to head for the middle plinth. That's what they normally do. They've not quite found it, though, so they're still turning. And they've reversed onto another cube, which is lifting their robot up on the corner, but they've managed to get free of it. The Brockenhurst robot is nicely lining up with their middle plinth there and depositing a cube. Very nicely done.
Fantastic. On to the high-rise there. That doubles the points that they get for that district.
Meanwhile, the Abingdon School robot has run up against the wall here. It's holding a green cube and an orange cube, and it's trying to go forwards, but forwards is not a direction it can drive.
No, there is an arena wall in the way, and in fact, every way of possibly scoring points is directly behind them.
Okay, the Ladies College is still holding up their first cube, and I think they're looking for something that they can't find, because they just keep turning.
Yeah, hopefully they have some kind of time-based backup. They realize if we can't find it, try something else, which it looks like they may have just done.
So the Brockenhurst robot is going for their second cube, which they're lifting nicely there. You can hear the vacuum pump from over here. Okay, Ladies College has reversed into their plinth. You can't go that way. That is fixed to the floor.
Yeah, that won't move, I'm afraid. They might cause some...
And they've tipped forwards. Ladies College has tipped forwards. They might be able to recover. It looks like they've got like some stoppers on the front of their able to stop it from falling too far forwards.
Yeah, in the meantime, we have Brockenhurst there moving one of their pallets off of the high-rise and replacing it with one of their own pallets. That still means there's 2 in the district, which does give them 4 points for those. Doubled nicely because of the highest one in that.
Okay, Ladies College, their cube is just inside the zone at the very end of that match. Very well done.
Fantastic performance there.
Oh, the
end.
spice is building already. The
last
second.
Absolute last second, Travis nailed it.
Maybe that was all part of the plan. They spend the entire match going, "Hey, look, I have a token. Check me out."
And then,
there you
right
go. It's all I have. It was all of the plan.
Sure.
Yeah, we have someone in the chat, Flossie, saying, "Travis, come on, King." Yes, Travis did very well there. We do like Travis.
We do. I said any robot with eyes, with a name and a little face.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sucker for those guys. But we saw Travis last year, didn't we?
We did see Travis last year. The theme was slightly different. They had a number plate.
Was it a car?
It was a car.
Was it
Yeah.
Grease Lightning?
Maybe.
I think it might have been Grease
It might have been, yes.
It's definitely a car.
Yeah.
But
They had a cool number plate.
Yes, they
It was
did.
really cool.
I really like that they've kept that going.
Yeah.
They've kept the memory of Travis going.
Exactly.
He's pink and have different themes, but same name. I really like that.
Michelle in the chat saying Gary fell over, which is the robot
Yes.
from Midsummer Northern Friends,
Yes,
unfortunately.
we had 2 robots falling over.
Yeah.
Both Gary and Trevor fell over.
Oh.
Which is not ideal.
Not
but
ideal.
I like the solution that the Ladies College have come up with, which is, well, if it falls over, we've got these little stoppers.
Yes.
That was very nice to see. So even though it overbalanced and fell on its face, Travis was able to keep driving around somehow.
Exactly.
It had these little stoppers which just kept it hovering above the floor.
Well, that's clearly something that the team thought of in advance to say, okay,
yes.
this might happen, so we're going to build in this robustness. And
You learn that. You need to prepare not just for success, but also for failure.
No, exactly.
And figure out your plan B, C, D, etc.
E.
F.
G. We're going to say the whole alphabet at this point.
Yeah.
It goes back to what Jake was saying about how, if the robot gets into a situation it can't get out of, it backs off a bit and restarts,
It's good to
recalibrates.
have that. Some sort of, backup plan in case you really can't see anything.
Exactly. 20 seconds until match 65 between Haberdashers Riffin, Barson Peveril and Headington Rye, who are the one who had the smoky issue, so hopefully we'll see them.
Yes. Hopefully they're back in action.
In 3, 2, 1, begin. Very quick win off the line there from Barton Prevel. We haven't seen them move very much in the competition so far.
Okay,
so that's
heading
really
to right
nice
is
to see.
zooming off again. Hopefully their robot is not going to start smoking this time. That would be nice. They seem to be very forcefully running around. They've just kind of reversed and slammed into the back wall. But they have managed to move 3 tokens just about into some useful zones. Ruth in School has lifted their first cube very nicely there. I feel like heading to right robot, it looks like it's still trying to go forwards, but it can't because there is a plinth.
Ruth in School nicely collecting 3 pallets, lining up, potentially trying to deposit them into the district directly outside of their starting zone. One over line, 2 and 3.
Here, looks like they have lifted their first cube very nicely. And I think they are taking it to the center plinth. Okay, Ruth in School is running up on their plinth. But they have dropped their token, and I think, hopefully, that should fall just inside the scoring zone. Haberdashers have nicely put down their cube inside their middle scoring zone. The Barton Peveril robot has left the start zone, and it looks like it's looking for something, but it hasn't found it yet. Okay, Haberdashers is going for their second cube.
Ruth is going for 3 instead at once.
Oh, and the robots are running into each other. And they've just about got free. Okay, I think Barton Peveril might have found something because they're moving forwards now instead of turning.
So we haven't seen the punching glove on their robot deployed yet in the competition so far. I'm really looking forward to seeing if it does work as they intend it.
Yes. So I would assume that the strategy is to knock someone else's cube off the top.
That's my thinking. And with a pneumatic arm that large, it's probably going to be with a reasonable amount of force.
Possibly more force than you really need.
Almost certainly. 20 seconds remaining now of this match. Haberdashers lining up towards another set of pallets.
Okay, Headington Rye is zooming backwards again. Looks like it might be heading for another cube. Ruth in School has 2 cubes inside of its robot, but it's not going anywhere with them. And that is now the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
Fantastic to see Headington Rye back in the game, not on fire.
Yes.
Always a good start.
Yes, always a good sign.
Yeah.
A great improvement.
Absolutely, and we saw I think we saw what their strategy was originally intended. And also, just a quick note that I didn't mention yesterday that I didn't notice, one of the very few robots that aren't using a sucker.
Ah, yes.
They're just relying...
Yes, we do have a lot of sucker robots this year. It's often through lifting.
Yeah.
Seems to be a very common method.
Well, that's a good method.
Nice to see, when it is.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see, some people straying from the norm and doing different stuff.
Yeah. So maybe they're thinking, oh, maybe if we just get pallets into any of the districts, we don't need to spend so much time.
It's a less risky strategy.
Exactly.
Just
and
put them pallets in the districts.
Less mechanically challenging.
Exactly. Spend more time refining and making sure it just works every time, which is really good to see. We did see, I think Haberdashers stole a cube from Ruthin. They were, Ruthin have like what I was saying before, some teams scoop up and also pick at the same time, which is nice, the 2 mechanisms working in combination. But instead of putting the scooped cubes in the same region they were going to place the cube on on the high-rise, they put them in a different district.
Yep.
I'm not sure what the strategy was there. I don't know if it looks quite intentional.
City planning. That's how we're going to do the law for this.
Mysterious city planning. I hope I'm sure they've got, an excellent city plan in mind.
Yeah.
We'll leave them to it. But yes, Haberdashers did steal one of their cubes out from underneath them.
Barton Peveril, again, as Jake mentioned, we haven't quite managed to see how they're going to deploy their little punching thing on them. I really want to see.
I hope they just hold it in their back pocket until the final.
Yeah.
And then someone thinks they're victorious because they've stacked all the cubes, all their pallets everywhere, and then just in the minute, poof.
Just like punch out of the arena.
That would be lovely to see. That's the kind of excitement we look forward to in the knockouts.
Exactly. We're just over 20 seconds away from the next match between Hazelwick, Hampton, Queen Mary's College, and King Edward Grammar School. Yep. Over to the arena side.
Hampton and Lady Anne, the whole school. We have Queen Mary's College and we have King Edward Grammar School. All in
3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay, movement from Hampton and Lady Eleanor holds there. Hazelwood School is slowly lifting the sucker on their robot, but they've not. Oh, they've started driving. Okay, Hampton has shunted 3 cubes inside their middle zone.
And all 3 are still in, just about.
Very nicely done. Queen Mary's College robot seems to be getting caught on their plinth and also on the Hampton robot. Hazelwick is driving towards the wall, mostly. And Kegs is also off, out of their zone. Yeah, the Hampton robot looks a bit confused.
Yeah, driving full force into a literal building is not a particularly good idea.
Yeah, Queen Mary's is also driving into the same building, but they're on opposite sides, so it'll, you know, keep it nice and secure.
Now, looking at the Hazelwick robot, their left wheel has actually fallen off and is wedged underneath the robot. This has happened to them in the past, and I do wonder if the right-hand wheel is also on its way out. It's wobbling quite a lot.
Yes, this seems to be an ongoing problem with the Hazelwick robots.
Yeah, I can see various amounts of tape on the axle.
Kegs has 3 tokens, and they are pushing them into their middle zone very nicely. They're
Oh,
still
they've
holding on to one of them, but 2 of them
Yeah.
are inside.
That's not great, but it might be by design. They might be aiming to drop 2 there and drop the final one in the center, because the center is worth 3 points, whereas the other ones are only worth 2.
Or they might be trying to lift it and put it on top of the other cubes they have in the
Oh,
middle
that would be
zone.
even better. We've not seen a lifting mechanism from them in the competition so far, I believe. But
Yes.
they may have built one overnight.
They have very tall arms, so I would think in theory you could do some stacking.
It could definitely happen, yes. In the meantime, we have the Queen Mary's College robot. It's doing lots and lots of wheel spinning and not a huge amount of moving, unfortunately. It's wedged again on top of, next to that high-rise, which is also causing problems for Team HAM.
Yes, the Hampton robot appears to have stopped trying to drive into it and it's just sitting there now.
That's fine. 20 seconds remaining now.
Okay, King Edwards still has that cube inside their robot. They've not taken it anywhere yet. Looks like they're looking for something. The Hazelwood School robot is still shuffling around on its last legs. I'm not sure it's quite left its starting zone, unfortunately. And that is now the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
We were so enthralled by that match, we nearly missed our
We really
cue
did.
to come back.
Too busy watching what was going
Thankfully,
on.
our lovely producer managed to give a tap on the shoulder saying, hey, come back. You need to tell everyone about how lovely those robots were.
We had Hampton and Queen Mary's.
Yep.
They had they seem to be working as a joint demolition team, I think. They said, we don't want to be building high-rises.
No.
We want to demo this entire town. I don't think that's not really what we wanted.
No, not really.
It's a strategy. It's not a winning strategy.
Not the winning strategy, no. We want them to build high and glorious skyscrapers.
Yes, rather than just try and destroy our arena.
Exactly. Please don't.
Yes, please don't.
Our volunteers have
Spent
spent
so much time. Oh, it seems to remain intact, though. Helpfully,
I seem to have
the
forgotten.
dust from the demolition sleeve.
Yeah,
risen up
exactly.
here
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
what
gotten to
happened.
you and,
Hazelwick having a bit of an issue with their wheels.
their wheels literally keep falling off.
Quite literally
which,
falling off.
it's not a position you want to be in as a robot.
No, not exactly.
Hopefully they can fix that. I imagine they can. They surely can attach them in a slightly more secure way.
I think they mentioned they had a bunch of duct tape.
Well, you
it
know.
always works.
If it can't be fixed with duct tape.
There seems to be a common theme with things falling off. When somewhat related, when I was driving down here, I joined the motorway, right? The mirror on the left-hand side of my car
Your
fell
car?
off. Of my car fell off.
Did you fix it with duct tape?
No, I went to Halfords and bought another mirror and slapped that on.
The 2 fixes. Duct
No,
tape.
duct tape. Halfords.
All you need. All you need.
Get
Maybe Hazel should take the robot to Halfords and see
And
if they
get
can
duct tape.
the
duct tape
the
from
most
Halfords.
complicated possible robot fix.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, meanwhile, whilst all that was happening,
Yeah.
but Grandma they were just quietly getting on.
They were just like, I'm not going to pay attention to it. Yeah,
Just gonna put my
exactly.
cubes in place.
Yeah.
Although, interestingly, they were holding one, and it
Yeah.
they seemed to just forget where they were.
No.
They were just going, I
don't know
what to do with this.
No.
Maybe they couldn't decide in the face of all this demolition.
Just over 20 seconds until our next match. I'm going to read a different read from the bottom. We have Hills Road, the Highfield School, the Highfield
Oh,
School,
it's really
Kid
sweet.
Edmonds 6th School, and Colliers. That's hand over to
2, 1, begin.
Okay, the Highfield robot is moving this round, which is good. They weren't last time.
Yeah, we saw fantastic performances from them throughout the competition yesterday, and I'm really happy to see them moving today.
Okay, it looks like the Hills Road robot is just unfortunately misaligned on a cube it was trying to lift up with its suction thing.
Scissor lift.
That's the one. King Edward's School
Just
is...
missing that pallet there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Now, Hills Road, they're lining up again. Are they going to be able to contact that pallet? Yes, just about. On the corner again, as they've seen them do in the past.
Still, as long as their sucker is all the way on the cube, they can lift it.
Yes, that is the important thing, and that is the value of those suction things. It just needs some contact, and it'll be able to pick it up from wherever.
Okay, Highfield is back to their standard, very, very high-scoring approach. They've swept 3 tokens into their middle zone with 1 stacked on top, and they're going for the rest. College of Richard Collier has stopped turning around in a circle in their starting zone and has finally headed towards a cube. I'm not sure they're going to be able to grab it because it's sort of misaligned. Oh, they've given up.
No, but there's still well over a minute left. There is plenty of time for them to readjust, turn around, and hopefully grab on to one of those pallets and deliver them the valuable resources into the districts.
So King Edwards has moved 2 of their cubes, but unfortunately they are not in a zone. Highfield is sweeping their other row of cubes, and looks like they are heading for their middle zone again. Hopefully we're not going to get a robot collision here, because the King Edwards and the Highfield School are very near to each other.
Now, the Highfield School looks like they are lining up towards the central high-rise.
Highfield's arm is caught on the King Edwards wheel.
They are, and I heard a very unfortunate snapping noise.
That is not a good look. So they have dropped that cube there, and I don't think they're going to go anywhere else because they are really rather stuck. They've got their plastic arm on the front is wrapped around one of the metal poles of the King Edwards robot. I'm not sure it's going to survive contact with that. College of Richard Collier has picked up a cube. They are taking it to the plinth, but unfortunately they haven't lifted it high enough to get on. So they are just running up against the plinth there. Hills Road Save the so they've lifted their token but not done anything else, and that is now the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
Very nice to see all of the robots moved out of their starting zone, so they all gained that initial point, which is good.
And then we saw the Highfield School and King Edwards just decided to make friends.
They made friends.
So they're going to hold on.
Having a little handshake, like, pleasure doing business. We're both here to build these skyscrapers.
Exactly.
It's like,
yes.
Yeah.
And maybe they decided to build them together, you know.
Yeah.
Build a beautiful tower.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring.
Except when you're at a robotics competition, when the aim is to.
Yes. Again, it's a lovely,
It's
friendly
a lovely.
strategy.
It is.
It's not the winning strategy. You don't want to be linking arms with your teammates and trying to build towers together.
No.
Unfortunately.
Do that during tinker time, not during the round.
Yes, no. This is every team for themselves.
Exactly.
You did see the mechanism I was talking about earlier. I think, yes, it's from the high school. They have a beautiful system. They don't trust the high rises we've made for them.
Nope.
They've seen the other teams going in, demoing them, and they've thought,
nope.
We're going to build our own tower from the start, from the ground level all the way up. I love that.
I do love that.
Thinking outside of the box. They pick up one, they scoop the other 2, and then they really lovely stack that final one on top of the other 2. It's a solid base. I've not seen it fall off yet.
No, I haven't, and that does count towards the highest
it
pallet.
Does, yes.
The condition that we use is that there are 2 conditions. One is that the pallet must not be in a robot, which means that if we pick it up at the end of the match, if it's still in the robot or attached to a robot,
or supported by,
shape or form, it won't be counted for the highest pallet. And secondly, the pallet must not be on the floor.
Yes.
So if it's on top of another pallet or it's on top of a high rise, then it is in contention for the highest pallet in the district. So that's why their strategy is so beautiful.
It is.
And if you think about it a bit more, the pallet that they have on top of the other 2 is more supported because the surface area is
it's less
bigger.
likely to fall off. We've seen some people, or quite a lot of teams actually, try and stack their pallets on their high rise and just get it misaligned and it falls off, and given the scoring, it now means that every single pass of the pallet has to be within that district for its score. Otherwise, no part does not count. Very sad.
16 seconds, next match, Peter Simmons, Hayden, Royal Grammar School in Guildford, and School of St Helens and St Colliers.
St Catherine's.
St Catherine.
Match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Hayden School's quick off the mark. Peter Simmons slowly but steadily heading out of their starting zone. Royal Grammar School, Guildford, and St Helens and Catherine's is also off and out of their starting zone. St Helens and Catherine's is heading straight for their first cube there. Very nicely lifted. Royal Grammar School has just missed their cube, unfortunately.
St Helens and Catherine's, they're lining up towards that central district.
So Peter Simmons is pushing a green cube and a yellow cube. Looks like they might be heading for a scoring zone.
Drops it down. Yes, there we go. That is 4 points for St Helens and St Catherine's.
Very, very nicely done.
Lining up just under 2 minutes there. They could definitely do it again, unless RGS Guildford have anything to say about it. They're definitely in a position to steal it.
Peter Simmons College, they've moved their tokens, but they've not moved them into a zone. Possibly that might make that yellow cube harder for St Helens and Catherine to find if they're looking for it, but they seem to be doing quite nicely over the other side of their zone.
RGS seem to be trying to lift up. They were at a time trying to lift up the high rise there in the center district. They won't be able to do it, but I think it's valiant for trying anyway.
St Helens and Catherine's very nicely placed their second cube. I believe that is just inside the zone there.
Yes, it is.
We've had a very strong performance from Team SHK throughout the competition so far. Okay, RGS is collecting all of their cubes on one side and just driving at the wall. I think they might have just lifted one. Yep, very nicely done there. St Helens and Catherine's is lifting their third cube. Oh, Peter Simmons has pushed its yellow token very nearly into the center. I think St Helens and Catherine's might push it into the zone for them.
In the meantime,
they've stopped just short.
RGS Guildford look like they're lining up towards the central district, and this time they do have a pallet. Are they lined up correctly? Let's see, will their arm lower? They got 15 seconds to get it lowered. Yes, it's down.
Very, very well done by them.
They do, however, need to detach.
They've released it. It's staying. That is a whole 6 points for them. And that is now the end of the round. Very well done, teams.
Fantastic to see Royal Grammar School from Guildford there pulling off their...
Such a smooth mechanism.
It's such a... I didn't expect it to lift it that high.
I know. It's worth saying there's no limit on how far robots can extend. They can only extend outwards in the X and some Y directions.
Yep.
Checking my maths. If we extend outwards by, I think, 10 centimetres is in our rules.
Yep.
But there's no limit on upwards.
Nope.
Go 10 metres if they wanted, although they might hit the roof. So I wouldn't recommend that.
There's a reason for that. Do you want to know the reason?
Oh, yes.
So back in, this is old SR law right here. So SR 2017.
Which competition was that?
It was, the game was called Easiest ABC. And my memory is a bit fuzzy, but they...
you had to score...
You had to collect
an A cube, then a B cube, then a C cube.
And you got to score that by points. Yes.
So if you got a C cube and no A cube, it was only worth 1, I think.
I think you're right.
And if you got an A, B, and a C, I think you got 1, 2, 3. I think you got 6 points.
Yeah.
Mental maths.
And there was a team from, I believe, Clifton High School. I think the acronym was CLF. They created a robot which we now refer to as cling film box. They had a roll of cling film in the corner of their zone attached to their robot, and they would drive out and put wrap all of the different tokens with this cling film. It caused a lot of carnage.
I love this thinking outside of the box. I love things like that. Unfortunately, that
was the reason why we now have that width and length stipulation in the rules. It's because of them.
And also the rule of no interfering with other teams. I'm sure the placing cling film everywhere is not ideal if you're another team trying to drive around.
No, I think that will cause you a lot of headaches.
I do love those out of the box strategies.
Yeah.
We've seen consistently excellent stacking from St Helens and Catherine's.
Yep.
Just missing out on the centre. There was lots of competition there. Everyone seemed to centre around that yellow zone. But hopefully there'll be a bit less collisions in this next match. Coming up, we have St Olave's, we have Abingdon, we have Nower Hill, and we have MAI.
Fantastic. Let's go.
This match will begin in 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Okay, quick off the mark from Abingdon School there. Noah Hill is also on the move. St. Olaf's have, I think, lifted their grabber, but they've not gone anywhere. And MAI is also moving. Okay, Noah Hill School has a cube inside of its robot. It also has a yellow cube for MAI. Okay, Abingdon School is lining up for its first cube. I'm not sure it's inside its arms. I don't know if it's going to grab it. It is going to grab it. Okay, MAI very nicely lining up on its 3 cubes there. It's stacked 2. Is it going to stack a third? I think it might.
See, can it lift? Whoa, if St. Olaf's have anything to say about it, that is.
Okay, those 2 robots have just missed each other, and that is a 3-cube stack from MAI, which I think is a competition first so far. Are they going to get it someone that can score?
See, they've grabbed it and lifted it correctly. Will they be able to drop it? No, they've just one, and they might drop the second.
It's just slipping out the bottom of their sponge-covered grabbers there.
So lining up towards that center district.
Okay, Abingdon School has lifted up a cube very, very high. Looks like they're trying to find somewhere to put it now. Unfortunately, MAI's bottom cube has just caught on the plinth.
Yeah, and their arm is at a very awkward angle. It actually looks like it may have bent slightly out of place, which may hinder them for the rest of this match.
That's not great. They do have a token in there, which was kindly donated by Noah Hill School. And they have one of their own. St. Olaf's has lifted 2 cubes as well. Unfortunately, they've dropped 1, and it's just outside of the scoring zone. Abingdon School has also dropped 1 outside of the scoring zone, unfortunately. We do have a lot of robots doing a lot of things, though, so this is a very interesting match.
Yeah, lots going on. St. Olaf's now driving towards the edge of our arena. There are no pallets over there, I'm afraid. They're all behind you.
It is still holding a cube. Is it going to put it somewhere that can score?
Yeah, 20 seconds now. There's a district just in front of it as it's spinning around. If it can locate it properly, it might be able to score 1 point for getting a pallet in there.
We've only got 5 seconds left. MAI reversing into the wall, and that is now the end of the match. Very well done, teams.
I believe that's the first time I've seen the mechanism. Yes, that one.
I've been practicing. All year.
Yes, for this 1-2-day competition. I believe that's the first time I've seen their mechanism fully working.
It's the first time I have.
Yep.
I love they have very tall grabbing arms.
Yep.
So they can pick up 2, maybe even 3 cubes at once. I'm not sure.
The aim is to pick up 3.
I know, and they've got these sponges as well, so it grips them nice and tight.
Yeah. So
unfortunately, they just dropped some there.
They just dropped it, and then they got it caught on our arena, unfortunately.
They did.
So
They got their arms stuck on that high rise.
no.
It was not looking a very happy angle at the end there. I'm not sure. It's sort of a bit lopsided, but I'm sure they can fix that.
Exactly. As you say, it's very cool how they go up to a token, they grab it, they lift it up, they go up to the next one, grab it, lift it up, and continue.
I love that.
Yeah.
I don't know, is their goal to build a tower 3 high?
I think so.
Must be.
But the risk is that it will just fall over.
Yes, it is a big risk as well. If those cubes fall and they're not in the district, they will not score anything for them.
No.
Which would be very sad indeed. We only have 3 matches of our league left.
Oh gosh.
It's gone so fast.
It has gone so fast.
So we've done 10 this morning, and now we have just 3 remaining.
Exactly. Should we actually just take a look at
league score, league table update?
Table update. Let's go have a look at what's going on. The high field again, maintaining their lead.
They've got so many game points.
They've got so many game points.
Such a massive lead there.
2 of our 4 rookies who are present are currently in the top 5 of our league, which is really nice to see.
Impressive.
As we said at the beginning, rookie teams who have never competed before coming in, being able to execute their strategy so well, it's very lovely to see. So let's see what happens.
And then down we have, following our 2 rookies, we have Royal Grammar School Guildford, we have King Edward Grammar School, and we have Travis from the Ladies College.
Woo, Travis! Gotta love Travis.
So as the league table currently stands, all the teams from position 1 to 12, and that is the Midsummer Norton Friends, with Jankler Stacking Solutions, all of those teams will progress straight through to round 3 of our knockouts. So that will be an excellent bonus for those guys.
We'll hand over to our arena.
Yes.
Let's go.
Match 70 coming up.
Let's go.
In position, ready to start in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, Queen Mary's College is off. They're sort of shuffling side to side a little bit as they drive in a mostly straight line.
Yeah, lots of micro optimizations there, I think, to make sure they drive exactly where they need
They've
to
picked
go.
up Cube and immediately dropped it inside of their robot. Very nicely done.
See, lining up towards the second.
Are they going to run into Wisbeach Grammar School?
Not quite, but they have lined up to this one a little bit skew-if. Hopefully they'll be able to drop it in, but no, the sucker hasn't actually grabbed contact onto it quite properly.
The Brockenhurst robot is out. It's moving. I assume it's looking for something which it cannot find.
No, it's shaking its head no. It can't really see anything.
Okay, Queen Mary's College has picked up their second cube and dropped it very nicely inside of their robot there. And they are driving towards their middle zone there and crashing into the plinth a little. You can't lift that. You cannot lift that.
No, but they definitely tried.
Okay, the Brockenhurst robot, they have two very sort of thin, skinny wooden arms on the front. And I think they're meant to be pointing outwards, but one is pointing inwards and one is pointing outwards.
Yeah, Queen Mary's College, however, that is 2 points. 2 pallets even inside their district. The third just on the outside. They might be able to knock it in the next minute. We will have to see.
They
In the
have, of course,
meantime-
very nicely stacked the 2 cubes they have inside, so that is double points for those.
Yes, it is. They are the highest pallet in that district, which doubles the points.
I think the Wisbeach Grammar School might have got a bit confused by its encounter with Queen Mary's College and is now no longer moving.
Yes, there we go. They have done exactly what I thought they would. They have pushed that pallet further in, which means there are 3 pallets in there. They are the highest. They're worth 2 points each in that district. 2 times 3 is 6. Doubled is 12.
Brockenhurst keeps reversing and then turning a little. I don't know if they're looking for something that they can't find. Okay, I think the Queen Mary's College robot might just be done, but it has pushed one of its cubes inside. I think it still has 2 inside its robot, which don't quite count as in the area though. Okay, and that is now the end of that round. Very well done, teams.
A slightly quieter round.
Slightly quite
Sounds
a bit
better.
quieter round.
Oh, well.
Yep.
You need lunchtime,
I
can
do
tell
need
that.
lunchtime.
We do only have, I think, two matches now. We have a short break for our knockouts.
Yep.
But,
Exciting.
yes.
Yes.
Oh,
I can't wait either.
We did see, I really like Queen Mary's College. They have a lovely aligning mechanism. They pick up their pallets
Yep.
and they drop it down a little chute.
They
And it
sto-
just sits there.
Exactly.
It's really nice. And then I think they can open up the door at the
Yep.
back of the chute and deposit that lovely stack of cubes in their zone.
The front of
in
their robot
district.
literally opens like that.
Yes,
I think they have
it's great.
The mechanism where they have a sensor literally goes like this. It's pretty.
No, yeah. As I said, I love to see all these different ways of doing things.
It does amazing.
Not everything is just sucking and grabbing and
No,
dropping.
exactly.
The
Yeah.
ingenuity of our teams
Exactly.
blows me away every year.
That is something that really amazes me, and it's something like why I love doing this.
Yes, and the creativity as well of the different themes, and yes, it's lovely to see that. I did see, I think Brockenhurst have got a little smiley face on one side of their robots.
Lovely.
I don't know if it has a name,
Showing
but
good vibes.
said anything with a cute little face. Oh, always becomes one of my
Was
favourites.
Brockenhurst the one? It was either that or Barton Peveril. One of them had an ID card last year. I think it was Brockenhurst. I think it was Brockenhurst.
Oh, I can't quite remember. We'll
But
see
one
if
of
we
them
can
had
find out.
googly eyes and a little ID card. Basically, Emmy and I really love it when people personify their robots.
Yes, not that we have any say in the judging.
No, exactly,
But if
no.
we had a say, all the
Yeah.
ones that had a face and a name. And
Straight get an award right
yes, yeah, exactly.
there. But we're not biased.
No,
We can't be.
Absolutely not.
No.
But if you're watching this and you're thinking, what should we do for our
Next
robot
year.
next year? According to us,
Make it really cute
make
and
it
fluffy.
really cute. Oh, make it like an animal.
Travis has a bushy
little
tail on the back
face,
of their robot.
Anything like that. Oh, we just fall in love.
Yeah.
Oh,
Basically, we're just giant, fluffy. We love really fluffy, cute things.
we do.
We do.
So we have coming up in match 71. We have Haberdashers, we have Hazelwick, we have Midsummer
Norton
Norton
Friends.
Friends,
Yep.
and we have Ruthin. Best of luck to all the teams.
Yeah.
We have Hazelwick School in the orange. We have in the pink.
Stacking Solution, Team MDN, and in the yellow, we have Ruthin School. Now, these robots will be starting in 3, 2, 1, begin. Now the noise of the haberdasher's vacuum up is nicely turned off there, which gives my ears a little bit of a break.
Okay, Janklet Stacky Solutions is on the move. I think they are just out of their starting zone. And Ruth in School is lining up for their first cube. Looks like Hazelwick is heading for their first as well, but they've just turned away before they could sweep anything in.
Yeah, but I'm seeing a lot of wobbling coming from their wheels again.
They are going for the other side. Oh no, they're flip-flopping in between the two rows of cubes and not collecting any of them. They are instead crashing into our plinth. Okay, haberdashers, you can hear that vacuum pump going again as they try and lift. And a wheel's fallen off Hazelwick.
Oh, not again. That's such a shame. Oh, unfortunately, the haberdasher's robot hasn't quite been able to pick up the pallet there, unfortunately. We can still hear the vacuum pump going on. So my guess is it hasn't quite been able to turn it off exactly.
It is still inside the robot, so if they can leave it in a scoring zone, they will get points for that. But unfortunately, they haven't done that either. Okay, the Ruth in School robot, they have a cube inside of the robot. They have the vacuum pump on top of it, or the suction thing, and they have not lifted it. They're just sitting there. Okay, I think the haberdashers want to give this cube to me, possibly.
Maybe. They might be presenting it as a gift. It might be a bribe.
They're taking it away from me now.
No, that is unfortunate, but it's much better to use those pallets to score points by placing them in any one of the districts dotted around the arena.
They're going for their middle zone, I think.
Yeah, they're lined up. Yes, that is now in. That is a fantastic 2 points for haberdashers.
Very nicely done. I can see the axle for the wheel that's fallen off the Hazelwick robot still turning. So they're trying to go places, but they really can't.
Yeah, that is one wheel sitting next to the robot. And in fact, the other one looks like it may have slipped off its axle too. 30 seconds remaining now of this match.
Okay, haberdashers is knocking into the cube that's still inside their zone. Hopefully they can keep it there and not knock it out. Yep.
Yeah, let's see. They've got 20 seconds. They might be able to get another point. They've lined up. See, 10 seconds. What are they going to do?
Yes, the other wheel on the Hazelwick robot is at a sort of jaunty angle, which suggests it's no longer attached to anything. But that is now the end of our rounds. Very well done, teams. Haberdashers seem very happy with how they did.
Haberdashers seem very happy with how they did. I'm not surprised because I have written down here on my notes, right? H-A-B, flop, question mark. And the reason why I did that is because yesterday, unfortunately, they did do a lot of flopping.
They did, which is not something I've seen. Again, keep saying this. It's an interesting strategy.
Yeah, not a winning one.
It's a winning one. And yes.
There are no tokens above
Lovely
them.
to watch, but yes.
Maybe they wanted to sunbathe in our arena lighting. They want to get a nice tan.
Have a nice little relax.
Yeah.
They were just chilling out.
They were like,
Or,
oh, you know what,
this is day
all the
one.
constructing. Yeah, exactly, day one.
Day one, we'll just sit back.
Yeah,
Have a nice little sunbathe.
Put sunglasses, open
Well,
up a nice...
they finally kicked into action too,
Yep.
which is good to see.
Yep,
They are starting to build their towers in their districts.
yep.
I think they only managed to get one pallet in there.
Still-
They were trying to give it to Kit.
Oh.
I don't think one of our lovely commentators, Kit. Yes, I don't think. Again, lovely strategy, not a winning one.
Not a winning one.
Yes, bribery will get you nowhere, unfortunately.
Hazelwick, unfortunately, they still seem to have a few mechanical issues.
They really need to get those wheels sorted
Yeah.
out. I would love to see it. It's got Omni wheels, which means it can very agile. It can move around the arena. I'd love to see them stay on for a full round. Hopefully they can find the solution in duct tape or Halfords.
Duct tape or Halfords.
The two options.
I guess you can say they are not having a really good time.
Oh, right. Well, you're going to have many more interesting puns
Yeah.
for us to look forward to for the rest of the day. We are now coming up to what is going to be our final league match, which is very sad. It's very sad indeed.
Sad. Who's in that match?
We will have King Edward Grammar, we'll have Travis from the Ladies College, we'll have Richard Colliers, and we will have Headington Rye.
Let's go.
Let's go. Best of luck to all the teams in our final league match.
Yeah.
And Headington Rye.
Very enthusiastic Colliers.
Indeed. And we will be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Speedy off the mark from Headington Rye. Ladies College is also setting off. Not seeing any... Oh, Richard Collins is off now as well. King Edward's Grammar is heading out of their zone.
Yeah, Headington Rye are moving very, very quickly. The one pallet they have gone into a scoring zone isn't quite over the line, so unfortunately won't get them any points.
They have scored points for Richard Collier, though.
Yeah, they have. That's an interesting strategy. I wouldn't call it a very good one, but it's interesting anyway.
Indeed.
Colliers are definitely going to be happy about that.
Ladies College have very nicely lifted their first token, and they've deposited it nicely on that plinth in the middle zone there. King Edward's Grammar has a cube inside of their grabbing arms there. Looks like they might be heading for the middle zone in yellow.
Yep, they have. They dropped it down there. That is 2 game points for them.
Okay, Ladies College have lifted their second cube there very nicely.
Let's see, will they be able to drop it? Are they going for on top of their one, or are they going again? Yes, they are. It looks like it, but they are at risk of knocking it off. No.
It doesn't look quite aligned, and it's unfortunately fallen out of the scoring zone.
That's unfortunate. Just rolled out. They must be fully inside a district to score any points.
It was a very ambitious attempt, and I respect it nonetheless. Richard Colliers has sort of gone in and out of its zone a little bit, but it's not actually left the scoring zone. The Ladies College robot is going for their third cube, which they've lifted up nicely there. In addition to the hot pink wheels on the Ladies College robot, they also have hot pink leopard print on the sides of their robot, which is a very good look.
It looks like it, yes. Now they are spinning it around. Presumably, as we've seen in the past, they are lining up towards that center high-rise in the center district. Will they be able to do it? They have just over 40 seconds left. They could definitely do it.
They found it. They're driving.
See, they reverse back a little bit. It looks like the weight should be on. Oh, just about. That is unsecure, but it should stay.
That is very, very close there. Hopefully, if no one else touches the center, it should stay there until the end of the round.
Yes, but even a small draft could knock that one off.
Yes, I don't think the Kegs robot or the Headington Rye robot are going to do much about it, though. They both seem to be stalled over in the green zone.
No. Now, their robot is heading dangerously close towards that center high rise. They have just under 5 seconds left. Will it stay?
3 seconds. And that is now the end of the round. Very, very well done, teams.
Yes, and with that, we also finished the league for Student Robotics 2025. After lunch, we will commence into the double elimination knockouts. The matches and who's in what will be presented on the screens very, very soon once these matches have been entered, and we look forward to seeing you all after lunch.
Travis again coming through with the goods.
Getting it on that high rise in the centre.
Yes, and we do have
highest
some
of the high rises.
highest of the high rises, and we do have some lovely support in the chat for the Ladies College in Guernsey.
Love to see.
Once again, if you do want to talk to either myself or Imi, feel free to put a little message. We like go team.
Yeah, we read all of your comments.
We do.
So
We
if
love
you
to
want
see
any
it.
shout outs
Yeah.
or anything you want us to know about your teams, please send it to us there. I think in that match we had lots of people they got distracted by Collier's pink plates.
Yeah.
Pink pallets, sorry, not plinths. Pallets. They what was that? So that was which team was it? Someone
Headington Rye donated.
yes, that was it. They
Very
donated.
generously donated one of their
Again,
pallets.
It's a lovely friendly strategy.
Not a winning strategy.
And then we had TLC kept getting stuck on those pink pallets. They got a wheel stuck on them, I think, and that threw them off course. And then again, they tried to go and grab one of their own pallets, and instead there were 2, and they tried to pick up both, and they didn't quite make it.
No.
But still, they have a lovely grabbing mechanism. It's great to see that just consistently every time picking up cubes, putting it in places. I think they got a bit unlucky this round, but they did put it on their ultimate highest high rise.
Highest high rise.
Tongue twister.
Oh, that's the end of our leagues. We're now going to
Yes, it
enter our
is.
double
knockouts.
double elimination knockout
Yes,
rounds.
as a reminder, we have 2 different sides of our knockouts. So we have an upper and a lower stream. That means that anytime when you I shouldn't say lose. When if you come in the first or second places in a match, you will continue in the upper leagues. If you come in the 3rd and 4th places in an upper league match, yes, then you will be moved to the lower league, and then there you will keep playing other competitors until the top 2 will progress and the bottom 2 sadly we will have to say goodbye, and that will be the end of their Student Robotics 2025. But
none of them should be disheartened because they have done an amazing job by coming through.
All the robots we've seen here today have been phenomenal. They've all had their ups, their downs, their highs, their lows, and more importantly, we think they will develop so much in the just between yesterday and today. It's lovely to see that engineering work and problem-solving skills being put to good use.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you. So what's going to happen now is we're going to take a break for lunch because we need to refuel, we need to rest our voices because then we're going to come back for the knockouts.
Refuel for more banter.
Refuel for more banter and duck quacking shiners. There's a shark somewhere, and I also have this duck. This is not a duck, this is a dog.
So yes, tune in for the menagerie of animals that we will have helping us present in the knockouts.
Yep.
And we'll see you when matches resume at 12:45.
12:45, awesome.
See you then.
Welcome back everyone to this, the start of the knockouts for Student Robotics 2025.
Couldn't be more excited.
I know. We've seen some great robotics so far today, but this is it. This is the moment the team's been working towards now, is the knockouts. So this year it's working slightly differently to previous years. We are doing a double elimination this year. So that means that if a team loses one match, they won't be out of the competition, but will instead drop down to a lower bracket, meaning that they've still got a chance to win. Unfortunately, if they lose again in that lower bracket, they will be knocked out.
Hence the name.
Yes.
So as you can see here, this doesn't match with the top of the league table, as the top of the league table get to skip several rounds and play fewer matches, and that is one of the benefits of being higher up in the league. So here you can see the different teams that are midway through the in the lower 13 teams of the league table, and up around means that the two winning teams of each round make it to the next upper round, and the two losing teams of each upper round make it to the next lower round.
Yeah. It might sound a bit complicated now, but it will all start to make sense as teams begin to play their matches.
And it'll be very exciting regardless. I mean,
know.
robots against robots, what could be
So-
better? Building cities.
Yeah, so let's have a look at who's playing in this match. So we have, in this first knockout round match, Team Midsummer Norton Friends in the green.
We have Barton Peveril College, and we also have Hills Road Sixth Form College.
Yes, this is just a 3-robot match for the first. There's 3 robots in the first few matches because we have just works out with that number of teams. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how teams are going to do in this next stage of the competition.
And also if they have any aces up their sleeves, as we have seen that in previous years as well.
Yeah, there is something to be said for holding a little bit back until the knockouts spring out just when you need it and surprise everyone. Perhaps a change of strategy, a hidden feature on the robot, who knows?
Absolutely.
I can't wait.
Yeah, me neither. And we've got 20 seconds left, just over 20 seconds.
That means if you don't position in first or second in a given match, you do not go home necessarily. Keep an eye on the screens dotted around the venues to make sure you know when your upcoming matches are. But we have MDN, we have Barton Peveril, and we have Hills Road. They're in position, they're ready to go. And we will start in 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Okay, speedy off the mark from Hills Road and from Barton Peveril. Hills Road is going straight for their first cube there.
Very nice to see.
Janko Stacking Solutions is over the line, not quite over the line.
Not
They're
quite from
starting
here,
to,
I'm afraid.
but they are outside-ish, and it looks like they're trying to go places.
Yeah, let's see. Just need to drive a little bit further forward and potentially be able to grab a set of pallets just in front of them.
So Hills has lifted their first cube. Looks like they're heading for the center plinth. The Barton Peveril robot doesn't seem to be going anywhere, and Hills seems to have just missed the plinth, unfortunately. They're very slowly and nicely lowering it down.
Just next to. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You need to get it on the high rise to be able to get the point doubling.
They will hopefully still score the points for that very nicely placed cube just next to the plinth there. We're not seeing much. Oh, Barton Peverill's off now. They weren't moving. Now they are. Looks like they might have found something. So I'm told that the Barton Peveril robot is called Juan. And the team have got some little signs they've been waving from the side of the arena.
Go Juan. I like it. Plain and simple.
Okay, Hills Road is going for their second cube there. They've lifted it. And looks like Barton Peveril might be going for a cube if they can find it. Oh, they've swept up the center one in that row. Are they going to be able to keep it when they turn?
In the meantime, we have Hills Road. They're depositing a pink pallet on top of their one they previously done. Unfortunately, it's currently still stuck to the lifting mechanism. They drag it just out of the district. That's so unfortunate to see.
I have a feeling that this happened in one of their other rounds. They didn't put down their second cube. They just left with it.
Yeah, I wonder if something's slightly wrong with their vacuum pump, because they clearly, it's not making a noise anymore, but the pallet is still stuck to it.
And they've dropped it on top of another cube, which is not in a zone.
Yeah, it must be inside a district to score some points, I'm afraid, Hills Road.
It's a valiant attempt, nonetheless.
Absolutely it is.
Barton Peveril seems to have turned, but is still thinking about things. I think Jankless Stacking Solutions has maybe given up.
Yeah, it's just 5 seconds left of this first knockout match.
And that is the end of our first knockout for SR 2025. Very, very well done to our teams. And remember that even if you place lower than second, you still have another shot at victory.
So that was certainly an interesting start there. Lots of good action from the Hills Road robot. It's just unfortunate with their vacuum pump.
Yeah, I mean, we could hear it going, but we didn't hear it going the other way, so it maintained suction on.
Yeah, unfortunately. When you've got a vacuum system, it's very important to have some way to release the vacuum, because just because the pump's no longer running doesn't mean that air is going to appear in the system. You need a vent of some description to let the air back in. That way you can ensure your pallet drops away from the cup.
Yeah,
But
they still got points.
yeah, indeed. They still managed to get one pallet in, and it was just so annoying about that second one, and it would have doubled their points as well, so it's even more annoying.
Yeah, and now I think about it, if they'd even just cut the power off, I don't think that would have resolved the issue. Like if they stayed there until the end of the match.
No, I think it would have just remained. It would have been within the scoring area, I think, because the vertical projection would have been within it. However, I don't think it would have been in the contention for highest pallet. Little quirk of the rules there. The highest pallet cannot be attached to a robot, but I believe pallets attached to robots can score. So,
But I feel that the rule is if you lift the robot and the pallet comes with it, then that doesn't count. So I think it might have been a timing thing in that case.
yeah.
Either way, Hills Road carries on to the next upper round, and thank you, Jeff Goff, for the support in the chat. Thank you.
Yes. Now, as we're approaching the next match, we have Hazelwick, Abingdon, and St.
St.
Olave's.
Olave's.
Again, this is a 3-robot match. So, in a moment, we'll head over to our arena side team.
We are to our second knockout round here, and in the arena is St. Olave's in yellow, Hazelwick School in green, and Abingdon School in orange. And we will be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Abingdon School is off. St. Olave's is lifting up their giraffe head on the front of their robot there. Hazelwick is lifting up their vacuum pump, and they're on the move. Looks like Abingdon is turning towards a cube. Are they going to find it? Are they going to grab it?
In the meantime, Hazelwick are knocking a few over. They just didn't quite line up to those two sets of pallets.
They are heading over to the other side of their zone, so they might be able to get some of these ones over here. Or not. They could turn around again. And it's bashed into the plinth. That's not going to help you turn. But their wheel caught on something and it stayed on, which is quite impressive for Hazelwick, given their wheel problems in the past. I'm sure they're probably glad their wheels are staying on.
Yes, definitely. This is exactly the time they want them to stay on so they can get through these knockout brackets.
St. Olaf's is grabbing their first cube there, and they're lifting it. Very, very nicely done. Abingdon has also lifted a cube. Okay, looks like St. Olaf's, if they drive forwards, they might just sweep up another cube as they head towards a zone. Abingdon has done just that with one cube, I think, just in the zone, and one that they're holding and presumably going to put on top of a plinth.
Yeah, just like that. There we go.
Very, very nicely done by Abingdon there. They have a stack of 2 inside their middle zone. St. Olaf's also has a stack of 2, which looks like they might be trying to put the stack of 2 on top of the plinth, which is a risky strategy, but it will be very impressive if they can pull it off.
Oh, but one's still there.
Not quite.
No, that second one unfortunately fell just outside the district, so it isn't worth any points, but one is still
and
on the high
Abingdon
rise.
has crashed in, and they have sort of tipped their standing cube off. I don't know if that counts as being higher. Looks like they're trying to restack, sort of. But I don't know if that bottom cube is still in the zone.
Yeah, I can't tell. That's going to be for our scoring team to decide. It looks like it's out from here.
We have 8 seconds left. St. Olaf's is looking at the wall.
Yeah, there's no pallets there, I'm
Abingdon
afraid.
is shuffling around. Looks like they might have just pushed that cube more in. And that is now the end of the rounds. Very well done, teams.
Wow, that was amazing. We've got to talk about that St. Olaf's robot.
Yeah, a lot of high-rise buildings being built in the
it's
city.
just so unfortunate they just knocked that second pallet off the top of the stack, and then it just fell straight out of the district. So unfortunate. But Abingdon.
Yeah,
wow.
I do wonder whether that will have to go to the adjudicating team, because I think that lower pallet was out of the zone, but the upper pallet was within the zone.
So yeah, if the upper pallet was in, it counts regardless of the bottom one. But it might have just nudged it in a bit longer at the end. I'll have to, that is for our judges to decide.
I'm sure we'll hear from them shortly.
Yeah. So it wasn't much action from the Hazelwick robot.
It did move though, so it still scored a point.
Yeah, and remember, the 2 losing teams in this match will be just moved down to the lower brackets, so there's still time for them.
They're still in.
Yes.
Although in these 2 cases, it's just one team.
You can just see the arena currently being reset on your screens. Our hard-working volunteers behind the scenes, making sure everything is set up correctly for the next match.
Every match has to be identical to
Yes.
make it fair for all the teams.
And speaking of the next match, Joanna, why don't you tell us who's in it?
So the next match we have Ruthin School, we have Hayden School, apologies, and we have Brockenhurst. And again, it's only a 3-team match.
Yes. It should prove to be interesting. I can't wait to see what's going to happen with these matches.
Absolutely. In the meantime, thank you to Ariane in the chat for sending love to Haberdashers from India. It's really exciting here that we've got international viewers as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and we've got a bit of support for ABS as well. Let's get to the match.
Match number 75 is coming up very, very soon. We have in the green, we have Ruthin School. In the pink, we have Brockenhurst. And in the yellow, we have Hayden School. This match will be getting underway very, very soon. In 3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay, Hayden is on the move. Ruthin School is also heading out of their zone, as is Brockenhurst. Looks like Brockenhurst is nicely lined up to get their outside cube there, as is Ruthin. And they've got a lot of room for cubes inside their robot, has Ruthin. And they've lifted their first cube very nicely there. Brockenhurst has also lifted one. Hayden has just left their zone. I don't know if they are looking for something. I don't know if they're thinking about things. But currently they don't seem to be moving.
Yeah, they're driven forward, ready to pounce. We just haven't decided what they want to pounce on yet.
So Ruthin has 2 cubes inside of their robot, and they have one stacked up on top that they're holding. Looks like they're going for the outer zone, where they've deposited 2. And I think they're probably going to try and stack that third one.
Yes, and in the meantime, Brockenhurst has successfully deposited 1 pallet on top of their high-rise, giving them 4 game points for that.
And Ruth and School has done just the same with theirs over in their zone. But they also have an additional 2 points for the cubes they have in their outer zone.
Yes, they have, and that may prove valuable, giving them those 2 extra points for those 2 pallets.
Okay, looks like Brockenhurst is going for their second cube, which I believe they've just activated their vacuum pump and they're lifting up nicely there. Ruth and School is going for their other side where they are sweeping up 3 cubes. Seems their approach is to collect all of them, lift the first one, and then see what else they can grab. So they have 1 inside their robot and 1 that they're holding above. And looks like they might be aiming for the center plinth there.
Yeah, I don't think they're quite tall enough to get it on top.
They can put it next to it, though. Brockenhurst has just knocked off their previous cube from the top of the plinth and out of the zone, unfortunately, while they do have a 1 to replace it.
Yeah, they are still the highest there, but unfortunately that extra one was unfortunately to no avail.
So it looks like what Ruth and School's strategy is to do is to kind of hog the center zone there. So they've got their stack, they're keeping it nice and secure, no one can knock it over, they're not moving anymore, so it's safe inside their robot and in the center zone.
Yeah, that's a very cheeky strategy. Now, just over 5 seconds, let's see what Brockenhurst can do with that time.
They're trying to lift another one, but that is now the end of the round. Very, very well done, teams.
Wow, now that is a bit of interesting strategy there from Ruth.
Yeah, 2 interesting methods, absolutely.
I mean, I'm not sure if we've seen this sort of hogging of a scoring district before.
Yeah, I think we were just talking about the way that they're using the fact that they're built like a cube themselves, that they can pick up the pallets from inside themselves and know exactly where it's located, and of course be around the center of the stage.
Yeah, it's good to note that, you know, I also noticed that there seemed to be a bar over the top of the central high-rise at that point, meaning no one could get a pallet on top of there either and steal the bonus.
Yeah, just no one can do anything at that point around the center.
Really clever.
So, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to see whether we'll see any teams working against that or trying to change their code.
Whether other teams might implement a similar sort of blocking method. But so unfortunate for Brockenhurst there that they knocked.
Yeah.
I wonder if they didn't realise that they'd already put a pallet on that high rise, or they thought it had fallen off. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, just because it worked really well the first time, doesn't mean that a second repeat of it would make it better.
No.
And it did knock that pallet entirely out of their zone as well.
It's such a shame.
Yeah, absolutely.
Potentially they were planning to place it on top to make a 2 high. Not quite sure.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. I do like the fact that they have the little flippers to position the pallet in exactly the same location every time.
It's quite useful for them.
Yeah, it does get around some of the issues that we've seen in previous teams where they're not entirely sure where they've grabbed the pallet from, so they might have it fall over if they try and put it on a high rise.
Indeed. Now, let's get into this last match of the upper round 1.
So we have Harris Westminster 6 School, and we have Wisbeach Grammar School.
Now Hill and Peter Simmons. Let's head over to the arena.
Match number 76 will be starting very, very soon. We have, in the green corner, we have Harris Westminster. In the orange, we have Now Hill School. In the pink, we have Peter Simmons. And in the yellow, we have Wisbeach Grammar School. We'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Okay, Now Hill School is on the move. Harris Westminster, I think this is the first time they've shown up today. They are also moving.
Yes, they are, with a no smoking sign on top, a nod to the previous appearance from Headington School.
Okay, so looks like Harris Westminster has grabbed their first cube there. They've got some arms they've closed around it. I'm not sure their mechanism allows them to lift, so I think they are just pushing.
Which is a perfectly fine strategy. Lifting is significantly more complicated, and it may not be worth it for them for the points.
So Peter Simmons looks like they have 1 pink cube in front of them that they're pushing around. I think they're sort of turning in quite a big circle, trying to find somewhere useful to go. Now a Hill School has a cube inside of their robots, and various others scattered around. So Harris Westminster, by grabbing their cube as well as sort of scooping it into the front, means that they can reverse and they won't lose the cube.
Yeah, that's going to be great for movement. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's not quite in a district, but they could move backwards and move it into the 1-point district.
Okay, now Hill School looks like they might be trying to score some points for Peter Simmons.
Yeah, that's not a great strategy for them.
That's a lovely 4 points for Peter Simmons.
Yeah, a lovely gift for them. It's not a great strategy as far as a competition goes, giving points to your opponents, but it's nice nonetheless.
Very generous.
Yeah, definitely.
Possibly Peter Simmons is going to push them out themselves.
Yeah, they're very ungrateful for that gift. No, we will either do it ourselves or not at all.
Okay, now Hill School is hugging their plinth there. With Beach Ground School, they've left their starting zone and then seem to have, I don't know, stopped. Not sure if they crashed or if they're looking really hard for a marker and all they can see is the wall.
Yeah, just under 30 seconds now.
No, so the Harris Westminster robot, it's inching backwards, but it's still not far back enough. Oh, I think that is possibly just in that outer scoring zone there now.
Just about, yes. If they do much more turning, it won't be.
We've got 9 seconds left. Are they going to be able to keep it inside? Oh, they're even further inside. That's normally good. And that is now the end of our round. Very, very well done, teams.
Wow. Some
Still
nice
the donation spirit going on.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Now there's a bit of a longer pause here, as that was the end of the first round, the first upper round. So we'll be moving on to the upper round 2 matches shortly, but let's just do some analysis of this first. So, a true spirit of giving from, I believe it was Noah Hill?
It was Noah Hill giving to Peter Simmons College, which was very kind of them, especially as I think Peter Simmons didn't get their own points in this match. It was just donated to them. I also did like the... so Hazelwick did manage to get in a pallet right at the very end. They just nudged it in with seconds to go.
I know. It's very down to the wire.
Absolutely, absolutely. And down to the millimeter as well.
Yeah.
And I did love the no smoking sign on top of their robot, which obviously, given the events earlier today, seems oddly relevant.
Yes, yeah, indeed, indeed. Although I believe Jake was saying that that's a callback to a previous competition, so I'm not sure of the story there. We'll have to see if we can get it from him later. Indeed. So.
And also, we are not keeping information from you. We do not know yet who will go in the upper round in the second match, as we have yet to hear from our adjudicating team.
Yes, we eagerly await that. As soon as we know, you will know.
We have just heard that apparently it was
yes,
Headington Rise.
Yes, this was the earlier incident you might have seen in the arena. There was the wire shorting going on.
Yeah, that will do it. That'll release the magic smoke.
Yes. Now, it's you may have been worried that there was going to be a 3-way tie in that last match until right at the very end. We've been informed by the scoring team that in the event of a tie, it's resolved by the position within the league, with the higher ranking team in the league taking the higher ranking position in the match. So once again, those league points proving crucial there.
Which again calls back to the virtual competition as well as the challenges.
Indeed.
So all of it counts for this one afternoon.
Just because the league is finished doesn't mean it has no relevance anymore.
Absolutely, and we've yet to see from the top 12 teams as well on the league tables.
Yes.
So we will be taking a break shortly.
Yeah, we're taking a brief
coming
break.
back at 15:15, where we should hopefully have the point.
Just before 15:15 to inform you of the next few matches. See you then.
See you then.
we now have the next set of matches for you. So, this will be the second round of the upper bracket. It consists of 2 matches. So our first, as a reminder, so these 2 matches are composed of the first and second place from each of the 4 matches in the upper rounds. We'll be able to, yes. So, okay.
We have just been told there is an additional 3 minutes delay. So we do in fact have time to look at the knockouts as they currently are.
Yes, so let's have a look. So, you can see here the results of the upper round 1 matches.
Bold means they've won.
Yes, so the 2 teams in bold are the 2 that progress through to the next upper round. And then the 2 standard teams will progress through to the lower round. They will be in lower round 1. They will have to then win a lower round match to keep moving through the lower bracket.
And if they lose, unfortunately at that point, since they have lost twice in the knockouts, they are knocked out.
Hence the term double elimination. Yes.
Absolutely.
So,
next up, we have
so there's
Peterson.
still a little bit of time to this next match. It will be starting in around 5 minutes. So, as you can see the knockout schedule on the screen, we will be back shortly to intro the next match. Until then, see you. So we are back now for the second round of the upper bracket in this double elimination knockout tournament. In this match we will have Peter Simmons College, Hills Road,
St. Olaf's and Brockenhurst.
Yes. Now, as a reminder, these teams have already won one match in round one. So, as we now prepare for this match, let's head over to our arena side team.
All right, we have match number 77 coming up. We have Peter Simmons, we have Hills Road, we have Brockenhurst, and we have St. Olaf's Grammar School. Starting in 3, 2, 1, begin. It's a very quick win off the line there from Hills Road, straight over there. Scissor lift lifting straight up, grabbing on towards their first pallet.
A slower off the mark for Peter Simmons there, nice and calmly heading towards a cube. Looks like Brockenhurst is lining up for their first cube as well. Not seeing any movement from St. Olaf's so far.
Oh,
And it looks like Hills has just not quite managed to grab that cube. I think they're giving it another go.
Yes, that's
Brockenhurst
fantastic.
has lifted up theirs. And Peter Simmons has swept to inside of its arms. Looks like it might be going for the outer scoring zone.
Some delayed signs of life there from St. Olaf's. Fantastic,
off.
lining up towards their first pallet.
Yep, Brockenhurst has nicely deposited their first token. Hills has lifted their first cube there. Looks like St. Olaf's is lining up nicely with their first cube. They've grabbed it. Are they going to lift it? They are. And Hills has very nicely deposited their first token on the stack there. They seem quite happy about that.
And so they should be.
And they're zooming over towards a second one now. Okay, Peter Simmons has swept up another 2 cubes. It left the first 2 just sort of outside of a scoring zone. Okay, St. Olaf's has a lovely stack of 2 there. Are they going to be able to get it somewhere useful?
They're lifting it up. Let's see. Can they get it onto a high rise? Just
Okay,
under a minute.
Looks like both Hills and Brockenhurst are trying to deposit their second cubes in the middle scoring zone. And Brockenhurst has just knocked their first token just outside of their starting zone. Hills has dropped their second cube outside. And they've knocked off the first one as well.
Oh, that's such a shame to see. The competitors are so disappointed by that.
So we have St. Olaf's are next to their scoring zone. They are holding 2 cubes inside of their robots. But I think they're just over the line. Even if they dropped them, I'm not sure they would be in the zone.
I suspect you're right. I'm afraid for them.
Okay, Hills is going for a third cube, but I think they're just going to miss it, unfortunately, with their
Yeah,
sucker.
just under 10 seconds left now.
If they zoom back, they might be able to push a cube into their zone. But unfortunately, that is now the end of the round. Very, very well done, teams.
Well, that was some very interesting moments in that match. Such a shame for Hills Road that they just knocked that token, that pallet flying out of their scoring zone.
They unfortunately copied Brockenhurst's method of, getting points and then knocking them off right away.
Yes. And such a shame that Brockenhurst haven't managed to fix that. Must be some sort of error in their logic, in their code.
Yes, it does seem somewhat deterministic though, because we saw exactly the same path being repeated last time as well.
Yeah,
Of putting a pallet on a high rise and then knocking it over.
It seems like it's sort of perfectly lining up to put the pallet on the high rise every single time. Not
Yeah,
sure.
that is
it
unfortunate.
I'm uncertain about the scores in that match. They look to be some ties, some judges. So we'll have to defer to the scoring team for the results of that match. And as soon as we know, we'll be able to update you with it. Now we are eagerly anticipating the start of the next match.
We may have some minor technical difficulties here. We promise the match has not started.
Oh,
the
there
next
we go.
match is in a minute's time.
Yes. We're not quite sure what happened there.
Yes, that seemed to be perhaps an additional delay.
Anyway, the next match will be between Ruth in School, Harris Westminster, Barton Peveril, and Abingdon. So again, all these teams already won a knockouts match, so they've done really well so far. This is a fierce competition at times. Now, we'll get ready to head over to our arena side team.
Okay, we are 13 seconds away from the start of upper round 2, match 2. We have Ruth in School, Barton Peveril, Abingdon School, and Harris Westminster in the arena, and we'll be starting in 2, 1, go. Okay, we have Abingdon School is off and out of their zone, as is Ruth in School. Harris Westminster is desperately pressing the start button, and their robot is not moving. Barton Peveril looks like they're heading for their first cube. And Ruth in School has very nicely lifted a cube here. Abingdon School is zooming over into orange. Not quite sure what their approach is here. They will not score any points for cubes that they move from around here. Okay, Ruth in School has very nicely swept 2 cubes into their robot and has a third lifted. And this one's coming to say hello to me. Hello, Abingdon. You will not get any cubes here. This is the wall. Okay, Barton Peveril is zooming around. They've pushed some cubes in some directions. And I'm not sure that's quite over the line into the scoring zone with that cube there.
No, sadly not.
However, Ruth in School has very nicely deposited a first token. Oh, they've pushed it in. Barton Peveril has pushed in their token very nicely there. So Ruth in School has 2 cubes in the outer zone and 1 cube stacked in the middle zone. Looks like they might be heading for some more tokens over the other side.
Yeah, that'd be a great use of the final minute of this match.
Unfortunately, no movement from Harris Westminster, but they are in the upper round, so they will just get dropped down to the...
Oh, that was a solid arm
one of the
snapping
arms
there from Harris
snapped
Westminster.
Off Abingdon. That's not a good look.
Arms are not meant to snap.
Looks like Ruth in School is heading to the middle there with a stack of 2. However, it looks like one of their arms is caught on the center plinth, so they've not quite managed to get into the zone, unfortunately. Barton Peveril is just sort of going back and forth, just making sure that that cube is really, really thoroughly in that zone. So I'm told it can see a tower, but it can't reach the tower, so it's trying really hard, but it's not quite registered that there is an obstacle.
No, it's got 15 seconds. It might be able to correct itself and realize what on earth is going on.
Okay, 5 seconds left now, and the Barton Peveril robot is still crashing into the same plinth. And that is now the end of the round. Very, very well done, teams.
Quite a bit of damage there.
Yes, indeed. So that is the end of the second round of the upper brackets. Yes.
Yes, and I did see that Harris Westminster's robot didn't move, but being in the upper round, it doesn't necessarily matter that much because they're still in the knockouts.
Indeed, they're just
It may
moving
be
to
a
the
method.
lower bracket.
Yes.
Now, we can see on our screen that Peter Simmons and Brockenhurst have progressed through from the last match, so they will move on to upper round 3, while Hills Road and St Olave's will move to lower round, I believe lower round 2, according to my yes. So you can see that on there that they've updated to bold. Now, if we look, we're going to be starting at lower round 1 shortly. So that will mean that we have Wiz Beach School and Hayden School in this first match. Now, it's just a 2-robot match there. I'm not quite sure what that means for progression through this knockout, so we'll have to wait and see from the scoring team and what happens there. I don't know if a
It
robot
is
could
one
get
of the quirks, yeah.
I mean, a robot could get disqualified, so anything can happen.
Well, a robot got turned off this round. Abingdon's robot tried destroying the arena. I'm not sure whether that was a method or a mistake, but hopefully they'll be able to fix the, I believe it was the arm that made a breaking sound before it was turned off. Hopefully before their next match, because again, they are still in the knockouts.
Yes, indeed. So they will be progressing through to upper round 3. So they've got, they've got probably 20 minutes or so, I reckon.
That
to try
is
and do some repairs.
almost no time, but I'm sure the teams will make it work. Absolutely.
Indeed. Now, as the seconds tick down,
We have
head
just
over to the
2
arena
teams.
teams.
Okay, we are currently going to be delaying our next match because we only have 2 teams in the arena, so they would just go straight through. So ignore the countdown, we are conferring.
Do not press start.
So,
Well, there we have it.
Yes, so the judge is just conferring on the issue here. So, in the meantime, we'll have a discussion. So, for anyone who hasn't quite understood the format so far, I hope it's becoming clearer now what happens to teams as they progress through the stages. So, if you do have any questions, we are watching the live stream chat, so feel free to post and ask. We're always happy to help. We want to make sure people understand.
And we do also love seeing that you're so excited to see the teams. So thank you for Jeff Goff for the support to Hills Road, and also Peter Simmons College. Thank you for supporting multiple teams, Jeff. And also thank you for the support to King Edward VI School from Science Snapshots. Thank you. Keep them coming. Keep the comments coming.
I believe ABS will probably be quite grateful for this delay, as it gives them more time to make repairs.
For the glue to set.
Yes, it's always useful to bring spare parts to a competition.
And duct tape.
Yeah, duct tape, super glue. Just if you can get a replacement for any key components, it's always useful. Spare arms, spare wheels, things like that. It just means that in the event of any accidental damage, like running into walls or high-rises, you can fix it.
I mean, it's funny you mention that. Some teams have actually brought a method of generating spare parts. I have seen a number of teams with 3D printers with them
Really?
physically at the university. Yes, absolutely.
Wow, that's,
Although I don't think 20 minutes is enough for a full print, but
Well, it depends how big it is. It depends how quick the printer is.
absolutely. Thank you for another shout out from Xinning Wang for Ruth College. Thank you.
Yes. So, as we're currently waiting for the judges to decide what's happening about this 2-team match, but we will bring it. As soon as we have the results, we will have them.
There are only 2 matches behind the competition being the
Scoring team. Because there are only 2 robots in this match, they will both be progressing through this round into the next match. This is expected due to the number of teams in this matches, but they will be progressing through, and we will be playing the next match very, very soon. Again, remember, keep an eye on the screens to know when you have upcoming matches. Just because you think you're doing too well doesn't necessarily mean you're at home, but please keep an eye on the screens.
So,
most exciting
yes,
match yet.
you heard correctly there that both of those teams will be progressing through to the next stage. Look, we are not out in this competition. We're not out for anyone to, we want teams to succeed at this. So I think this is only the right thing to do.
And also makes the maths work a little bit better.
Yes, yeah. I mean, so that would have been the match that was just in discussion was the first round of the lower bracket, and it was the match 1 in there.
And that was with Wisbeach Grammar School and Hayden.
Yes.
Congratulations to you both. Your method of not showing up worked.
No, I believe both robots were in the arena.
I think, yes, I believe you're right. I think it was...
We just had, unfortunately, we've had a few dropouts that have made this situation happen. But so, unsurprisingly, the next match will be the second one for the first round of the lower bracket.
Match 80, technically, even though physically it's 79.
Yes. So, that will be played between Now a Hill, Midsummer Norton Friends, and Hazelwick. Just a 3 robot match, this one.
little bit less weird than a 2-robot match, though.
Yes. Now, as the clock ticks down towards the start of this match, we'll prepare to hand you over to our arena side team.
Good luck to all teams.
Yes, I mean, hopefully we can get a nice view of all the robots lining up in their starting zones for you. There we are. You can see them all in their places, eagerly awaiting the clock ticking down for the start of the match. And the teams have just popped up on your screen there. Right, we will pass you over to the arena team now.
Alright, we are heading into lower round 1, match 2. Match 1 didn't really happen, but we're ignoring that. In the arena is Jankler Stacking Solutions, Hazelwick School, and
Now a hill.
Now a Hill. We'll be starting in 2, 1, go. Okay, Jankler Stacking Solution is heading out of their zone, as is Now a Hill School. Not seeing any movement from Hazelwick so far.
Yes, there they are. They're off now.
Oh, they're off.
Both wheels still attached.
Okay, so Jankler Stacking Solution is doing a bit of a turn here. I'm hoping they don't fall over again. They had a very dramatic tip backwards in one of our league rounds.
Yeah, and the battery fell out, which I can see is now very well cable tied in.
Always good to see. Okay, Now a Hill School has 1 cube inside. They have 1 cube that they're sort of pushing in front of themselves. Hazelwick is turning in a circle. They do still have both wheels attached for the time being, though.
Woohoo!
Okay, looks like Now a Hill School have 2 cubes. I'm not sure the second one, it's very borderline as to whether that is in the zone or not. So I think that'll be down to our scorers to decide. Hazelwick has made it to their middle plinth, but they haven't brought any cubes with them.
No, that's unfortunate to see, but there is still just under a minute and a half left of the match. There is still all to play for.
Now a Hill are just caught on their plinth there. I'm not sure whether they're planning on going for some more cubes. I think, regardless, they are currently the highest scoring team.
I suspect what the issue is their webcam can see the pallets that are on the other side of the high-rise, but there is unfortunately a gigantic building in the way, also known as a small wooden cube.
Yes, our robots should not be able to drive through those. If they can drive through those, we've got arena problems.
Yes, we very much designed them not to move.
Okay, it looks like Hazelwick, I think, might be caught on their plinth. And Janklers, they've left their starting zone, but they're just kind of sitting there now. So they're facing some cubes, but they're not moving towards them. I don't know if they've got a bit confused.
30 seconds remaining now.
Now a Hill still not quite managing to escape that plinth. They just keep driving into it, unfortunately. Okay, we only have 10 seconds left. Are our robots going to be doing anything interesting in that time? And that is now the end of lower round 1, match 2, and I think it might come down to league points as to who is knocked out and who is staying in our competition.
Yes, you heard correctly there, folks. It looks like there was a tie in that match, so it will all come down to the league points. We'll have to wait for the judge's decision there.
That was a strange match, though. I saw there was a little more demolition or attempts at demolition than actually constructing the cities, as both Now a Hill and Hazelwick were both unfortunately stuck on plinths.
Yes, we'll have to. Yeah, a nice spurt of action at the start, but certainly quiet towards the latter part of that match.
Yes, and unfortunately, I don't know whether Midsummer Norton friends with Jankler, whether Jankler is okay or whether it was just a bad day.
Yes, we'll have to see. But in the meantime, we'll have many more matches still to come. So we will now be moving on to round 3 of the upper bracket. Now it's at this point that the top 12 teams from the league are inserted back in to the runnings, as it is. So
So next up we have Barton Peveril, we have Gymnasium Markt Instorf, we have King Edward VI School, and we have the Highfield School.
Yes, indeed. So, this should be... I say, some of these matches should prove quite interesting now as the top teams being added back in. And this is... We must remember that we have also got the top... I believe it's the top 4 teams from the bottom 13 still in at this stage, making for 12 teams, giving us the 4 matches you see on the screen.
Yes, and it's worth noting as well that at this point the Highfield School, which is the only working team in this match, is at the top of the leaderboard.
Yes, now, over to the arena team.
Very soon.
In the green, we have Barton Peveril. In the orange, we have Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf, Team MAI. In the pink, we have the Highfield School. And in the yellow, we have King Edward VI School. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Very quick move off the line there from Barton Peveril, straight lining up towards those 2 sets of pallets in front of them.
Okay, Highfield School's row has been a slight shift to align itself nicely with a cube. MAI is also off the mark now, as is King Edward's. Looks like King Edward's just managed to sweep in 1 cube there. Okay, Highfield School is lifting their first cube. Looks like MAI are lining up for their first row of cubes there. They swept in the first one, but it's a little bit wonky, so I'm not sure how well they're going to lift it. They've got it up now. Are they going to be able to keep it on a stack? So it looks like their approach is to do a stack of 3 and then take it to a zone. And it's a very tall stack. They don't score any extra points for being super tall.
No, they don't. But because they are the highest in a district, their points for those districts will be doubled. And by stacking them, it should make that much more certain.
Okay, so there is a stack of 3 inside the MAI robot. I'm not sure how steady of a stack it is. Highfield has gone for their tried and true technique. And MAI has dropped 2 of their cubes. Highfield has 3 cubes inside their main, their middle zone there, with 1 stacked on top, which will score them very nicely. MAI has unfortunately just missed the middle plinth, and it looks like their cube isn't quite in that scoring
Yeah, they
zone.
didn't quite drive far enough to get it onto the high roads. They were so close, but
Looks
just
like they're
not
going to be
quite.
giving it another go with their other row of cubes here, while Highfield sweeps through their second row there very nicely. Not seeing much movement from Barton Peveril or from King Edward's at the moment, unfortunately. Highfield looks like they have 5 in their zone. Looks like they're going for their 6th in the center plinth there. MAI possibly is a bit confused. They're turning in a circle. They've not gone for their other tokens. Okay, very, very nicely done by Highfield School there. That is a 6 points for that cube in the middle.
Yeah, a round of applause, well deserved.
Okay, MAI's robot is confused. I can see all of their team looking on. In addition to the spinning lights on the robot in the arena there, they have a hard hat with a spinning light on it, worn by some of their teams, and the other members of the team have various robot components on their hard hats, which is an interesting look. That is now the end of the round. Very, very well done, teams.
So that was the first match of the 3rd round of the upper bracket. Well, this is getting
Of
to be very
course, that's
difficult
very
to say.
logical, yeah.
If at any time you are confused, don't forget you can head over to our website and view the knockouts at any time. That is studentrobotics.org/comp/knockouts. It will shortly be appearing in the chat. Yes. So, certainly some interesting there. The tried and true strategy from Highfield School there, very good to see. It's certainly working well. Some interesting moments from MAI.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that Gymnasium Markt Instorf actually managed to fix their pallet picking up system, but unfortunately they didn't manage to get any pallets in. They were very, very close to getting it in the center, but not quite there. And also there was the sweeping of the arena from Highfield School. Although I'd be keen to see what Barton Peveril are hiding up their sleeve.
Yes, yeah. I'm curious now though. Highfield School have been very consistent with their strategy. I wonder if any teams are going to implement some sort of strategy to counteract it. So, that is the problem with being too consistent. It's very easy for other teams to know what you're going to do and come up with something to stop you in your tracks.
So I do fear for the Highfield school.
Yeah, we'll have to see what sort of, detection and error handling they have. Now, as we get ready for the second match of the third round between
Queen Mary's College, Peter Simmons College, School of St. Helen and St. Catherine, a rookie team again, and the College of Richard Collier.
Yes, we'll head over to the arena team for the commentary of this match.
All right, we are 20 seconds away from the start of Upper Round 3, Match 2. And in the arena, we have Queen Mary's College, Peter Simmons College, College of Richard Collier, who are cheering very loudly, and the School of St. Helen and St. Catherine. And we'll be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I can see that Queen Mary's has just lifted up their sucker arm there. Peter Simmons is slowly but surely heading out of their zone. School of St. Helen and St. Catherine looks like they've nicely lined up for their first cube. And College of Richard Collier is turning in a circle in their starting zone. Very nice lifting from Queen Mary's College there. They've got one cube safely tucked inside their robot.
Yeah, their team strategy does seem to be to stack them up inside their robot, drive towards the district, and then let them all go.
St. Helen and St. Catherine have lifted their first cube, which it looks like they're heading towards their middle plinth there. Very nicely deposited. Queen Mary's College is heading for their second cube, which they've not quite managed to line up. So it's fallen out of the robot.
Not quite, unfortunately.
Okay, looks like the College of Richard Collier is banging into the wall, which is not really what you want your robot to be doing. It's half out the start zone, not the whole way yet. Okay, St. Helen and St. Catherine are lifting their second cube. Queen Mary's College has lifted a third, which they haven't dropped out of their robot, so they have a stack of 2 inside of their robot now. Richard Collier is now completely out of their starting zone. Looks like they found a cube. St. Helen and St. Catherine have their second cube there. It looks like it's just caught on the lip of their robot, but it's nicely tumbled into that scoring zone there.
Yeah, that's very fortunate. That gives them an additional 2 points for that district.
Okay, Queen Mary's College, they have 2 cubes inside their robot, but they've not taken them to a scoring zone yet. I'm not sure which one they're aiming for. Peter Simmons' robot looks a bit confused. Okay, Queen Mary's College, they've opened the gate at the front of their robot, and they've very nicely deposited a stack of 2 in their middle scoring zone. Richard Collier has also very nicely deposited a cube on their plinth in the middle there.
Yeah, fantastic. Being the highest in a district does mean your points are doubled for that district.
Looks like St. Helen and St. Catherine, I think they thought they'd picked up their third cube, but they had not, in fact. So they headed through to their middle zone, but didn't put anything down. Looks like they're aiming for their 4th cube now, though. Hopefully Queen Mary's is not going to get in their way.
Yeah, 20 seconds
and
left,
that's a
but I think
robot
they might.
collision there. Queen Mary's been has knocked St. Helen and St. Catherine off course. Collier's is going for a second cube, but I'm not sure they're going to have time before the end of the round to do anything with it. And that is now the end of the round. Very, very well done, teams.
And we're back.
Oh, I'm glad the round ended when it did, with that near collision there.
Yes, yeah, I think I could see our match stewards being ready to turn the robots off if necessary. Because we do have stewards all around the arena ready to step in the case of any trouble or damage, things like that.
We do not want robots to be damaged. That is
No,
not. We are not robot
unfortunate that
wars.
sometimes they don't. It's unfortunate that sometimes it does happen, just because it happens too quick for the stewards to react. But
Well, sometimes it happens without any kind of collision as well, as you've seen with the wheels being donated to the arena.
yes, indeed. But certainly an interesting match. I believe we may have to refer again. There may have been another tie there. I'm not quite sure, but as we say, you can see on the screen the current state of the knockout. So we've just played match number 82. As soon as the scores are in, the teams that pass through to the next round will go bold. So you can follow along there if you're ever in any doubt. Remember, that link is in the chat.
I'll be very excited to see as well who comes out on top in this round, because the the tie was actually, unlike in previous matches, the tie wasn't with the lower points, so just the movement point, but it was actually with quite a few number of points. So both teams had a stack, so high rise, as well as a cube within their middle zone.
Yes, well, we'll have to see what happens there. It may prove that it's not important as both of the top two teams progress, but anyway. The next match will be between King Edward, the 6th Grammar School, Headington Rye, Oxford, Hampton and Ruthven School. As we now prepare and count down the seconds for this match, let's head over to the arena side team.
All right, we are 20 seconds away now from the start of match number 83. We have King Edward the 6th Grammar School in position in the green. In the orange, we have Headington Rye School. In the pink, we have Ruthven School. And in the yellow, we have Hampton and Lady Eleanor Hollis School. Starting in 3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay, speedy off the mark from Headington Rye, as seems to be their standards. Ruthven School is also heading out of their zone. So Headington Rye has sort of swept some cubes towards a scoring zone, but not actually into one. And now they've banged into the wall. Ruthven School has very nicely lifted their first cube.
Yeah, King Edward the 6th Grammar School now lining up towards their first set of pallets. They're off by just a little bit, but their robot is clearly trying to correct itself
Hampton
slightly.
is sweeping around the arena and crashed into Ruthven School. Managed to get free, however. Looks like Ruthven School might be able to course correct.
Yeah, lots of pallets moving around over there.
Yes, although I think they may struggle to find that pink cube because it's hiding behind a yellow one for them. Okay, Headington Rye is banging into the pink corner there. They've nicely deposited a pink cube and an orange cube in a place where they will score no points. And the ham robot has crashed into the plinth in the Headington Rye zone. I don't think they've quite figured out they can't get past that.
No, they hopefully will not move. But that's a lot of force being put on them.
I think the collision with the ham robot might have confused Ruthven a bit. They have a cube inside their robot and they're holding up another one, but they've not quite managed to find their scoring zone. And so they're sort of turning in a slightly baffled circle. King Edwards has one cube inside their arms of their robot and one they're just sort of pushing along because it's close enough. Okay, Ham is reversing. They've got free of the plinth, only to run back into it again. Headington Rye is ramming into the wall near one of our scorers. Clearly has a vendetta against Jack.
Yeah, Team HAM really hate that high rise.
They're not quite managing to turn enough to get free of it, and now it looks like they might have knocked their arm a bit wonky. And the Headington Rye robot is ramming into the wall again.
20 seconds left of this match that seems to be filled with complete chaos.
Complete chaos. No one's going anywhere useful. I think the only thing that is in a zone, there's a pink one in a middle zone, and there is a King Edward's Grammar School in a zone. Looks like Ruthven might just manage to get this second one. And that is the end of that round. Very, very well done, teams. I think they've pushed out their first cube, but they have stacked a second one, so that does get them more points.
Wow, an interesting match there. And we can bring you the results from the last match now. It seems that QMC and SHK will be progressing to upper round 4.
That's Queen's Mary's College and the School of St. Helen and St. Catherine, which again is a rookie school.
Yeah. Now, as a reminder, that was an upper round match. So Peter Simmons and Colliers are not out yet. They're just moving to the lower bracket. But back to the match we've just witnessed, match 3 of the upper round.
I hope the arena survives until the end of today.
Yes, we do have plenty of spare parts for the arena should it be necessary. But
we'd rather not get to that point.
No.
Yes.
Well,
hope that Velcro stays.
Yes, yeah. Well, now the next match. Again, the next match is looking interesting. Yeah, not quite sure what's going to happen there. We've got a few more matches to come, but we'll let the clock tick down. Yeah. Nice to see the support for Ruthven in the chat there.
Thank you, Serena. And this is the final, the matchup we have next is the final round of the upper.
No, there's... No.
Is it not?
No, we've got one more. No, I'm going to have to correct you. There are 2 more matches in upper round 3.
I am now confused.
So am I. Who did we just...
I think there's a
no.
delay, yes.
Yes, there we go. Sorry, our screens are having
we
trouble
have just
updating.
watched the match. So
Yes.
yes,
Sorry,
to confirm, this is the final match of the upper round.
Yes, I'm mistake there. So it will be between RGS, the Royal Grammar School,
Haberdashers, Brockenhurst, and the Ladies' College. Very familiar names.
Yes.
To
Let's get ready to head over to the arena side team.
Okay, we are heading into upper round 3, match 4. In the arena, we have Royal Grammar School, Guildford, Haberdashers Boys School, the Ladies College Guernsey, and Brockenhurst College. And we will be starting this match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, you can hear the vacuum pumps switch off the Haberdashers robot when they start. Okay, the Ladies College Guernsey robot is out of their starting zone, as is Royal Grammar School Guildford. The Brockenhurst robot looks a little bit confused. Haberdashers is on the move. Looks like they're heading for one of their cubes. Ladies College has very nicely lifted their first cube. They may unfortunately run into Haberdashers if they go too much further forward. Oh no, Haberdashers is turning. Looks like they might be going for their own scoring zone. Okay, Ladies College has very nicely deposited their first token on a plinth there. Royal Grammar School Guildford has also lifted a cube. They've lifted it very, very high. Looks like they're trying to put it down on their middle plinth.
Yeah, we can hear the Haberdashers boys' school's robot. Their vacuum pump is on. They are lifting up that set of pallets, presumably trying to line up towards a high rise.
So Ladies College just tried to lift a cube, but unfortunately just missed it. So it looks like they might be trying to put something down that they are not holding. Haberdashers robot has dropped their cube outside of scoring zones. I don't think that's where they were trying to go. Royal Grammar School Guildford, their cube is just on the edge of their plinth here. I'm not sure when they let go, whether it'll stay.
That's so unfortunate to see. The Ladies College Guernsey, their arm opened up and they knocked their pallet off of the high rise. That must be gut-wrenching for the team.
Royal Grammar School Guildford has driven a little bit further forward so that their cube is properly on that plinth there. And now the Ladies College looks like they might have grabbed another cube. They've lifted it. Very, very nicely done. Hopefully they can get with this one in their scoring zone and they will get some points for that. The Brockenhurst robot still has not left the starting zone. Okay, Ladies College is heading for the center, possibly. Nope, they're turning.
They might be turning the other way, trying to line up to it, or they might be going for the one that they knocked off.
So I can see the Royal Grammar School Guildford sort of shudders every once in a while, as if it's trying to move somewhere it can't get to. Okay, Ladies College is going for the center. They've placed it, and it's just fallen off, but that is still in the scoring zone.
Yes, it is. So that is 3 game points for them. 10 seconds remaining now.
Haberdashers is going for another cube. Are they going to get it somewhere they can score points before the end of the match?
A little more driving forward might be able to do it.
Looks like Ladies College has just missed lifting another token, unfortunately, and that is now the end of that match. Very, very well done, teams.
Certainly some interesting moments there. It's such a shame for Brockenhurst that they just couldn't get off the mark. Not quite sure what's going to happen there.
They were trying to move a lot. Like it kept trying to rotate, but unfortunately it was rotating in a corner into the arena walls.
Yes, but it doesn't matter. They will still have another chance to progress through because this was again the upper round.
The final match of the upper round. Round 3, match 4. Very logical.
Yes. But we can now inform you of the results for the last match. Team Keg and RTS are progressing through to upper round 4, while Ham and HRO will be moving to lower round 3.
And also we have support for Travis in the chat from Flossie, and that's the Ladies College robot, and we've actually been given some themed ribbons from the Ladies College, so thank you for that.
Indeed. Now, as we will now be moving on to the lower bracket and round 2. So there are 4 matches here. So we will see So again, so these are all teams who have lost 1 match so far in the competition. This is their second chance to carry on progressing through.
And also, the mats is a bit nicer this time because every match should have 4 teams competing in it.
Yes. Now, as the clock ticks down, the first match will be between
St. Olaf's, Gymnasium Markt Instorf, Peter Simmons College, and Wisbeach Grammar School. Good luck to all teams.
Yeah, as the clock ticks down, let's head over to the arena side team.
"20 seconds now before the start of match number 85. In the green corner, we have SOG, St. Olaf's Grammar School. In the orange, we have MAI, Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf. In the pink, we have WGS Wisbeach Grammar School. And in the yellow, we have PSC Peter Simmons. And we'll start now.
Okay, Wisbeach Grammar School is on the move. St. Olaf's is lifting up their arm. Peter Simmons College is slowly trundling out of the start zone. MAI is also on the move now. Looks like there may be a bit of an encounter between Wisbeach and MAI here, which I don't think MAI is going to want. I'm pretty sure their robot is very much dependent on being on the exact course they have programmed for it.
Yeah, neither teams are very happy about that.
Okay, Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf trying to lift the Wisbeach robot and failing. Some slightly worrying grinding noises coming from that corner of the arena. Meanwhile, St. Olaf's has lifted their first cube. Peter Simmons has sort of swept them into their arms. We have another robot collision going on the other side of the arena, which has caused St. Olaf's to drop one of their cubes. Looks like Wisbeach might just be able to get free of MAI if they just shuffle a little further around. But I think MAI is not very happy as a robot.
Yeah, lots of tussles going on in this match.
Okay, St. Olaf's is sweeping a yellow cube, which they do not want. That will score points for Peter Simmons.
Which is good, because it's not in a district.
So the Wisbeach Grammar School robot has a token within the front of their robot. They've got the sucker on it. They've not lifted it, and they're just sort of crashing into MAI. St. Olaf's robot is still on the move, but unfortunately it doesn't have any tokens, so it's not doing much. Yeah, we've still got a tussle going on with MAI and Wisbeach. So I'm told that the Wisbeach robot is named Dunlop after their team's last year's team lead, who couldn't be here this year. That was a very concerning snap. So the one of the edges of the MAI robot has broken off against Wisbeach. That is not a good look.
Oh, that's got to hurt. I can hear lots of grumbling going on from that side of the arena. And rightly so.
Yeah, I don't think MAI are particularly happy about that one. And that is now the end of our round. Very, very well done, teams. This is going to be an interesting one to score, I think.
Wow. Lots of hugs.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure I'd call them that. That was a bit painful to see.
Yeah, such a shame for MAI. Hopefully they can make some repairs in the meantime.
Absolutely,
again,
but yeah, I think the acrylic frame actually broke.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not quite sure. We'll have to wait and see who progresses from that match. I think there's several ties there.
It's a three-way tie, I believe, because
Yeah.
Peter Simmons did manage to get a pallet in the final zone just in the last 2 seconds.
Yes, you can currently see on the screen the broken piece of MAI frame. Yes,
picking
I don't
up the
think
literal
they're too
pieces.
happy about that.
No.
But we'll have to wait and see.
one of the team members in the interviews yesterday did mention that if they had more time, they would have made the lower frame of their robot straighter with straight edges. So I'm a bit scared that the push from Wiz Beach Grammar School was enough to just break that.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they've got any spare pieces to reinforce the frame. Perhaps it might just be a quick tape job. We're not quite sure.
Duct tape to the rescue.
Indeed.
So now we have the second match of round 2.
Yeah,
But before then,
before we jump into that, we'll just inform you that RGS and TLC have progressed through the upper bracket, while Brockenhurst and Haberdash are moving to the lower bracket. That's the results of match 84.
and also thank you for the shout out to Highfield from that random person in the group chat. Thank you.
Yes. You can currently see the schedule on your screen with the current match highlighted in yellow. Speaking of the current match, it will be between Colliers, Barton Peveril, Hills Road and Hayden School. Over to the arena team.
Okay, we are away from the start of lower round 2, match 2. In the arena we have College of Richard Collier, Barton Peveril, Hayden School and Hills Road Sixth Form College. And we will be starting this match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, quick off the mark from Richard Collier and from Barton Peveril. Hayden School has also left their starting zone. Hills Road Sixth Form College is zooming towards their first cube. Their sucker is lowering down just on the very corner. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to lift it. They are. It looks a little bit precarious, but if it works, it works. Barton Peveril is slowly and calmly sweeping 1 pink token and 1 orange token over towards Barton Peveril's robots, and is now pushing the Barton Peveril robots. Yes, and so now Hayden School has nicely driven into the warm embrace of the Barton Peveril robot. Very, very nicely done by both Richard Collier and Hills Road, who have both stacked a token on their middle zone. Very, very nicely done. Hills Road is going for a second. Richard Collier is still having a look around. Okay, looks like Richard Collier might have found another one to go for. Hills Road has lifted their second one there. Are they going to... Oh, and they've dropped it. Oh, dear.
Oh, that's a shame. Not quite in a district there.
Yes, however, I believe Hills Road robot is able to detect when they haven't picked up a cube. So possibly they've noticed that they've dropped something and they might try again in a minute. Or they might just give up. They're not really moving it anywhere at the moment.
I'm going to pretend that it is deep in thought, working out what exactly its next plan is going to be.
Yes. The Hayden School robot is trying really, really hard to keep driving, but unfortunately it has crashed into Barton Peveril and also the wall by way of Barton Peveril. Okay, Richard Collier has lifted their second cube. They're holding on to it. They're turning. Are they going to get it somewhere useful? Okay, they are driving towards their middle scoring zone, and they've just knocked off their first token there.
Yes, and out of the district as well. Unfortunately, that pallet is no longer worth any points.
That is a shame. If they keep running into that cube, they're going to knock that one off as well, and that would not be ideal.
No, 20 seconds.
Okay, I think Richard Colliers is hoping very hard that their robot just stops, because this is not good for them. And they have knocked their cube off the plinth. Still in the scoring zone, but not worth quite as much, unfortunately.
They lose the doubling mechanic.
And that is now the end of that round. Very, very well done, teams.
Ooh, some heartbreak there for Colliers.
Yeah, there was a lot of movement at the start, and then very little movement near the end.
Yes, it's such a shame for Colliers that they just knocked that pallet off the high rise twice.
Absolutely, but I also feel for Barton Peveril. How could they have foreseen that they'd be pinned between, well, a rock and a hard place, I guess. One team's robot actively pushing them towards the wall, and the arena wall, which thankfully did not give way.
No, the arena wall's very strong.
Well, as we just saw.
Yes. Yeah, it's this sort of situation where how a team handles errors and unpredictable scenarios can really make the difference. Perhaps if they had more time, they could have made their robot realise, oh, it's stuck.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I don't think there was much that Barton Peveril could have done in that situation,
No.
unless they'd used that
Not Barton
nose
Peveril.
for something, but we've
yeah.
still yet to see it in action.
Well,
Also, Domaiko from the chat, apologies if I'm mispronouncing that, says that it's her birthday. So happy birthday, Domaiko. I don't know if you're related to the teams, but I hope you have a wonderful day and thank you for spending it with us.
yes, indeed. Now, the clock is ticking down to our next match. No scores as of yet for match 85, but we will update you as and when we get them.
Yes, these are becoming harder and harder to score, not as clear-cut as the leagues.
Yes, now, match number 3 for the second round of the lower bracket will be between Nower Hill, Brockenhurst, Harris Westminster and Headington Rye.
Good luck to all teams!
And let's head to the arena side team.
Match number 87 is coming up very, very soon. In the green, we have Nower Hill. In the orange, we have Brockenhurst. In the pink, we have Headington Rye Oxford School. And in the yellow, we have Harris Westminster Sixthform School. All ready to go. In 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Okay, Headington Rye is speedy off the mark, as is their theme at this point. They've swept 3 tokens into not a scoring zone. Harris Westminster has sort of picked up a cube, but it's a bit wonky, so I'm not sure how long they're going to be able to keep it. You can hear the signature sound of a vacuum pump activating on the Brockenhurst robot as they lift a cube here. Nower Hill School has 1 cube inside of their robot here. Hopefully they can get it into a scoring zone.
A thud there heard from the other side of the arena as Headington Rye Oxford robot just drove straight into the arena wall.
Yes, they do appear to be quite keen on banging into things at the moment.
Yeah, not a great strategy. But let's see if they can convert that strategy into banging pallets into districts to score some points.
That might be good for them. And it's banging into the wall again.
No, there's the thud.
So Harris Westminster has a yellow cube and a green cube sort of in front of it, both of which are held rather wonkily. And it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. I think it might be holding one in the way of its camera.
I think you might be right, yes. I believe its code is still running, so we'll see. There's just over a minute left of this match.
Brockenhurst very, very nicely done there. They've deposited a token onto that plinth. Nower Hill School heading all the way across the arena to deposit a token in the pink middle zone. Yes, they're running into the plinth now, just to, make sure that that token is properly secure inside that zone, I'm sure. Brockenhurst is heading for their second token to lift. You can hear that vacuum pump going again. Headington is making some confused shuffling and turning in some interesting directions. And now they are ramming, I think they have stabbed a green cube and dragged it out of the scoring zone. Brockenhurst has just knocked their first cube off their plinth.
And out of the district as well.
But they are depositing one to replace it, possibly.
Let's
They're
see, will
trying
they?
to.
Yeah, will they keep it in? When the clock hits 0, it matters where that one lands and if the robot is touching it. If it's on the district and the robot is touching it, it will not count as the highest, but it will still count as inside the district.
Headington Rye has let go of the cube that they dragged out of, and that is now the end of that round. And interestingly, Brockenhurst, I believe they were still holding onto that cube when the round ended, and it just dropped down onto the plinth. So I'm not sure how that's going to be scored, but it was a very interesting round.
Well, some interesting moments there.
Pure chaos from, was it the Headington Rye Oxford robot. That to try and destroy the arena, destroying the cubes.
Yes, such a shame for Nower Hill that they lost their pallet.
Yeah, they went through the whole effort of going to the opposite side of the arena in order to get their pallet in a safe place, and they lost it.
Yes, now, there's currently some deliberation between the judges about whether this pallet was attached to the robot at the time the match ended. There's no question that it scored some points, but it's whether it can count as the highest pallet and thus double its worth or not. So we'll have to stand by for a decision from the judges on that one.
That is quite an important decision for Brockenhurst because that, I believe, would be their only point from that pallet.
Yes, although I'm not sure how the other teams scored. While we wait, shall we while we wait, we'll give you the scores from the previous 2 matches. So, match number 85, MAI and Peter Simmons are progressing through to lower round 3, while unfortunately St Olaf's and Wisbech are knocked out.
And also that means that Gymnasium Markt Insdorf will continue playing in the knockouts, so I really hope they manage to fix their robot.
Yes, also match number 86, Colliers and Hills Road progress through to lower round 3, while Barton, Peveril and Hayden progress, unfortunately, out of the competition.
They knocked themselves out by hitting the arena walls and took Barton Peveril with them, unfortunately.
Yes, now, lower round 2, match number 4 will be between Hampton, Midsummer Norton Friends, Haberdashers and Abingdon School. It's important to note that the damaged pallet will have been replaced, so no team is disadvantaged. To the arena.
And Abingdon School will be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Hampton Ladies on the move. Janko Stacky Solutions heading out of their starting zone, as is Abingdon School. Haberdashers doesn't seem to have left their starting zone. Oh no, they're on the go.
Yeah, Hampton School's robot here. Unfortunately, their code has crashed.
Oh dear, that's not good for them. Haberdashers has 1 cube either side of their robots, which I don't think they meant to collect either of them. They also have a green cube swept inside of their robot, which if they take it somewhere, will score quite nicely for Hampton and Lady L and the whole school. Okay, Jankler Stacking Solutions looks like they might be heading for a cube.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise coming from their robot, which is somewhat disconcerting.
Yes, they've not quite lined up, and they're not heading in east direction. The Abingdon School robot is spinning in circles. I believe they were the team who one of their arms snapped off in their last round. Looks like they've replaced it with some clear plastic as opposed to the red they had last time.
They clearly thought properly and came with some spares.
Okay, so the Haberdashers robot picked up a cube, or they collected a cube. They've moved it around and they've left it alone. It was a Team Ham cube, so I don't think they really wanted to score points with that. Yeah, there really are some very loud grinding noises coming from the Jankler Stacking Solution robots.
Yeah, I'm mostly interested in what on earth it is making that noise. It's apparently the stepper motor's making those noises.
And yet it is not going in a direction with its wheels.
This is considered a bug. 40 seconds remaining now.
Okay, Abingdon is lifting up their grabbing arms very, very high for no reason particularly that I can see. I don't know if that means they're about to do something interesting. Oh no, they're going to crash into the plinth.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. There's still all to play for in this match.
None of our robots seem to be doing much of anything at the moment, unfortunately. Okay, Abingdon, I think, is trying to grab the plinth, possibly.
That definitely won't work, I hope.
I know, I think they thought they had a cube. They would have very nicely put it down, but unfortunately they didn't have one. So that is now the end of our round. Very, very well done, teams.
Another quiet match there.
Well, audibly it was very loud, but not much happened in terms of points.
No action going on there. Yeah. Well, again, I think we are going to have to defer to a judge's decision because it looks like some more ties happened there. So we will wait and see who progresses through.
I think that is our first four-way tie that we've had so far in the knockout.
I'm not convinced it's a four-way. I think it's only a three-way tie because 3 of the robots did move.
Of course, one of the robots, unfortunately. Yes, I think was it Hampton Lady Eleanor Hall School had a crash.
Yes, so unfortunate that their code crashed. I wonder if they made any last-minute changes to try and improve it.
It's always those last minute changes
Yes,
or
yes.
changes to the strategy, and you think this will win it, and it does not.
Indeed. Well, we will shortly be progressing through to the first match of the 4th round of the upper bracket. If anyone is feeling lost, don't forget you can look at our website, link studentrobotics.org/comp/knockouts.
Or if you're feeling lazy, it is in the YouTube chat.
Yes, this will means that you can see exactly what's going on. And remember, the teams in bold are the ones progressing through to the next round.
I believe this round is with the winners of the previous upper round match. So these are the ones that haven't lost any matches so far in the knockouts.
Indeed, yes. So the 8 teams that won matches in upper round 3 are the 8 teams we have in this upper round 4. So this first match is between King Edward VI Grammar School, Royal Grammar School,
the Highfield School, and Queen Mary's College.
Let's head over to our commentators to bring you the amazing action we hope to see.
We are heading into upper round 4, match 1, and in the arena we have Highfield School, King Edward Grammar, Royal Grammar School Guildford, and Queen Mary's College. And we will be starting this round in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Highfield is off. King Edward Grammar School is also off, as is Royal Grammar School Guildford. Queen Mary's College is not quite managing to grab a cube there, unfortunately. Highfield School, however, is very nicely lining up with their first cube and lifting it. We have a cube lifted by Royal Grammar School Guildford. Okay, Queen Mary's College tried to use their sucker to lift a cube, but unfortunately didn't quite succeed. The Highfield School has left behind a cube, unfortunately, but they have managed to pick up one, and they've nicely deposited it. So they have a stack of 2 inside their middle scoring zone. Queen Mary's College is sweeping to almost all the way into their middle scoring zone, and they've nicely grabbed one and put it inside the stack in their robots. Royal Grammar School Guildford has a cube on the plinth, but it's very borderline. I think it might fall off when they let go. Yeah,
unfortunately it does.
Highfield School is lining up with the wall, and they're turning. They're heading towards their next cube. I think Queen Mary's College, their wheel is stuck on their cube. Okay, Royal Grammar School Guildford is really ramming that cube into their middle scoring zone. King Edward's, meanwhile, is just turning in a circle.
Yeah, hopefully looking for some pallets, but we will see. Now, the Highfield School are lining up towards their lovely pile of pallets there inside that district. Seems it wasn't quite good enough to place that one on top. Maybe they're going for the center one to get 6 points rather than the 4 that one would be worth in that district.
Very possibly. If they head towards the center, they will sweep another cube with them, I believe, and that will score them a very respectable 12 points in addition to the 4 they already have.
Yeah, lots of points for play in this match.
Okay, Queen Mary's College is lifting up the cube that was already inside its zone and dropped it back inside the zone.
Yes, fortunately not at risk of being left outside of a district, so it's still worth the 2 points for being in there.
Okay, Highfield School is on the move again, heading towards the middle. They may end up having a run-in with the Royal Grammar School Guildford robot.
Please.
Oh, and they haven't quite managed to get on the top, and that is now the end of that match. Very well done, teams.
It's a relief to see no robots or the arena being hurt this round.
Yes. It was unfortunate that Highfield School's strategy didn't quite work this time.
Yes, I was wondering whether that would make a difference, because I think one of the robots managed to move one of their pallets out of position. So maybe they're more deterministic than we thought.
Yeah, maybe they don't necessarily intelligently look. Maybe they've no way of telling how many pallets they've got. It's hard to say.
But it has worked very well for them, because I believe they're still at the top of the league.
They are indeed.
Yeah.
I don't believe the league is changing anymore, so we will shortly see. Now, let's look at let's look at some new scores we can report.
Yes, I believe there's 2 matches that have just come through. So in lower round 2, match 3, Brockenhurst and Headington Rye Oxford will be moving through to the next lower round, as well as Midsummer Norton Friends, which again is a rookie team, and Haberdashers. Unfortunately, this is where we say goodbye to Nower Hill School, to Harris Westminster Sixth Form, to Hampton and Lady Eleanor Hall schools, as well as Abington. They have done amazingly well to get through to this round, though.
Yes. Now, in this next match, we will see the Ladies' College face off against King Edward VI School, Ruthyn School, and the School of St Helen and St Catherine. Now, let's see what the arena team will make of this match.
Jake! Oh, okay, my mic's working now. That's fine. Okay, we are now heading into upper round 4, match 2, and in the arena is Ruthyn School, Ladies College Guernsey, King Edward School, and St Helen and St Catherine. We will be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, King Edward's is on the move, as is Ladies College Guernsey. Ruthyn School slowly but steadily heading out of their starting zone, as they do. St Helen and St Catherine looks like they're trying to line up for their first cube there. Just narrowly missing running into King Edward's, although I think King Edward's, yep, now that St Helen and St Catherine have lifted their cubes, King Edward's can turn nicely, and they have pushed 2 cubes into their middle zone. Very nicely done. Ladies College has nicely deposited a cube onto their plinth, as has St Helen and St Catherine. Ruthyn School has 2 cubes inside of their robot and another lifted up.
Yeah, the Ladies' College, they've picked up another pallet. Let's see, can they move it towards, in the past, they've moved it into their middle district, which will give them an additional 4 points. Let's see, are they going to go for the centre one, which will give them 6 instead?
King Edward's robot seems to have run into the wall. Looks like the Ladies' College didn't quite manage a stack that was the height of 3 cubes.
No, it's
and their
unfortunately
second
rolled
token
out.
has fallen outside. St Helen and St Catherine very nicely lowering their second cube, and it's fallen lovely and neatly next to the plinth there. The Ruthyn School robot, they were holding one of their cubes, which they have put down outside of a scoring zone. Now they're going for the same approach along the other row of cubes that they have.
Yes, let's see, the Ladies' College Guernsey, they're lining up at the same time as Ruthyn School towards that central high-rise. I think the Ladies' College may have got there first.
And I think that's going to say that's very, very nicely done by Ladies' College there. They have a cube in the centre on the plinth.
Yeah.
Lovely to see.
But there's 30 seconds left, and Ruthyn School may have something to say about that.
St Helen and St Catherine are also, it looks like they're trying to deposit their 3rd cube. They've got a lovely stack of 2 next to their one on the plinth, which they sort of nudged, but it hasn't fallen off the plinth.
Just under 20 seconds left now. Let's see what the Ladies' College Guernsey are doing. It looks like they might maybe go in for a sabotage of SHKs.
I think they just can't find any thrown cubes.
I think you might be right. They are now littered around their corner of the arena. No, they want to go and have a bit of an argument with Ruthyn School.
And that is now the end of that round. Very, very well done, teams.
Well, quite close at the end there between the Ladies' College and Ruthyn School.
Yes, I would dread to think what would have happened if the match had carried on.
Yeah, there's no way to tell, because Ruthyn School did have that strategy earlier of completely blocking the central plinth. So I don't know whether they didn't take into account that the Ladies' College would get there first.
Yeah, it's hard to say, or perhaps they didn't have time to execute that bit of strategy. Yes. Well,
they will have time though, because this was the upper round, so all teams will make it through to future rounds.
Indeed. You can just see the closeness there of the Ladies' College and the
Ruth in School robot.
Yes. Now.
Yes.
Yes.
So we've just gotten results from the previous round.
Yes, so we have the Highfield School and the Royal Grammar School Guildford progressing through to upper round 5, while King Edward the 6th Grammar School and Queen Mary's College will be moving into the lower brackets.
So next round will be the lower round 3 match 1, which was match 91. So we've had almost 100 matches over the past 2 days. And that is against Hills Road, Headington Rye Oxford, Midsummer Norton Friends and Peter Simmons College.
Reminder that as this is a lower round match, the teams placed in 3rd and 4th will unfortunately be knocked out of this competition. So this is really it. It is all to play for.
And again, we were still looking at those league points in case there are any ties in the competition.
Yes, indeed.
So I believe there's just over 20 seconds left until the next round. So over to our arena team.
Okay, we are 20 seconds away now from the start of match number 91. We have Hills Road Sixth Form College in the green. In the orange, we have Headington Rice Oxford School. We have Peter Simmons College in the pink. And in the yellow, we have MDN Jankler's Stacking Solutions. Starting in 3, 2, 1, begin. Very quick move off the line there from Headington Rice School that we've seen so many times in the past from them. They're a very fast robot.
Hills Road also pretty speedy. Looks like they might just be able to suction the very corner of that cube. That does not look secure, but they have lifted it.
Yes, that's fine. That's the important thing. Now, Headington Rice School, they've got some orange pallets all the way over here for some reason, dragging Summer Hills Roads on with them.
They've swept 2 orange ones up and 2 green ones, and now they've crashed into the wall. They seem to be doing that a lot, crashing into the wall. Hills Road very, very nicely placed their cube on top of the plinth in the middle zone there. I'm hearing some more quite loud grinding.
I think that's the stepper motors coming from Team MDN's robots.
Yes, unfortunately their robot does not appear to be doing anything at the moment.
No, now the suction arm is coming down from Hills Road's robot. They're lining up towards a pallet. They've locked on and they are successfully lifting it up.
Very, very nicely done. They've got suctioned it just on the very edge of the cube, so it's not the most secure lift you could have, but they are lifting things, and that is good. So Peter Simmons, they have 1 pink token inside the middle zone in orange. Looks like they might be just gunning for it again. I'm not sure where they would want to take it. Okay, Hills Road is spinning around. It's a very quick turn from them, and they're hopefully aiming. Oh, that's quite
lots
the
of
spin.
spinning from them.
Quite the spin.
That's dramatic.
I don't think that's what that was meant to do.
No, it's spinning so fast, one of the wheels is slipping.
It's I would call it a celebratory spin, but they haven't put that cube down, which is probably what they want to do.
No, but they have got 1 on a high rise anyway.
And that is more than any of our other teams have at the moment.
Yes, there's 20 seconds left of this match. Headington Rye Oxford looks like they're coming in to work out what Hills Road are doing.
Those 2 robots just keep missing each other, but if they move a bit too far, they might end up crashing. They just keep missing each other. Oh, and now Hills started turning the other way, and that is now the end of that round. Very well done, teams.
Nice dancing, Hills Road.
Well, that was a new method.
Yeah, is anyone else feeling a little bit dizzy?
Absolutely. Well, no, it's okay. They were rotating one way and then the other way, so it's fine. It cancels out, I'm sure.
Yeah. So some very close moves there from the Hills Road and the Headington Rye robot.
Yes.
Very nearly touching. Shame for MDN about their stepper motors. Just no movement out of it. Not quite sure what's going on there.
Yes, but we did manage to get some points from Hills Road and also Peter Simmons.
Yes.
But we'll have to wait and see for the final
yes,
results.
Indeed.
In the meantime, thank you to Flossie in the chat for their support to Travis, or King Travis, and thank you to Hester Sonnender for support for Highfield.
Yes. Now, I don't believe we have given you the scores from. No, we have given you the scores from match 89. We are still waiting for the match 90 scores. So, as and when we get them, you will have them.
It's always a little bit more complicated to score these rounds because it's just so close.
Yes. Now, the clock is ticking down to the second match of the third round of the lower bracket. So, as the clock ticks down, we will be seeing Brockenhurst.
Gymnasium Markt Instorf, Richard Collier College, and Haberdashers Academy.
It's worth noting that Haberdashers have added some outriggers to the back of their robot to stop it falling over as we had seen yesterday. So some development there. It's good to see.
Yes. Engineering on the fly.
Yes. Now, let's hand over to our commentators.
Okay, we have 20 seconds before the start of lower round 3, match 2, and in the arena is Brockenhurst, Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf, Haberdashers, and College of Richard Collier. And we will be starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we have movement from Haberdashers. Richard Collier and Brockenhurst have both left their starting zones. Looks like Richard Collier is heading for their first cube, and now MAI is off the mark as well.
Slowly moving Haberdashers there. We've seen them flip over in the past, so it's nice they are moving slowly, hopefully to try and counter that.
Yes, they've not had any issues today. I think MAI has just overshot slightly, and so they are pushing all of the cubes forwards, but that's not a useful direction. College of Richard Collier has nicely deposited a token in the center zone there. Brockenhurst has one lifted, and they are going for their middle zone plinth.
Yes,
Very,
Brockenhurst
very
have dropped
nicely
it
done by
down. Nicely
Brockenhurst.
done for them. 4 game points.
Yes, MAI would be lifting a bunch of cubes, but unfortunately they are instead ramming them against the arena. Okay, Haberdashers is having a look around. It's not really moved any cubes yet. And I believe, so Brockenhurst has just swept another cube into the center so it can lift it with its vacuum pump.
Yeah, so I did
Very
notice they've got
nicely
little
done there.
arms on the front, which are clearly designed to try and bat the pallet towards their suction arms. Really great strategy
Okay,
for making sure
MAI
they line
is
up properly.
ramming into the center plinth there, and College of Richard Collier has deposited a 2 tokens into their middle scoring zone. Brockenhurst has a second cube, and they have knocked off their first cube.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Out of the district, which means that pallet is no longer worth any points in this competition. They might be able to rectify it in the final 45 seconds of this match, but we will have to wait and see.
Okay, I believe that Haberdashers is caught on their plinth, and Richard Collier is going for another cube, which they have nicely lined up to there. Looks like they've managed to grab it, and they've lifted it off the ground just very slightly. Okay, Brockenhurst looks like they are going for another cube here. They've used their little arms on the front to sweep it central.
10 seconds. Colliers look like they're pushing some pallets into the center. They got one in just as with 5 seconds remaining.
And that is now the end of that round. Very well done, teams.
Now, you weren't able to hear that, but there was a lot of cheering and a lot of clapping right at the end.
Yes.
Just as we got that final point in, that
Now,
final pallet.
Just before we disappear off for a short break, we'll update you with a few scores. Match number 90, we see the Ladies' College and the School of St Helen and St Catherine progressing through the upper round, and Ruthven School and King Edward VI School moving to the lower bracket. And match number 91 sees Hills Road and Peter Simmons progressing through the competition, while unfortunately Midsummer Norton and Headington Rye are out.
which is a shame, but it's amazing that they've gotten to this point in the knockouts.
Yes,
Definitely proud
as a
of
rookie
them.
for MDN, such
And
an achievement.
the only non-school and non-scouting organisation team that we've had, I
Yeah,
believe.
indeed. Now, we're going to take a short break, but we will be back with you just before the next match, which will be at quarter to three, sorry.
There are only a couple of matches left as well, because it's the lower round matches, and then we have the semi-finals starting.
Indeed. We will see you shortly.
After the break.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our continued live coverage of the knockouts of Student Robotics 2025. We are edging ever closer to the grand final of this competition.
We are.
Wow.
I can't believe it's gone this fast. I say
Nope.
that every year, but
Yep.
it remains
There seems to be
equally
like
as true.
a special time zone happens when we hit the knockouts. We
Absolutely.
lead up to the league and goes,
Walk
"Bop!"
straight, yeah, exactly. Going to hyperspeed. So, as explained earlier in the day and throughout the day, we have a new knockout system, which means you need to, you have two chances. So you essentially get a second chance if you do not come in the top two teams. You have a second chance to compete in more knockouts and try and make it to that final. So that means we are about to start on lower round 4. There will be 2 matches in lower round 4, and then we will have the upper semi-final. The upper semi-final is confirmed to be between. Oh, I can't remember the
School
first
of
one.
Helen and St. Catherine.
Yes, it will also be the ladies' college. It will be. I should have prepared this a
It's
little
alright.
better. The Highfield
The
School.
Highfield School.
And it will be.
Rookie, who were at the top of the league.
Yes, and it'll be
which
Royal.
they're doing amazing.
Yes, and then it'll be Royal Grammar School Guildford, and that will be in the upper semi-final, match 95, starting at 5-2-3. But before then, we have coming up in just about a minute. We'll be starting with the 2 matches in lower round 4. As a reminder, this is a lower round, and sadly, the people that come 3rd and 4th in these matches will not be seeing them again. This will be
No.
the end of SR for them, unfortunately. But every team should be super, super proud of how well they've done.
Absolutely.
These robots this year,
Have
I
been
mean,
amazing.
they're always better
every
than last
year.
year because somehow the bar keeps on rising. I don't know how these.
I don't know how
kids
they do it, but you know they have
It's
all
phenomenal.
all of their support networks that they have behind them.
Yes.
Teachers, parents, everyone.
Yes.
We're ever so grateful for them.
Yes, massive thank you to everyone that's helped the teams get this far. So in lower round 4, match 1, we have Hills Road, Ruthin, Brockenhurst, and Queen Mary College.
Green, Hills Road, Sixth Form College. In the orange, we have Ruthin School. In the pink, Brockenhurst College. And in the yellow, we have Queen Mary's College. Back get underway in 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Hills Road speedy on the mark, as per usual. Queen Mary's meant to be lining up on their first cube. Ruthin and Brockenhurst both heading in
Each other. Queen Mary's has very nicely deposited their first cube inside of their robot. Hills has lifted their first cube and looks like they are heading for the plinth.
Yeah, QMC, they picked up their second pallet, but unfortunately it wasn't quite aligned. So they ended up dropping it onto the arena floor rather than into their little chute.
Hills Road has just about managed to balance the cube on top of their middle zone plinth.
Yeah, excellent. Looks like they're lining up towards a second.
Brockenhurst has very nicely deposited that cube on their middle plinth. QMC now has a stack of 2 inside of their robots.
Let's see, depositing it towards that scoring district. Let's see, will they be able to leave them there?
Ruthin School
Yes.
has just dropped their first cube inside their middle scoring zone, but QMC now has 2 stacked up in their middle scoring zone.
Now, HRS, let's see, are they going to knock this one off?
Yep.
Yes, just
They are
unfortunately.
waving around that cube wildly, and it keeps banging into things.
Yes, but because that pallet is still in the district, it's still worth 2 points.
It is indeed. Looks like Ruthin School is trying to sweep up their 3 cubes from this row here, lift the first, and take the other 2. That seems to be what they go for. That's their strategy.
Yeah, and it's working well for them at the moment.
Okay, Brockenhurst has picked up a second cube. Are they going to knock off their first one, or are they going to nicely deposit that cube somewhere useful? Okay, Hills Road.
Oh, unfortunately,
they have
the suction
lost their
cup
sucker.
has come off. That's not going to work very well.
That is not good. QMC is driving 1 cube into the middle of the arena there. If they stay where they are, they will, I believe, score 3 points for that. Ruthin School has some cubes inside, and Brockenhurst has unfortunately just knocked their stacked cube out of their zone.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. 1 is out, 1 is in, which means it is worth 2 points for that 1 pallet.
Hillsborough is still making a valiant attempt to pick up cubes, but unfortunately, without a suction cup, that's not going anywhere.
They're not going to do much, no. QMC, however, they have got 1 pallet inside that central scoring district just as the match ends. Very, very well done, teams. Very well done.
That is rather unfortunate for Hills Road.
But
It
this is the
yeah.
perfect example of why their knockouts are my favourite.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, and
Yeah.
frequently does.
I guess you can say it sucks for Hills Road, but it didn't because it fell off.
Oh dear.
Again,
It's late in the day. It's
here
late in
at
the
Student
day.
Robotics, we make the best puns.
Oh, it's heartbreaking though to see both
Yep.
Hills Road and Ruthin knock off after carefully balancing a cube
That-
on their
High rise.
high-rise.
Hey,
No,
there you go. No.
Hold on. Carefully balancing a. It's not a package.
Pallet.
Pallet. Oh, it's late in the day.
Yep.
Carefully balancing a pallet on their high rise.
Yep.
Both teams have knocked it off.
Yeah, I think Queen
Heartbreaking.
Mary's College were the only team that managed to have a pallet be the highest in the district.
No, I believe
No?
quietly in the corner, Brockenhurst.
Oh, Brockenhurst.
had,
Sorry, that's.
I
Did they?
think they might have.
They might have
that'll be up
done.
to our judges
What?
to confirm, but I think we had two different pallets in possession of a district.
No, I think you're right. I think one of them didn't put the pallet on top of a high rise. They stacked it on top of another
Exactly, yes.
pallet. Oh my gosh,
I
I'm
don't
having it.
know how this is scoring, so it'll be
No.
really interesting to see who goes through to. They'll be progressing to lower round 5.
We have a
But-
crack team of volunteers. The matchup teams, they
We
will.
do, yes,
they
they'll
will-
be diligently scoring
Absolutely.
and making sure all the teams know where they're going next.
Who's in this next match? Not match 94.
Match 94, that is the second match of lower round 4. We have Peter Simmons, we have Richard Collier, and then we have both the King Edwards. We have King Edward the 6th and King Edward Grammar, so I'm sure there's a bit of rivalry between those two schools. And just to mention, I think the sucker of Hills Road's arm fell off. I'm not sure if we said, but you could just about see it there on the floor. The little suction cup that they used. The robot kept trying to pick it up, but no such luck. I wonder if they'll be able to get that fixed. Yes, we have coming up now, lower round 4, match 2.
And in the arena, we have Peter Simmons College, College of Richard Collier, King Edward VI School, and King Edward VI Grammar School. And we will be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, quick off the mark from Richard Collier. King Edward School is on the move as well. Richard Collier has lined up nicely with their first cube, which they are now lifting. Looks like King Edward has found a cube. It's also swept the one next to it along with it and lost them both. But it's picked up the third one in that row, so that'll do something for them. So Richard Collier, I believe, has 2 cubes there, which they are trying to put in a lovely stack in the middle of the arena.
That's a very good way to score points. Yeah, those two, because they are the highest, that means each one is worth 3 points, but because one's the highest, that means they are doubled, so 6 points for those.
Peter Simmons has a cube in the middle zone here, which they've just knocked out. I am wondering, however, whether the top stack of the Richard Collier cubes counts as in that zone.
Oh, that bottom one definitely is, but the top one might not be. There's a minute and a half left of this match, and it all comes down to where they finish when that clock hits 0.
Okay, so the King Edward School robot has swept up 2 pink cubes and a yellow cube, and it's taken them to not a scoring zone. Near a scoring zone, but not in a scoring zone.
No, not quite. But
Meanwhile, King Edward Grammar School is pushing 2 cubes in front of itself, one of which it has just about,
yeah, there we go.
inside its middle scoring zone. Not sure what it's planning to do with that second one. Might be going for the middle.
It looks like it might be. It's lining up. It wouldn't be the highest, but it would still get 3 points for that pallet. But oh no,
Richard
Colliers!
Collier has knocked over their tower, so I guess that pretty conclusively decides whether that top cube is in the zone.
Yes, the doubling now is definitely not in effect, but that pallet that's in there is still worth 3 game points for them. Kegs now depositing their yellow pallet into the middle one, giving them 2 game points.
We have Peter Simmons is very near to a green cube that they could take somewhere, which they are now driving towards and pushing around. They may end up pushing out that yellow cube if they drive that much further forwards.
15 seconds left of this match. Now, Peter Simmons, yes, they're almost pushing that yellow pallet out of Kegs. Yes, and
the
they
yellow
have.
cube is now unfortunately out, but the green one is in, so I'm sure Peter Simmons are happy about that.
Very happy indeed.
That is now the end of that round. Very well done, teens.
close calls there.
Exactly, and Peter Simmons showing absolute disrespect to King Edward's VI Grammar School by going, no, you are not going to get these points. These are mine.
Yes. Oh, devastating for King Edward Grammar.
Yep.
To have that yellow cube just pushed out at the last minute. But we had a nice spread there. Lots of all the robots went they went for a nice walkies.
No, absolutely.
They've explored the zones and
Yeah.
they feel comfortable
Took a
branching
nice
out.
pilgrimage, you know, got all their
Yeah.
passport stamped. You know, be like, I've been to zones 1 through 3.
Yes, and all the
Be
districts and all
jealous.
the high rises.
Yep.
They've seen it all.
They took
think,
photos for the gram. Colliers, unfortunately, we've seen this quite a common theme
We
where
have, yes.
robots have created a stack of pallets, but
Beautiful stacks.
beautiful stacks, but unfortunately they then knock them off whilst executing another manoeuvre, which is quite
I know.
unfortunate.
I don't know if that's maybe they're trying to reach too high. Maybe they should
Maybe.
go for a more solid, reliable. But also, where's the fun in that? You know,
No,
if you can
exactly.
make the stack 5 high, go
Yeah.
for it. So
I think the
Interesting
highest.
to see.
What's the highest stack? I think 3 is the highest stack we've seen so far that stayed, or is it 2? I'm gonna go have to look.
We'll have to check that.
I'm gonna have to look through the live
I
stream
would
again.
love to see a 4 stack in the final. I'm not sure it's going to happen, but I would love to.
We do have the scores from match 93, and we can confirm that Riffin, and Queen Mary's College did progress through that round, and unfortunately that means that Hills Road and Brockenhurst have quite sadly been eliminated from the competition.
Yes.
But well done, commiserations. You've done exceptionally well to get this far. You're gonna be sick of us saying that by the end of this, but we really do want to emphasise that every single team has done exceptionally well.
Yes.
6 months of really hard work
Yes.
paid off.
Yes.
You've entertained us. It's been fantastic.
And although it feels like it now, it's not all about winning. It's also
No.
about what you've learnt.
Exactly.
And I'm sure for the lower sixth, they will learn lots of stuff that they can come and bring back next year. And we look forward to seeing what they do then.
First semi-final. Let's go.
Yes, our first semi-final.
Guernsey. In the pink, we have THS, the Highfield School. And in the yellow, we have RGS, Royal Grammar School, Guildford. Starting right now. Press start.
Okay, the Ladies College robot is on the move, as is Highfield, and now all of our robots are out of their starting zones. The St. Helens and Catherine robot is going for their first cube, as is the Ladies College robot.
Yep, SHK have grabbed their first pallet, as have RGS Guildford.
They've Royal Grammar School Guildford has lifted up that cube nice and high to take wherever they so choose. Looks like Ladies College and St. Helens and Catherine are both trying to line up nicely to put something on a plinth.
Yep, the Ladies College have done so.
And as have St. Helens and Catherine, very nicely done. Highfield School has swept in those 2 cubes. Unfortunately, it hasn't managed to make a stack this time. And I'm not sure that third one is fully in.
I can see from here it is. That's 3 pallets in there, worth 2 points each.
That is very nicely done. That will be pretty high scoring for them.
It's going to be hard to beat from everyone else, but the Ladies College Guernsey have done it before, and they may do it again. It looks like they're lining up. Oh, but they might knock that pallet off. No, not quite.
And
they
they've
dropped
just
it.
dropped that. Oh, and they've knocked over their
Oh,
tower as well. Oh
Just
dear, oh dear.
unfortunate.
That's
Both of
no
them having
points.
fallen out of the district means neither are worth any points, I'm afraid.
St. Helens and Catherine have nicely deposited a token next to the plinth and are backing away from Royal Grammar School Guildford as Royal Grammar School Guildford attempts to take a green cube and put it somewhere that might score a nice amount of points for St. Helens and St. Catherine.
Yeah, they've taken it from directly under their noses.
So Ladies College has lifted up another cube. Highfield School has also lifted up another cube and is sweeping another 2 into their middle zone there.
Now, there we go. RGS, the driving forward. They've taken School of St. Helens and Catherine. If they think it's theirs and get it onto that central pedestal, that's a lot of points for their opponent. It looks like that is exactly what they might
Ladies
do.
College might just beat them to the punch, or we may end up with a stack 4 cubes high.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
dear.
unfortunate. Neither
All
of
of
the
our
teams
cubes
there
have
getting the
fallen.
highest pallet there, unfortunately, and neither even getting into that central district.
I think the Highfield School robot seems to have waited for the chaos to die down, and now they might make a run at the center themselves with 10 seconds left. Are they going to get it in?
That's going to be very close. 5, 4, 3, 2. Yes, and it's on
It's
one.
staying, it's
it's
staying.
there.
End of that round. Very, very well done, teams. A very impressive game.
What on earth
This-
was
this is
that?
incredible.
This is it. This is it.
I don't even think I can process everything that just happened in that round.
You are very lucky that you can't hear our mics whilst the matches are going
It's
on.
going absolutely crazy.
Oh my gosh.
The gasp in the audience
oh.
is, I can't. There was a cube and 2 robots tried to put it in the
Yeah.
central high rise at the
And
same
then-
time.
Yeah. It wasn't even the Royal Grammar School's cube.
Was
They
it
were-
not?
No, that was the
Oh my
Peter Simmons'
goodness.
cube.
I can't handle this.
If the Royal Grammar School had put that pallet on top of the high rise, they would have given Peter Simmons double the maximum district points. Instead,
Whoa.
they acted as the agent of chaos
They did,
and
and they
knocked out the
demolished
ladies.
everything else.
Demolished,
And
and then the
left us-
Highfield School right
Just
at the
ambled
end.
in, said, "Oh, I don't mind all this demolition and chaos. We'll just
I'm
park
just
you
gonna-
nicely here."
Boom.
Right in the last seconds. It does not get more dramatic than that. Oh, this is why I love
It's
Student
going to get
Robotics so much.
it's going to get more dramatic than this. You do realise
How?
it? I don't know.
think it can. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for it to get more dramatic than this.
I hope you guys are ready, because we're not.
Yes, we hope you're prepared.
Oh
Blimey.
my word. Ah,
Right, I think we need a second to prepare.
I think we need to just.
Oh, the good news is we have about 6 minutes until
Yeah.
our next match, so we can all take a breather
Take a
and
bit
try
of a
and work
breather.
out what's just happened.
Yep.
The also good news is that that was an upper semi-final, so
Yes.
no one will be leaving from
No.
that one.
Nope.
The top 2 will progress through to the grand final of
Whoa.
Student Robotics 2025,
Yo.
and the bottom 2 will then be entering lower round 5, I
Five.
believe. And then yes,
Yes.
they will compete against the winners.
Of.
Oh no, I believe the
yeah.
the losers, not the losers. No one is a loser. The
No.
3rd and 4th place from the upper semi-final
Yeah.
will then meet the 1st and 2nd place from lower round 5 in the lower semi-final.
And the winners,
Winners of
of
the lower semi-final, well, the 1st and 2nd place in the lower semi-final
Yes.
will then be meeting with
the first and second place of the upper
semi-final.
semi-final for the grand final of
Yes.
Student Robotics
Yes.
2025.
We got it right.
We got it right.
That's
yeah.
right.
We know double elimination rounds. Let's go.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long
full
day.
Of robotics,
Yep.
and our brains are a little bit scrambled, but
Yep.
we got there in the end.
Yep. Oh man. I thought honestly after last year's egg shenanigans, and seeing that there
I
were no
thought nothing could be egg
I'm-
shenanigans.
but I thought there weren't going to be any shenanigans in this competition. But
Little did you know.
I little did I know, the shenanigans this year were more vertical.
Oh, it reminds me of the legendary moment in the final
Yep.
in 2013, I believe.
Yes.
When MAI
Yep.
did, no one had done this before in the entire competition, and right in the final, they stacked their cube upon someone else's
Yep.
cube and took the game.
So I think the backstory behind that one is that that was the first time that they had actually put that strategy into play. So going into the unknown, going right, okay, well we've got nothing to lose here. We need to try this new strategy. Let's go for it, and it paid off.
It paid off big times.
So and we've just been told that it was against the team from Queen Mary's College.
Ah.
So
Oh, excellent.
man.
These teams have a long history
Yes.
at this competition, which is what we like to see.
Yes.
Years of students coming back and learning things, having fun. That's what SR's all about.
And if you want to, pardon the pun, about our
Oh, no.
about our
Here we go.
city planning, I'm gonna. Are you ready for this?
Brace yourself.
If you want to lay the foundations for your volunteering career, guess what? You can head over to Student Robotics.
If you want to be subject to this level of punditry year on, year out, you
Exactly.
too can become a volunteer.
I mean, why wouldn't you want to be
Why wouldn't you
subjected
want
to this
to?
level of pedantry?
Please sign up at studentrobotics.org/volunteer. It's we can confirm a lot of fun being a volunteer.
I mean, you can see in that photo just all of the animals, all of everyone smiling. You know, we have a lot of fun here.
We do.
We do.
Absolutely do.
And there we go, match 95.
We just had match 95.
We've
We're
just
about
had
to
match
move on to
95.
match 96.
We got the results from match 95, it appears.
Oh yes,
Yes.
we have the results from the upper semi-final that we just, the nail-biting, chaos-filled upper semi-final.
And that's so in that match, the School of St Helen and St Catherine and the Highfield School have progressed, which is notable. They are both rookie teams.
They are both rookies.
They are
and
both rookie
both
teams.
through to the
The
grand final. blimey. Amazing job from those teams. Extra well done
Yes.
for being rookie teams and doing so phenomenally well.
And again, well done to the Ladies College, Travis, which we are getting a lot of
Oh, so
support
much
for
support.
Travis in the chat.
There's a lot of love for Travis.
We do.
From
Everyone loves
myself
Travis.
included.
Exactly. And the Royal Grammar School in Guildford, they go through to
The lower
the
semi-final.
yes.
Yes. Which will be the match after the one we are about to have. The match that is about to happen is lower round 5, match 1. And this will be deciding who else goes through to the lower semi-final. So we will have Queen Mary's College, Richard Collier, King Edward Grammar, and Ruton School. And they will be battling it out to try and enter into the lower semi-final.
Excellent. I'm just if I can't.
Brain melting?
Brain melting after
Brain
that
melting.
match. I'm just like robots, drama. What more do you want on a Sunday afternoon?
Exactly. Robots, drama, and city planning.
And city planning.
The three things you need.
That's it. Basically,
on your weekend.
if you're a fan of City Skylines or Sim City, you would love this game. It's
Yes.
just
The
fantastic.
amount of creation and then destruction is what I enjoy.
Exactly,
Building
yeah.
towers, self-sabotaging, knocking them down, other people coming in, demolishing them. If only, well, not if only real city planning was like this. I
Oh,
quite like
gosh.
keeping my house in the
Yeah.
same place, but it would be more interesting.
Imagine a builder
surely.
turning up going, we don't like your house, we're going to just
Plow it
form-"
down.
Although if it was done by a bulldozer with googly eyes and bushy tails like
I
Travis,
mean, yeah, maybe we'd enjoy it. Maybe we wouldn't
Maybe.
mind it so much.
We
Who
have had
knows?
some support from Serena in the chat saying, go Riffin, you guys are the best. Lovely to see people having so much support for
Lovely
all
to
the teams.
see. Yes, absolutely.
Right, so we are coming up to match 96 in just over 40 seconds between Queen Mary's College, the College of Richard College, King Edward VI Grammar School, and Riffin. So, 30 seconds, we're going to hand over to our arena side team.
Okay, we are just about to head into lower round 5, match 1. In the arena is Queen Mary's College, College of Richard Collier, Ruthven School, and King Edward VI Grammar School. And we will be starting this match in 3,
2, 1.
go. Okay, we have 2, 3, and nearly 4 robots out of their starting zone there.
Excellent.
Always a good sign.
Bit of a
And we
tussle
have
going on
a-
here between Colliers and Queen Mary's.
Yes, it looks like the front of the Queen Mary's robot is caught on one of the Collier's wheels. Collier's is not bothered by this. They've still lifted up their cube. They're on the move.
Unfazed by the Queen Mary's robot.
Ruth in School has lifted one cube. Looks like they are going to grab another one. They've just missed the third. And King Edward's Grammar School has one cube grabbed.
Yeah, Colliers looks like they might be trying to line up towards a high rise. Unfortunately, the pallet isn't quite high enough to sit on top of the middle high rise, which is larger than all of the others. They've spun round and passed the other two multiple times now.
Ruth in School has very nicely deposited a token on their middle plinth, and Kegs is pushing 3 of their cubes over into the yellow middle zone. Unfortunately, Colliers has left a token just short of the middle scoring zone. And Queen Mary's College is lifting up a cube. They are putting it inside of their robot on top of another cube that they already have inside of their robot.
Yeah, that's true. Their strategy in the past has been to collect up to 3, drive towards the district, open the front, and then deposit them, which might be what we're about to see.
Richard Collier's robot is banging quite enthusiastically into the wall. It just missed this cube that it was trying to pick up. And Ruth School has lifted another token. Looks like they might be trying to put it in the center, but unfortunately one of their arms... Oh, they've dropped it, and it's fallen into the center. So I think they might have tried to put it on the plinth, but unfortunately one of their arms got stuck on the plinth, so they haven't driven it forward as much as they might have liked. Looks like King Edward Grammar School has just pushed the Collier's cube into the middle scoring zone. That is going to be very, very borderline. And unfortunately, the Queen Mary's Tower of 3 has fallen over.
Yes.
They do still have one inside the zone. But
Exactly,
only one.
yes. So that is 2 game points for them. The other 2, unfortunately, not. But in the final 10 seconds, they might be able to nudge it.
Richard Collier is holding a cube and it's looking for somewhere to go. Looks like Queen Mary's is going for the lifting again, but that is now the end of that round. Very well done, teams.
I'm always impressed to see the mechanism that Queen Mary's College are employing.
I love it. I love the ambition as well to try and stack 3, and they came so close. They came so close.
So close.
They perfectly lined them inside. They put them right in that district, and then just at the last second, it all came toppling down. Oh, heartbreaking for
They
them.
still managed to have one of their pallets
they
remain in
did.
the district, so that's...
We also had lots of action in the central district.
Yes.
Had both, I think, Rufin and King Edward Grammar
Yep.
were putting cubes in there.
Yep.
Sometimes, I think one of them wasn't quite in and they just nudged it in.
Yep. I think Riffin attempted to put one on the top of the high rise, but it fell off and landed in the district. And in fact, Riffin got, I counted, they got 2 in the outer district, so that's 2 points. They had 1 on the high rise in the inner 4 district, so that's 2 points, doubled because it's the highest. They 2 points.
This is too much for my mental math.
4 because 2 times
Yes.
and then they had 1 in the centre, so that's 3 points. So that's
Yes.
9 points, I think.
Yes.
2 plus 4 plus
Luckily,
9. Yeah. luckily, we're not the scorers.
Yes, luckily for everyone competing, we are not in charge of scoring.
No.
My mental math skills are not quite up to that one, I think. We have some very helpful volunteers who make sure they correctly write down what's happened in the arena, and then we have some other excellent, lovely volunteers who put that all into a mystical Excel sheet, I think, and it all happens and the maths is right.
Yes.
Which would not be true if we were doing that.
Nope.
Absolutely not.
Ooh. Right, so that was the match 96, I believe. Yes, it was.
Yes,
we
it
don't
was.
quite have the results from that match. The next match will be match 97, which is the lower semi-final. That will be at 3.
And it will contain definitely the Ladies' College and
the Royal Grammar School in Guildford.
Guildford, yes.
Yes, we're still
End of the day.
Yes, we're still waiting on the confirmation of who is else going to be in that
waiting
round.
for the results of lower round 5, match 1.
Yes.
So we do not know who will be joining the other teams in the lower semi-final. And then we will need to use that lower semi-final to work out who will be joining the other schools in the grand
final of
There are 2 rookies. Well, 2 of our rookies, the Highfield School and School of St Helena and St Catherine.
I still can't get over their design.
And who?
Just beautiful. Mwah. No,
Yes,
I don't think
absolutely.
I've ever seen a robot with a mirror on them. That's quite impressive.
I know, yes. It's very innovative. I enjoy that. Maybe we'll see more mirrors popping up.
Maybe.
We seem to see trends, don't we?
Yes.
We had, I might be biased because this was my year, but we had a lot of rubber ducks, and I believe the year after there was quite a lot of ducks hanging around.
Yes, and in
People
fact,
take things and run with it.
the year after, I've started to bring in my own ducks, as you saw earlier.
We've started a duck trend.
Having a quacking tie.
Maybe we'll have a giraffe. Not a quacking time, oh dear. Oh dear. Walked into that one. Maybe we'll see lots of giraffe themes next year.
Maybe.
In honour of St Olaus?
Yep.
Who knows? Who can
knows?
say? All we know for certain is that we will be having our lower semi-final at 3:25.
3:25, and in the meantime, we are going to go rest our voices
Yes.
because if the next 2 matches are anything like the upper semi-final, we're going to be screaming.
We will be. We'll be screaming from up here.
Absolutely.
Yes,
You'll probably
going
hear us in the
absolutely
commentator
insane.
mics.
We may well get that loud.
Right, so
I cannot wait.
Exactly. So we're going to go take a break. Thank you very much, and stay tuned. Be back at 3:25.
See you then.
See you then. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our continued live coverage of the knockouts of Student Robotics 2025. We are about to enter the lower semi-final match 97 between Riffin, the Ladies' College Guernsey, the Royal Grammar School from Guildford, and King Edward VI Grammar School.
It's a grammar battle.
It is a grammar battle.
King Edward battle.
Yes.
Too many names. Dear. I always get them wrong. So apologies to any team that I have butchered their name or
Yep.
said the wrong one. Yes, it will happen.
It will
I
happen.
apologise for that.
Yep.
We try our best.
We'll try our best.
So we have that match coming up in just under a minute, and then the winners of that match will go through to
The grand final of Student Robotics 2025. It's like, wow.
So there'll be a small break between them just to let all the teams, let all the scoring happen, make sure that's all done, and make sure that all the teams are ready to go for the final. But do not worry, we will not be going anywhere.
Yep, stay tuned.
Stay tuned. We will be talking to you all about Student Robotics so far this year. Now we'll hand over to the lower semi-final.
And in the arena is Ruthin School, Ladies College Guernsey, King Edward VI Grammar School, and Royal Grammar School Guildford. And we'll be starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Coax is on the move, as is the Ladies College. Royal Grammar School Guildford is lifting up that arm there and heading out of their zone. Ruthin School is slowly heading towards a cube here. Royal Grammar School Guildford is sort of more charging at their cube, but they are still managing to grab it.
Yeah, the Ladies College not quite controlled, but they have grabbed their first pallet. Excellent job for them.
There. And King Edward Grammar looks like they are going for their first cube as well. Ruthin School's going for their second cube now, and looks like the Ladies College is trying to put theirs on top of their plinth, and it's just tumbled out, unfortunately. I think that might still be in the scoring zone, though.
Yes, it is just about. It must be fully outside the tape line, which that one from here looks like it is.
Ruthin School has deposited 2 in their outer scoring zone. It looks like they're going for a third on the plinth, based on their previous strategies. King Edward Grammar has 1 token in the middle. Royal Grammar School Guildford has 1 on their plinth.
Will it stay there? That's the question. Yes.
Very nicely done by Royal Grammar School Guildford. Kegs is holding a pink token and just turning around all over the place, trying to figure out where to put it. Ladies College is lining up for their next cube. Okay, it looks like Kegs have deposited theirs nicely in the middle scoring zone.
Just 1 minute left of this match.
I'm hearing some sounds of disappointment from Royal Grammar School Guildford. I think they were intending to pick that cube up, and they've not quite succeeded. Ruthin School is taking 2 cubes into the center, and they push the pink one out as well. Okay, Ruthin School is guarding their stack of 2 in the center there. I have a feeling they will not be moving for the rest of the round.
Yes, now let's see what that's going to do with the Ladies College Guernsey strategy. In the past, they've gone for placing a pallet on top of that high rise. It looks like they may have taken the smart move and not do that, and potentially aiming for a different high rise.
It is very possible they are aiming for the middle but can't find it because all of the markers are obscured. 5 seconds left now. And that is the end of that round. Very well done, teams.
Quite a high scoring round for Ruthin.
Yes.
They've done a very good job there.
I think I blinked, and then suddenly just all their parcels were just
Yeah, pallets.
Pallets.
Yes, that's it.
Me. I blinked, and suddenly all their pallets were just there.
There?
I don't know how that happened. they just materialised somehow. They're just quietly getting along with it, and then I was distracted by all the drama happening, and then I think 2 in their first, in one of the 1 point districts.
Yes.
Then they had 1.
Yep.
On a
High rise in the
district.
yes.
And then they had 2 in the central district.
Which
and I believe
one of them is the highest.
exactly. So they should
Yep.
score double in that region.
So I've done some
Massive
quick.
well
I've
done.
done some quick maths. I'm probably.
Oh dear. Oh
bear
dear.
with me. So what
Right.
did we say? We had 2 in the outer district. So that's
Yes.
2 times 1 point. So that's
Yes.
2 points, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then they had 1 in the inner.
So you're revising your math there as you go.
Yeah,
Good job.
thank you. 1 in the inner 4, so that's 2, and
Yes.
also for the high rise, so it's doubled because it's the highest, so that's 4.
Yeah.
So that's 6 points already. And then
Yes.
they had 2 in the inner, so
Yes.
that's 6, and they had the highest, so that goes to 12.
Yes.
So in total,
with
that's
you.
18 points for Ruthin.
Wow.
Wow.
A whopping 18 points.
Wow.
Blimey.
Blimey.
That is got to be one of the highest scoring. That hold on a minute. That particular configuration has got to be one of the highest scoring configurations we've seen
I think so, yes.
all day, all of
Yeah.
yesterday, all weekend.
Because all you need to do to get like all the points is get all of your pallets into the centre district.
Yes, that would be
And
optimal.
just the highest.
That would be optimal, but that central district is very small.
Yes.
So it's quite hard to get them in there, and there is a much higher chance that other teams will be coming in and demolishing whatever you're trying to
Yeah.
build in that centre zone.
Like we've seen over the course of this
Like
competition.
we have seen. I think we did see that. Was there not? There was a King Edward Grammar cube in the central region that got knocked out by Ruthin, I think.
Oh gosh, yes.
Yes, that. Yes. Oh,
Ah.
so much has happened that I can't even remember.
No.
Good job our judges have scored
Yeah.
this all properly.
So that concludes the lower semi-final, match 97. We are going to have to wait a few minutes whilst all the matches are
Yeah.
scored by our lovely team of
then we'll
match,
know
and then we'll know who's
going
going
into
to
the
the grand
Grand final.
This poor table.
Yes, this poor table. Yes. We apologise. One thing I can't help but think of is the Royal Grammar School of Guildford. Their robot is a Minecraft thing, yes?
Yes, correct. It's the
is.
Minecraft movie.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Exactly. However, they make a noise that reminds me of another video game. Their motors sound a bit like the squeaks of the bats in Stardew Valley, if anyone's familiar with those.
I've heard of the game Stardew Valley. I've never played it. No.
They must be drawing just generally from the video game world.
Yeah.
I keep thinking, blimey, where are the bats gone? But
Yeah.
that's a different thing.
It is-
Maybe next year. Oh, I would love to see a Stardew Valley themed
I
robot.
would. If any potential team is watching, like that's it. You'll make Imi really happy.
Oh, you'll make me very happy. I have no say in the prizes.
Oh,
Let me
absolutely
be
not.
very clear.
No.
So by making me happy, I cannot guarantee you anything.
No.
Apart from, I will
Vibe-
tell you how
vibe
good, how much
points.
I like it. Yes.
You'll get a
win
shout-
my admiration.
Absolutely, you'll get a shout out on our live stream.
You will.
So 15 minutes until the
We've got
grand
to prepare ourselves for this
final
final.
of
One
SR.
match left.
Oh no, I
Oh.
can't. No, I can't.
Can we just do some
I'm
more?
sad. Yeah, can we
You
just
sure?
have more matches?
Just
yeah.
put some robots in.
Yeah.
See what happens. Please.
Please,
No?
just anyone, come.
Everyone will have gone home and you'll just see
Oh,
me.
no.
Well, me and Anton will just be there with our robots, just pushing them around, going, please do things, and just commentating on them. Like, oh, feels sad to be nearly over for another year. But what a year it has been.
Yes, it has been a fantastic year.
Should we run through everything that's happened?
Yeah, absolutely. So
including this weekend and leading up into it.
yeah, absolutely. So which way should we go? Backwards or forwards?
Ooh, let's go from the start and go
So
to now.
okay, fair enough. So we had Kickstart,
We
where
did.
everyone, a few teams joined us in Southampton, where we gave
Yep.
them the objective of the game, and we told them what we were all about. So obviously, the people who have competed with us before know what we're about. But as we said before, we had a few rookie teams this year.
5 rookie teams this
Five
year.
rookie teams this year.
Excellent news.
Excellent
We
news.
love to see new people come.
Yep.
And hopefully stay for many, many years.
No,
Become a
abs-
mainstay
Yes.
in our competition.
Like me, who has stayed since 2016.
Yes.
And then after that, we moved forward. We had a variety of tech days where teams had the opportunity to come to us for help. We had some in Cambridge and we had some in Horsham.
We had mini challenges, didn't we?
We did have mini challenges. So we had the sensing, the mechanical, and movement challenge. That's it.
We did.
That's
I
it.
think if we ask our tech team very nicely, they can pull up some of these videos.
Yeah,
for us.
should we go take a look at what?
Yeah, let's go have a look at
Let's
what
have a
the
look at mechanics
challenges- what they're up
challenge.
to in the challenges.
Yes, and let me get up my day one notes so I can have a look, so we can see what the mechanics challenge was all about. Hopefully I was smart enough and I didn't actually remove that scene from OBS, because it's entirely possible that I was like, we don't need this, right? But you know.
Well, yes, hopefully the magical tech team can sort
Magical
it out
Tech
for
team,
us.
it's alright, they're having a bit, they are discussing.
While they're looking for those videos, we will
videos.
tell you. So this year there were 3 challenges, and teams can gain league points by completing these challenges throughout the year, and it just encourages people working on this constantly. I know as students we have a tendency to procrastinate. I know I do.
Yep.
I get given an assignment and I go, I'll just do that later, and then suddenly the deadline's right around the corner and I'm panicking and trying to do it. And we want to see the robots be the very best they can be, so in an ideal world, people would have built these robots far in advance and they can sort out all their testing and debugging plenty of time. So, without further ado, we should tell you about the 3 challenges we had. Do you want to introduce the movement one?
Absolutely. So the movement challenge was the aim of this challenge was to autonomously complete 3 continuous circuits of a triangular path without deviating from that path by more than 300 millimeters, which is 30 centimeters. 30.
Yes.
Yes, 30 centimeters. And obviously, the idea is I can't speak.
You've run out of words.
I've run out of words.
Oh,
The
that's
words
okay.
have gone. The
words
idea
have gone.
behind this challenge was to get the teams thinking about how they can move about our arena.
Exactly, and also, importantly, not just one circuit was path, but 3, such that we know they can reliably and continuously do the same things. A robot which drives forwards once and the next time can go anywhere is less helpful, shall we say. So we then had our sensing challenge. So these robots are completely autonomous. That means there's no one around with a remote control. We put them in the arena, we press go, we press start, and they just do things. They do things that we have told them to do. So they need sensors. They need to know where they are, what they're looking at, and what's happening in the arena.
And then finally, we had the mechanics challenge. The aim of this challenge was to lift a 130 millimeter cube at least 130 millimeters off of the ground and hold it there for 5 seconds, which, as you saw over the course of this game, is very pertinent because we had to do a lot. The robots had to do a lot of manipulations, a lot of manipulations. Thank you. I'm manipulating my words on the fly.
Just remaking them live.
Exactly.
So that's clearly very, very vital for this competition. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe every team has put at least one, not parcel, I keep wanting to say parcel, pallet
That's it,
on top of a high rise.
Yes.
Excellent to see.
Excellent to see.
So yes, that was the mechanics. I forgot to actually mention what the sensing challenge was. We asked the teams to illuminate the onboard LEDs on the little brains we give them in various different colours based upon the difference of that robot from a wall, which we have arena markers for the robot to identify. And then the second stage was to work out what angle you are. This can help you navigate. So if you know you're 10 degrees off, you can then turn and drive forwards and hopefully end up where you want to be.
And
I
just
think our timer has
updated.
stalled a little bit.
Yep, that's fine. We're just gonna
Absolutely
interject, and then we'll talk about what happened further on in the year. We can confirm that in the lowest semi-final, Riffin School and the Royal Grammar School of Guildford did go through in that round. So, and unfortunately, the Ladies College Guernsey and Kid Edward VI Grammar School were unfortunate. That is Travis. I'm really sad. Unfortunately, Travis and the robots in Kid Edward VI Grammar School have been eliminated from
Very
that
sorry
round.
to see those teams go. I'm really rich in my words now. We're very sorry to see those teams go. However, you should be so proud of how far you've come. Now, without further ado, should we talk a little bit about which teams were in the final?
Absolutely, we can confirm the grand final for Student Robotics 2025 contains the Highfield School, Riffin School, the Royal Grammar School in Guildford, and the School of St Helen and St Catherine's, which were both rookie teams this year.
Yes. Very exciting.
Very
stuff.
exciting.
So I think I need to refresh my memory.
Yeah.
So, let's run through the robots.
Sure.
DHS, that is the Highfield School.
The Highfield School, they scored the highest in the league, and they were the rookie team.
They have a phenomenal number of game points.
They have a phenomenal number of good points. Let's get up quickly. Aha! That is not the game point screen.
This will show you
That's
who is
fine.
in our grand final happening
Absolutely.
in just under 10 minutes.
So, just pulling up the league score leaderboard on my laptop here. The Highfield School. Here we go. It's now appeared.
Yay.
There we go.
We've got
As
it.
if by magic. The Highfield School got a whopping 183 glean points.
Beautiful combination of league and game.
Yeah.
I think we should rename it.
They should be called glean points. That should be the combination of the two. They should add a new column into the league table called glean points, right?
Oh, I'm going to get so upset.
Glean points. A whopping 83 points clear of the School of St Helen and St Catherine's. 2 of our rookie teams out of the 4 who that's half of our rookie teams at the top of our league. It's amazing.
Incredible. And then we have working on league position, Royal Grammar School Guildford were 4th in the league, and they're also in the final. And then we have, I'm scanning to see them, we have Ruthin. do we not?
Riffin coming in at
Yes.
23, which just goes
Has
to show.
stormed into the final.
Stormed into the final.
Anything can and frequently does happen in these knockout rounds. Teams often pull out code that they've written just for the finals that they don't want anyone to know about. And they save that in their back pocket until bam. Oh, it's exciting. I wonder if they've got any final surprises in store for this grand final. Oh, I hope they do. I really hope they do.
I really hope they do.
So Ruthin School is the... I'm mixing all my robots. Do you remember the theme of the Ruthin School?
I don't know if they had a theme. I think their theme.
I'm confusing it with the St. Helens and St.
Yes,
Catherine's.
Saint.
The
Fabulous
Fabulous Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in
theme.
Wonderland with the mirror.
Yes. Oh, that's such a good theme. And I don't think you'd have seen the competitors on this live stream, but the people from their team are wearing appropriate Alice in Wonderland themed outfits, and it's lovely to see.
We have some support from Serena in the chat for Riffin. So
Excellent.
it is lovely to see. It is absolutely fantastic to see so much support for everyone in the live stream. We do.
Please hop in the live stream and tell us which team you're supporting for this grand final in just about 5 minutes. Apologies for the match timer being a little bit out of date. We'll just keep you updated to let you know how long it will be. In the meantime,
Ooh, 5
we
minutes.
tell them-
Countdown has appeared
hey.
right there. Whoa, 4 minutes.
excellent.
Yes.
Should we tell them about how to get involved? if they don't already know?
Absolutely, yep. Once again, if you want to get involved with Student Robotics, you can do so at studentrobotics.org/volunteer.
Yes, there are so many roles available. Whether you really want to help build brains or design robot competitions, whether you want to do marketing or communications, whether you want to help produce live streams, anything you could think of, pretty much, we need that being done. So please come and help us out next year and sign up at studentrobotics.org/volunteer.
Ah, absolutely fantastic.
Yes, we can both highly recommend. So,
Now, just over 4 minutes
to
left.
our grand final. I don't think I can take it.
No, I can't take it either.
Can we just push it back another like?
Just
so
to
I
give
can-
ourselves
so
a
I
bit
can
more
get
time to
settled,
prepare.
Yes, to process all the. Oh, do you know what? Let's process our favourite moments of the day. Or the weekend? What's been your favourite moment?
Probably at the moment it's got to be upper semi-final match 95. Just all the
Yes.
chaos, all
Yes,
the
that was
interleaving.
such a good, semi-final. Such a good match. Was that the one with the stack of 3? No, that was. Ooh, which one was that one? That
think that-
was. Frantically
We need
trying
to
remember.
frantically looking back at our notes trying to see, because we do write down
Someone
when we
who
do
did,
watch the
yes.
matches, we write down the interesting moments that do happen.
I think my favourite moment is the stacking of 3 and it just falling over right at the very end. They stacked 3 beautifully up in their zone. Oh, and alas, it was not to be. I think that might have been Queen Mary's in that lower round 5 match 1. No, sorry. Yes, yes, it might have been that one. Yes.
I think
We are
on the
showing our tiredness.
on our separate theme, not like robot adjacent, one of the favourite things that I have had through this weekend is just walking around the arena and seeing the absolute
Yes.
effort that all the teams have
Yes.
put into their costumes, into the theming of their robots. That is something that I always look forward to when I
Yes.
come to these competitions.
Yes, I love the themes. We've got MAI with their lab construction themed
Yep.
robots.
Yep.
We have St. Helens, St. Catherine's with their Alice in Wonderland theme.
We have the haberdashers dressed up all in
Yes.
hazard tape.
Yes, yes, yes. We have St. Olaf's with the giraffe theme.
Yep.
Might be my personal favourite. My personal favourite,
Ooh.
actually. Oh, I do love that one. We
We-
have
Travis.
Travis, of course. You can forget
Tra-
Travis.
Yep.
We have there's some other ones that I can't quite remember. The Minecraft one
Yep.
from the Royal Grammar School Guildford.
Yep.
We have. Oh, we're going to see those ones in the final.
Yep.
Royal Grammar School Guildford.
Absolutely.
The Minecraft robots. And there's definitely one I can't quite remember. But yes, we love seeing all the effort that's gone into not just making the robot work, but making it come alive by giving it a name, a character, a theme, and then how the team has really bought into that and got their costumes. But finally, we want to say a massive, massive thank you to all of our sponsors, without whom we would not be able to run any of this at all.
Absolutely, and in particular, we want to give a massive shout out to Adventurous Machines, IT Dev, the Electronics and Computer Science Department at the University of Southampton, where we are hosting this event, and finally the UK Electronic Skills Foundation.
Yes, without the generous support from all of these companies, we would never be able to deliver this event, so we are so grateful that we get to do this year on, year out, and thank you for your continued support.
But now, we are just over a minute away from SR Grand Final 2025. We're going to hand over to Jake, who will give a fantastic introduction to all teams involved. Let's listen in now.
All right, welcome to the grand final of Student Robotics 2025. In the green corner, we have the Highfield School. Round of applause, come on, there we go. In the orange, we have Ruthin School. In the pink, we have the School of St. Helen and St. Catherine. And in the yellow, we have Royal Grammar School, Guildford. These teams have all done fantastically well throughout the weekend, and it all comes down to this match. So I want you to help me count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin!
And we are off. Highfield is heading out of its zone, as is Ruthin. St. Catherine's zooming out of their corner there. Not seeing any movement from Royal Grammar School Guildford so far.
No, I heard from a commentator their code may have crashed at a crucial point.
They cannot be happy with that.
No, the Highfield School, they've lifted up one of their pallets, as have the School of St. Helen and St. Catherine's.
Okay, we have Ruthin, we have St. Catherine, and we have Highfield School, all of whom are holding a cube up. Highfield is sweeping another 2 into their middle zone.
Yeah, that's 2 into their district. 1 onto the top, just like that. Fantastic performance from them.
From Highfield there. Very, very well done. Ruthin School is taking 2 cubes to their outer scoring zone, as they tend to do. And St. Catherine is lifting their 2nd cube there.
Yep, let's see where they go with this one now.
Okay, so Ruthin has, unfortunately, they've just dropped this cube just outside of their middle scoring zone.
That's unfortunate to see. That unfortunately doesn't score them any points. School of St. Helen and St. Catherine showing us how it's done. That one is inside the district, which does give them the 2 points available from that, which are doubled because they have the highest pallet in their district.
Lovely work from St. Helen and St. Catherine there.
Yes, now the Highfield School, they're doing their similar tactic again. They have 1 lifted up and they're pushing 2 towards another district. They're all, it looks like they're trying to crowd them all into 1 as well.
Ruthin has picked up another cube. I believe what Hivefield's probably going to do, based on past experience, is head for the center now.
Yeah,
however, Ruthin is going to the same place at the same time.
Yes, and Ruthin's tactic has been, they seem to stop. Oh, they're on their back!
And that's Ruthin falling over. Oh, dear. St. Helen and St. Catherine have another cube stacked up inside their middle zone, but I'm not sure we're going to see much else going on with Ruthin, unfortunately. I think the Highfield robot is a bit confused because it can't find a marker because there's a wheel in the way.
Yes, but in the meantime, we have the School of St. Helen and St. Catherine's. They're grabbing their 4th pallet. Let's see where they put it, because this could make all the difference. They are in line to put it on the top. This could all come down to the final second.
To the same place at the same time. What is going to happen?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Amazing
1.
work there. And that is the end of SR 2025. An amazing show from our teams today.
What a performance from this match. This has been nail-biting right to the finish. That is the end of matches for Student Robotics 2025. Join us back here very, very soon for the prize giving.
Wow, what a grand final.
Wow.
We really did
Oh,
save the best
man.
for last for you there.
Edge on our seats right there.
Oh.
The schoolers.
The arena,
We were-
everyone in the arena
yeah.
was absolutely buzzing. That was incredible.
That was incredible.
I don't know, well, I don't
No,
know enough
I
mental
don't-
maths, but
no.
I don't know which way that's going to go.
No, we can't. We're going to have to wait and see,
Oh, we're going to
unfortunately.
have to wait and
We are
see.
yes, absolutely.
Oh.
Just Imi and I were standing over the
Wow.
balcony watching, and the minute we saw the two robots turn to the centre, we were like, we
Oh,
know what is
yes,
about to
yes,
happen.
Yes, and poor Rufin
Yeah.
flipping while trying to get that final pallet into the central district high rise.
Mm-hmm.
He just flipped straight over, and I think that then ended up blocking Highfield, who
Yeah.
could not quite get in there.
No, but they managed to, again, it goes back to a theme that we've, Jake and everyone else has been speaking out. Error recovery is so
Yes.
important. The fact that they are able to recognise that they are in a problematic state and recover from that and continue along their path, that has demonstrated itself
Really
right
has.
here, and that is so
And
important.
They have an excellent strategy of placing as many of their cubes as they possibly can in that district, in their own zone. That will score them lots of sweet, sweet points.
Yep.
And then, speaking of sweet, sweet points, we had, I think it was St Helen and St Cat's. He
Yes.
just snuck in.
Yep,
He
right at the
saw
last second.
Right at the last second, said, "Oh, I think we can
think
fit in that gap."
yeah, yep.
And just delivered that cube beautifully. We can't quite tell from up here if it's definitely in the zone, but I think it is.
I think they.
Again, we are not the judges.
I
we are not
think
here to
at the.
speculate.
I
but
think at the last second they did manage to drop it, but we can't speculate. We're gonna have to wait and see.
Absolute scenes. It was incredible. I do feel bad for Royal Grammar School Guildford, who just.
Yeah.
I think we heard them saying that their code might have crashed.
That's unfortunate.
Yes, it
yeah.
really is unfortunate. It's
However-
unfortunate that due to the nature of, the final means
Yeah.
that anything can happen.
No,
and
exactly.
Sometimes that means unexpected errors get thrown up.
Yep.
But we want to give a massive, massive congratulations to Royal Grammar School Guildford, who have been amazing so far.
And in
this
fact,
weekend.
they do have a lot of support in the YouTube
They
chat.
do, yes.
From I'm going to completely butcher this, and I'm really sorry. Gerard, Chester, and Rex Atwood. I am so sorry if I butchered your names, but thank you so much for giving support to the Royal Grammar School in Guildford.
Absolutely.
Um,
And everyone who's watching from a school, make sure when you next see your teammates, or not your teammates, sorry, the people
Yeah.
from your school, give them a massive well done and let them know how proud you are, because everyone should be so proud of themselves. For what
Absolutely.
they managed to do. It's just amazing to see.
It's amazing what people can do when they come together, work as a team.
It really is.
As we saw in the interviews yesterday, a lot of the teams that have been talking with us have mentioned how they've developed their team working skills,
Yes,
they've developed
yep.
their electronic skills, they've managed to get involved in every single aspect of the engineering
Yes.
process.
It's
So that's-
such a good way to take what you've learnt in your classroom and make it into a real thing that you can look at and go, it's a thing, I've made a thing, I've made a
Yes.
thing work. And that is well, for me at least, that is the best thing in engineering.
Yes.
To make a thing and just, feel that immense amount of pride that I've made that thing. And you said it's a great way to develop all your soft skills as well.
Absolutely.
Teamwork, leadership especially. We see upper six students taking the lead and managing the lower six often, and yes, it's such a good way to get all these things that you wouldn't learn in a classroom.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of that, one of the things that Imi mentioned, one of the things that we are really proud of here at Student Robotics is the absolute impact that we have on all the students that we're
are.
able to reach. And just to give a quick background on what I'm about to say, the Student Robotics Competition has ran physical robotics competition since 2008. We had to take a bit of a break over COVID, but notably, there was a gap for SR2018 where we didn't manage to run a physical competition due to some organisational changes in the charity. During that time, one of our long-standing competitors, Hills Road, did host a robotics competition called RoboCon, and Imi, you were one of the people that helped out at our competition.
Yes. So I used to go to Hills Road way back when, and I didn't help set up Robocon, it was slightly before my time, but I have been helping to run that one as well. So if you are watching this and thinking, maybe you're in year 7 or year 8 and you're thinking, this is quite scary, but you really want to give it a go, I would suggest going to, I'm going to butcher the website. Let me frantically, it's robocon.uk, robocon.uk, and you can find out all about how that works there. It's basically a little version of Student Robotics, which we run for secondary school students.
Now, Imi doesn't know what I'm about to do, but I've been involved by a very reliable source that Imi has been helping out with a team in the last year called the Little Devils. I think that's the name that you're familiar with,
Yes,
Imi.
yes, it is,
Yes,
it is,
and I've got a
absolutely.
note here that I've been asked to read out on the stream from Amelie. Your year-end review,
Oh, no.
Imi.
Oh dear, my
and now
year-end
I'm-
review. Well, this could be
and
this
thi-
could be interesting.
And this highlights the absolute impact that we have on everyone that we come into contact with, and it's one of the things that the reason why we get into STEM. So let's go.
Oh no.
Imi has been very helpful for the 3 days she has been with us. For example, when Josh needed a spanner, and all of the spanners that we had were too small or big, then Imi searched for a different one, an adjustable one, which she found in the physics lab just for his robots. Imi spent most for one of the days coding and introduced my teammates, in brackets, who said that she hated it, into it. She even skipped most of her lunch break for us. Very generous of
She
you.
did. Oh no, I did. Oh, I thought
You
they-
did.
Oh, I didn't. The students skipped their lunch break. They
No,
did.
no.
I was so impressed with their commitment. They said
Yeah.
we don't need lunch. We were going straight in. I was very impressed with their commitment.
Also, she helped keep Will, the person who runs the competition, calm when he got stressed.
Yes, that is something I do try and do. And a big shout out to Will as well for running those competitions so
Yeah.
well.
We came third, but we couldn't have done it without her and her positive attitude and smile.
Aww.
I think that she should progress by running her own competition because she's good at building, coding, testing, and managing small robot engineers, in parenthesis, children. So that's from Amelie from the team The Little Devils.
Aww, that is very sweet. Massive thank you to Amelie.
So that goes to show
That's
the
so
absolute
sweet.
impact. And I think it drives right to the heart of why we do what we do.
Yes, yes. It's about seeing that light go on in someone's eyes. You see someone who was thinking, oh, I'm not really sure about coding. I don't know if it's for me. It seems a bit scary, or I don't really like it. And then it's about telling them what it is and just seeing that spark go on. Go, this is the thing that I can do, and I like it, and I'm good at it. This is crazy, and it's so rewarding to see that. So if you are not of student age, I highly recommend, again, volunteering for whichever robotics competition, but especially Student Robotics
Yes.
and Robocon.
Yes.
It is very rewarding. I
Yes.
can highly recommend.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the things why I do outreach, because I know what
Yes.
it's like to get something working, to feel that excitement,
Exactly,
to be able to
yes.
see that, it's just as you said, to be able to see that in other people is something that I can't get enough
Yes,
of.
it's so incredible to pass that along. And yes, it's not about where you place. Obviously, it's nice to place, but it's not about that. It's about learning and feeling more confident and proud of your abilities.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Oh, so we are now eagerly awaiting the prize giving ceremony where we will find out who will be crown champions of SR 2025. Let's give a brief overview of what the prizes are this year, what is up for grabs. Obviously, we have the main competition prizes, first, second, and third. We have the Excellence in Engineering Awards, and these are awarded to the team that displays the most extraordinary ingenuity,
Yes.
engineering prowess.
Yes. An excellent mechanism. Sometimes it goes to a team that has a really just superb mechanism that's quite complicated, and sometimes it goes to teams that just have a simple mechanism that's just executed to perfection.
Absolutely. We have the Rookie Award awarded to the rookie team, which, just as a reminder, are those who have not competed
Yes.
before. The one that has got the highest place in our league matches. We have the Online Presence Award, which is given to the team that had the best and most consistent online presence throughout the year. Because a lot of our teams really get into that. They post on their socials. They go,
too.
look
Oh,
at
I
our
love to see that.
fantastic robot.
It's so amazing. I
The-
love to see, because we don't get to see these robots for the other, well, how many days is that? 9 months?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
can't do
6
maths.
months.
6 months, one of them.
Yeah.
But we don't get to see the robots until the day or the weekend. So it's amazing to see you guys post on Instagram. Or Facebook, Twitter, all of the above. We get to see what you've been up to and all the work that you're putting in. It's incredible to see. Please keep it up and post on your socials even more next year.
Absolutely. Tell everyone how awesome Student Robotics is.
Yes. Get everyone to come and
Yeah.
get involved. I think we have something on the YouTube chat. Serena also
Oh.
says, well done to Rufin College. I think
Awesome.
I'm saying that wrong.
Riffin.
Riffin.
So
Oh, dear.
I googled
I'm-
this, and no, actually no, I lied. I got told by one of our other volunteers, James.
Ah.
It's a town in Wales, which is why it's pronounced Riffin,
Ah.
which is something that I learned before. When I was typing up, looking up notes to sort of going off
Excellent.
live stream
I
content.
apologise to Riffin for
No, that's all right.
absolutely butchering your team name for the entire day.
Ah.
Oh well, better late than never, I suppose.
And then we have Jeff Go giving some support to Peter Simmons
Yes,
College.
Peter Simmons College.
Yes.
yes, it's lovely to see people supporting their schools.
Absolutely.
I think-
And then we finally, I think
Oh, yes, of course.
we have the Robot and Team Image
We
Award,
do, yes.
which is given to the team.
The best theme, best
Yes.
overall aesthetic.
Yes.
So even if you're looking at this and you think, well, I do design or art or textiles or fashion, and you think, maybe this isn't for me, there's a place for you. There's a place for everyone. Come and design the best costumes and win that award. Right, I think there's...
I think
more
we're,
things happening.
we're just gearing up for the
We are
prize
gearing
giving
up
ceremony.
for the awards.
So what we might do now is take a short few minute break, rest our voices, and then
yep.
come back, introduce the prize giving. Do not go anywhere. Stay for the winners of SR2025.
You need to find out who's going to win.
Find out
You
who's
need to
gonna
find
win.
out. You can't
Yep.
leave. You'll
no,
miss it.
No, stay here.
Go nowhere.
Nowhere. Right, we'll see you then.
We'll see.
Welcome to the prize giving ceremony for Student Robotics 2025. Yes, there we go. It's been a long weekend. You've done approximately 75 matches and you are almost certainly sick of the sound of my voice. But you're going to hear it for a little bit longer, I'm afraid. You've all achieved so much. We've had some incredible matches throughout this year, both in the virtual competition and today, and it's time to reward that work. And to do that, I do need a little bit of help. And so I'm going to introduce Diane Dowling, who has a very, oh, that didn't suit your introduction at all. There we go, Diane Dowling with a very long title here. We have the Director of Learning Products at the Raspberry Pi Foundation and a Student Robotics Trustee. Over to Diane.
Thank you, Jake. I'm just testing the microphone worked. Yes, so good afternoon, everybody. It's been an absolutely brilliant day, and I first of all want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors. So first of all, University of Southampton, who both sponsor us and obviously allow us to use this magnificent venue, which we're really grateful. Big round of applause, please. Secondly, to Adventurous Machines. I don't know, is Rob still here?
Wave if you're here, Rob.
That sounds like a no.
No, that's a shame, because Rob was actually an original founder of Student Robotics. The organisation was set up nearly 20 years ago now, and started here at the University of Southampton. And Rob has been a really generous sponsor, both himself and through his company for many years. The other people... 1, 2, 3, yeah. Mythic Beasts, IT Dev, Hexibots Events, and UK Electronic Skills Foundation. So, some more thank yous. Next to say thank you is to the Susu crew, who are mainly up above, who've done a magnificent job. Then to our first aiders, St John's Ambulance. Okay, now to all the teachers and supervisors who've brought their teams, given up their time. And last, by no means least, our magnificent volunteers. So this was a really, really exciting final. And we don't always have really exciting finals, but today was one of the best. I always like a final where we get to that point where literally the game is won in the last few seconds. And my first year with SR was, I think, in 2013, which was a strange game, which some of you might remember. Also had a really exciting final. If you've never watched it, catch up with it on YouTube. But today really compared to that. And so thank you very much to the final teams who gave us a really magnificent display. And commiserations to RGS. We all know what it's like to push that button and nothing to happen. And it must have been really awful for you. But well done for, turning up, putting in a magnificent effort. And I really wish it had moved, because it would have been even more exciting. So all you... Yeah. So now just to all you young people who have spent probably the last 6 months building your robots, we know that it's a really, really hard job to build a fully autonomous robot. And hopefully you've enjoyed it, and you've also learned a whole load of new skills. We live in an age where AI is a significant disruption to everything, basically. And clearly, most of you, the jobs you're going to be doing in the future have definitely not been invented yet. We always say this, but in a time of AI, this is totally true. But the skills that you've learned and the skills that you've shown us while you've been competing are skills that will really get you somewhere in life. Obviously, team skills, it's always really great to see the team spirit. Well done to all of you that have dressed up and entertained us. I particularly like the ones at the back in the white suits. They look like they're going into some kind of big hazardous area. But yeah, great, interesting designs. Design skills are always on display. We love the robots, and we're going to celebrate our favorite robots in a moment. But the main thing really is problem-solving skills. And whether you like computer science or electronics or engineering, you're all problem-solving. And we can see that building a robot is the ultimate problem-solving exercise. So well done to all of you. These are great skills. They'll last you really well, and they'll hopefully be something that you're going to use all through your life. Just one last thing before I start doing the presentations. I just wanted a bit of a call out for volunteering with us. Our volunteers do a magnificent job. They have great fun. You can see you often get to wear not only a blue shirt, but also a silly hat. Yes, Jake, thank you. Yeah, if those of you that are in year 13, when you go off to university or degree apprenticeships or work, basically once you're over 18 and out of education, you can volunteer with us. We're always looking for new volunteers, and as you can see, there's a whole range of jobs. So there's everything from sort of robotic kit design through to social media, volunteer support, running around with a microphone. So, if you think that this is something you'd like to be part of, please get in touch with us. Okay, so I'm going to, I think, hand over to Jake.
Depends if you're finished talking.
I finished talking, yes. Well,
I really want to have a comeback to that, but I'm probably, for the sake of being professional, I'm not going to say anything. Okay, it is now time to start awarding some prizes. These are the ones from last year. These are the ones from this year. It's time to reward all of that hard work. Now, the first award we're going to present is the award for online presence. This is defined in the rules as the best online presence throughout the year. This includes things like social media, blogs, even commenting in our Discord counts towards this. Everything matters. Now, this year, before we announce this, I'd like to put some honourable mentions into these awards, specifically with Colliers and the Ladies College Guernsey. They've done lots of Instagram posts throughout the year, interviews with teams, and following general trends. And so they definitely are some honourable mentions. But there is a winner. And for that, I'm actually going to let Diane read it out.
you've already done a bit of a spoiler. Okay, so I've got the envelope here for the award for the online presence. And I'm going to open it dramatically. So, I'm pleased to announce that the Online Presence Award goes to the School of St Helen and St Catherine.
Please bring your robot and make your way up to the stage. Yep, come on up. If you have your robot, bring it too. Oh. If it's quick to hand. Here we go. Do you want to come back on the stage for a photo? You all moved far too quickly. Right, come on, face Antoine in the arena. Diane, you are allowed to be in it too. Nope, that's fine. All right, another round of applause for that team, please. Next up, we have the Rookie Award. This one has a much simpler definition. It is for the team that ranked the highest in the league. As you all know, the competition today has been split up into the league, and then we moved into the particularly complicated double elimination knockout, which even I don't completely understand. But this award goes to the team that finished highest in the league. And so that team is the Highfield School. Round of applause, please. Come on up, bring your robot. Oh, they are here. Pause for a photo. You'll get the hang of this. Very, very well done, Highfield School. Next up, we have the award for Robot and Team Image. Now, as Diane said, throughout the venue today, we have seen lots of teams coming up in fancy dress. They've put a lot of effort into building not only a good-looking robot, well, not only a functional one, but also a good-looking robot, and a cohesive theme between a robot and the team who created it. Now, this award today is sponsored by IT Dev. Now, we would like to also give some honourable mentions to this. We have, of course, as Diane mentioned, we have Gymnasium Markt Indersdorf, Team MAI, with their very decorative hats, their custom-printed boiler suits, and red shiny lights. We have King Edward VI Grammar School, well, King Edward VI School even, sorry, for their mimic robot from Dungeons & Dragons, with the really scary-looking eyes on the top of it. And we also have the team from Colliers, who had the turtle-themed robot. They had the fancy T-shirts and the painted faces, which you really couldn't miss. However, those three did not win. Diane, who did win?
Well, this is exciting. Gone again. Okay.
There we go.
So, the Robot and Team Image Award, sponsored by IT Dev, is awarded to the School of St Helen and St Catherine.
Yes, you really could not miss this robot around the venue. They had the roses, the playing cards, the looking glass on the back, which definitely didn't cause us concerns from the judging team. So please pause for photos. All right, round of applause, School of St Helen and St Catherine. Next up, we have the Excellence in Engineering Award, which has a very complicated definition, but it basically comes down to extraordinary ingenuity in the design of your robot. It's not purely awarded to complexity, but rather producing an elegant solution to the problem and demonstrating good engineering principles, which explains why the award is sponsored by the UK Electronic Skills Foundation. Now, we do have some honourable mentions for this award as well. I don't think we could have done this without the King of the 6th Grammar School. This time I did get it the right way around. Their incredible lifting mechanism, the mechanism behind it, I don't know if any of you saw it, was really impressive. And that was definitely impressive and worthy of an honourable mention. Additionally, you probably couldn't see it, but if you took the lid off of the Highfield School's robot, there were multiple different boards in there on top of the ones we shipped. They had 2 Raspberry Pis, a couple of Picos, some other Arduinos, all doing various things. Now, again, those 2 didn't win. Diane, wake up.
Thank you, Jane.
Who did win?
Well, just dramatic pause here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the award for Excellence in Engineering, sponsored by UK ESF, goes to Queen Mary's College.
All right, come on up, Queen Mary's College. God, they're coming over there. Yes, they had an innovative design of their robot. It was highly effective. They used the column stack to make sure they could stack everything in a line. I'm very well deserving of the Excellence in Engineering Award. Have you got the robot we've just awarded a prize to or not?
It's down there.
Somewhat ironic, but we'll accept it. Thank you, Queen Mary's College. Congratulations. And now we get into the awards with much simpler definitions because it's just 3 numbers. And throughout all the engineering of this, I think we can work out 3 numbers. So, 3rd place in Student Robotics 2025. Diane.
Thank you, Jake. Sponsored by the University of Southampton Electronics and Computer Science Department, a magnificent place to come and study. And 3rd place prize goes to Ruthin School.
Come on up, please bring your robot. And pause for photos. Congratulations again to the Ruthin School. Next up, because I do in fact know how numbers work, is 2nd place. 2nd place, Diane. Uh-oh. Stand by. Uh-oh. I've been on the receiving end of that. School of St Helen and St Catherine, 2nd place in Student Robotics 2025. Please come back up on stage. Very well done, team. Photos. Very well done, Scoreless and Helen and St. Catherine. Please don't transition to it at once. There we go. Yes, fantastic. First place. So, this is it. This is the big prize, the winner of Student Robotics 2025. Who is it? The Highfield School. Very, very well done, the Highfield School. To the best of our knowledge, for only the second time in Student Robotics history has a rookie school won first place. Very, very well done to the Highfield School. Very well deserved. Unfortunately, with that, that does mean that Student Robotics is sadly over. It's been fun, but there are some people we need to thank, on top of just Diane for helping me do all of this and rest my voice for a little bit in between. Now, as Diane mentioned, we will of course need to thank our sponsors. Student Robotics is a charity, and we couldn't do what we do without the fantastic support from them. In particular, I would like to call out the University of Southampton Electronics and Computer Science Department, the UK Electronic Skills Foundation, Adventurous Machines, and IT Dev. I think they all deserve a massive round of applause. If you are an organisation watching this and you're interested in helping us support our mission, please head to studentrobotics.org/sponsor. We are always looking for sponsors and interested in having a conversation. Next up, I would like to thank us volunteers. Well, these volunteers. Student Robotics is entirely run by volunteers. We give our free time to make this event possible. They put in a lot of hard work into making this event what it is. There are too many to name drop. There are almost 50 at this weekend alone, and many more who have been helping us throughout the year. And I think they all deserve a massive round of applause. Now, like I say, I can't name drop all 50, but I will highlight Skarzy, Diane, Andrew, and David. Skarzy, Diane, Andrew, and Andy, our 4 trustees. Now, on top of that, I would, of course, like to give a final congratulations to all of you, competitors and supervisors alike. You all deserve a massive round of applause for this. We have seen some incredible performances all around. We've seen some highs, we've seen some lows. This is a difficult challenge by design. We are trying to make it difficult for you, and you have all done fantastically. Now, following this event, we would love to hear your feedback. We want to know what went well, what didn't go so well, and your random ideas for what we could do better. So, when you get a second today, please head to either srobo.org/feedback or srobo.org/supervisor-feedback, depending on if you are a competitor or a supervisor, and please fill this in. We couldn't do what we do without your input, and we need that valuable input to make future events better. Give you a second to scan these. If not, you can find these links dotted around the venue, and in fact, some of you may have already filled it in exchange for small edible bribes. Now, unfortunately, all of the lovely kit you used to build your robot, we would like it back. So what we need you to do is to take all of your robots, take all of the kit we gave you, rip it off however you see fit, making sure not to damage it in any way, shape or form, and put everything back into the white plastic box that we gave you, pack it all up, and then return it to reception on your way out. The list of things that we expect back is noted on our documentation. You may not leave unless your kit has been returned. You cannot take it with you, but you can and should take absolutely everything else. Additionally, I would like to second Diane's call out for volunteers. If you are graduating college and want to make Student Robotics happen, please sign up. It takes a heck of a lot more than software engineering to make this event happen. If you have interests or experience in things like event planning, marketing, competition operations, kit development, project management, fundraising, there is something for absolutely everyone in making this event what it is. If you or someone you know may be interested, please pass it along, scan the link, or go to studentrobotics.org/join. We'd very much like to hear from you. And with that, I should be able to rest my voice very, very soon. Student Robotics 2026 will hopefully open later on this year, and we look forward to seeing you all then. In the meantime, we have a lot of clearing up to do. Thank you very much.
Wow,
That was amazing.
it was. I can't believe.
Only for now.
Only for now. Yes. What a fantastic weekend it has been.
I can't believe it's only 1 weekend.
I know, it feels like a whole month for the amount of action we packed into this.
Absolutely. It's been amazing.
Yes, the people fighting over building their towers, their high rises.
And that
Amazing.
finale.
Oh, that final.
Wow.
Oh,
That will
that's
be
one
in
for the
all
books.
the future
Yes, absolutely.
competitions.
Yes, it will be. We want to give a massive, massive thank you to all of you guys. You who are watching right now, or in however long time watching this live stream back. Thank
And
you so
supporting from
much.
home.
Exactly. Thank you so much for coming along virtually and watching our competition, for showing your support to your teams, and yeah, it's so much fun being able to talk with you guys in the comments. And yes, thank you so
Absolutely.
much for watching.
Thank you, and thank you, of course, to all of the competitors for producing absolutely incredible robots this year. Every year they just surprise and
They do,
blow it out of
yes.
the water.
And obviously, massive, massive well done to our winners. You've all done such an amazing job. You should be so proud.
Especially a rookie team winner.
I
That's
know.
only happened once before.
It's incredible.
It's amazing, like
and this
groundbreaking.
hopefully should be inspiration to any new teams that have never done this before. This could be you next year.
Yeah.
You don't need to have done this for lots of years. You can be your very first year, and you too can come first.
Yeah, the proof is there.
Proof is there. Hopefully we'll see a massive influx of rookie teams next year.
Absolutely, and hopefully we'll see many of you next year
Yes,
as well.
of
Whether
course.
you've competed before or whether you've competed and would like to volunteer.
Of course, absolutely. And finally, we need to reiterate what Jake has said. We need to give a massive, massive thank you to all the volunteers, team leaders, and everyone else who supported the students and this competition. We would not be able to run this, do any of this without all of you guys. That is the students currently at university, or people past university who come back to volunteer as blue shirts.
Oh, there are people who've been volunteering for decades.
There are, yes, yes. And there's also all the teachers of the schools who've helped the students with driving them to places, sorting out all their problems, debugging robots and supporting them. Your work does not go unnoticed. We massively, massively thank you. This
Thank
would not be
you.
possible without you guys either.
And of course, this would genuinely not be possible without our sponsors. Thank you so much to Adventurous Machines, to IT Dev, to the Electronics and Computer Science Department at the University of Southampton, where we are today, and the UK Electronics Skills Foundation. Thank you so much.
Finally, we have a reminder for you.
In case you're
in
not,
case you're
sick
not
of being
well,
reminded,
that
or
is
you
true. That
haven't
is very
already
true.
signed up. In which case, why not?
Yes. Hopefully by now you know what Student Robotics does. You know what we're about. We're about encouraging sixth form students to get involved with robotics and just putting on a really fun competition for 2 days every year. So if this seems like something that you think you'd like to get involved with, please sign up at studentrobotics.org/volunteer.
And of course, if you're a student yourself, we would love for you to take part.
You absolutely would, yes. If you're still in sixth form, then please tell your school, show them all the videos, show them all the exciting finals and semi-finals and knockouts, and say, we want to do this. Look at that team, they were rookie and they came first. That could be
Absolutely.
us.
And of course, you don't have to be in sixth form. So if you are
course.
across the world, you are also more than welcome to compete.
Yes.
I can't even count how many years it's been for Gymnasium Marktensdorf to
yes,
compete.
yes.
So absolutely, we will make it work.
We will, yes. We look forward to hopefully seeing 100 teams next year. Does that seem reasonable?
Oh, I think so. I think so. Yeah,
we
we'll
could
just
definitely
take a look
handle
at
that.
the whole campus.
Yes,
yeah,
yeah,
of course.
exactly. Yes, so 100 teams next year.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
I'm glad that's sorted.
Yeah,
Excellent stuff.
yeah. Well, looking forward to it.
We are, yes. Final thank you, and we hope you have a great time while waiting for Student Robotics 2026.
Absolutely, the time will fly.
It will
Trust
fly.
me.
Yes.
Thank you. See
Bye.
you in 2026. Bye.